Chapter 41 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A broken heart. It was very bad with Clarissa when Ralph Newton was closeted with Mary at Popham Villa. She had suspected what was about to take place when Sir Thomas and Ralph went together into the room, but at that moment she said nothing. She endeavoured to seem to be cheerful, and attempted to joke with Mary. The three girls were sitting at the table on which lunch was spread, a meal which no one was destined to eat at Popham Villa on that day, and thus they remained till Sir Thomas joined them. "Mary," he had said, "Ralph Newton wishes to speak to you. You had better go to him." "To me, uncle?" "Yes, to you. You had better go to him." "But I had rather not." "Of course you must do as you please, but I would advise you to go to him." Then she had risen very slowly and had gone. All of them had understood what it meant. To Clarissa the thing was as certain as though she had already heard the words spoken. With Patience even there was no doubt. Sir Thomas, though he had told nothing, did not pretend that the truth was to be hidden. He looked at his younger daughter sorrowfully, and laid his hand upon her head caressingly. With her there was no longer the possibility of retaining any secret, hardly the remembrance that there was a secret to retain. "Oh, papa!" she said. "Oh, papa!" and burst into tears. "My dear," he said, "believe me that it is best that it should be so. He is unworthy." Patience said not a word, but was now holding Clarissa close to her bosom. "Tell Mary," concluded Sir Thomas, "that I will see her when she is at liberty. Patience, you can ask Ralph whether it will suit him to stay for dinner. I am tired and will go up stairs myself." And so the two girls were left together. "Patty, take me away," said Clarissa. "I must never see him again, never, nor her." "She will not accept him, Clary." "Yes, she will. I know she will. She is a sly, artful creature, and I have been so good to her." "No, Clary, I think not. But what does it matter? He is unworthy. He can be nothing to you now. Papa was right. He is unworthy. I care nothing for that. I only care for him. Oh, Patty, take me away. I could not bear to see them when they come out." Then Patience took her sister up to their joint room, and laid the poor sufferer on the bed, and throwing herself on her knees beside the bed, wept over her sister and caressed her. That argument of Ralph's unworthiness was nothing to Clarissa. She did not consider herself to be so worthy but what she might forgive any sin, if only the chance of forgiving such sin were given to her. At this moment in her heart of hearts her anger was more against her rival than against the man. She had not yet taught herself to think of all his baseness to her, had only as yet had time to think that that evil had come upon her which she had feared from the first moment of her cousin's arrival. Presently Patience heard the door opened of the room downstairs, heard Mary's slow step as she crossed the hall. She understood well that some one should be below, and with another single word of affection to her sister she went downstairs. "Well, Mary," she said, looking into her cousin's face. "There is nothing particular to tell," said Mary, with a gentle smile. "Of course we all knew what he wanted." "Then of course you all knew what I should say to him." "I knew," said Patience. "I am sure that Clary knew," said Mary. "But he is all alone there, and will not know what to do with himself. Won't you go to him?" "You will go up to Clary?" Mary nodded her head, and then Patience crossed the hall to liberate the rejected suitor. Mary stood for a while thinking. She already knew from what Patience had said that Clarissa had suspected her, and she felt that there should have been no such suspicion. Clarissa had not understood, but ought to have understood. For a moment she was angry, and was disposed to go to her own room. Then she remembered all her cousin's misery, and crept upstairs to the door. She had come so softly that though the door was hardly closed, nothing had been heard of her approach. "May I come in, dear?" she said very gently. "Well, Mary, tell me all," said Clarissa. "There is nothing to tell, Clary, only this, that I fear Mr. Newton is not worthy of your love." "He asked you to take him?" "Never mind, dearest. We will not talk of that. Dear, dearest Clary, if I only could make you happy." "But you have refused him?" "Don't you know me better than to ask me? Don't you know where my heart is? We will carry our burdens together, dearest, and then they will be lighter." "But he will come to you again, that other one." "Clary, dear, we will not think about it. There are things which should not be thought of. We will not talk of it, but we will love each other so dearly." Clarissa, now that she was assured that her evil fortune was not to be aggravated by any injury done to her by her cousin, allowed herself to be tranquillized, if not comforted. There was indeed something in her position that did not admit of comfort. All the family knew the story of her unrequited love, and treated her with a compassion which, while its tenderness was pleasant to her, was still in itself an injury. A vain attachment in a woman's heart must ever be a weary load, because she can take no step of her own towards that consummation by which the burden may be converted into a joy. A man may be active, may press his suit even a 10th time, may do something towards achieving success. A woman can only be still and endure. But Clarissa had so managed her affairs that even that privilege of being still was hardly left to her. Her trouble was known to them all. She doubted whether even the servants in the house did not know the cause of her woe. How all this had come to pass she could not now remember. She had told Patience, as though in compliance with some compact that each should tell the other all things, and then circumstances had arisen which made it so natural that she should be open and candid with Mary. The two Ralphs were to be their two lovers. That to her had been a delightful dream during the last few months. He whose inheritance at that moment was supposed to have been gone had, as Clarissa thought, in plainest language told his love to her. "Dear, dear Clary, you know I love you." The words to her sense had been so all important, had meant so much, had seemed to be so final, that they hardly wanted further corroboration. Then indeed had come the great fault, the fault which she had doubted whether she could ever pardon, and she, because of the heinousness of that offence, had been unable to answer the question that had been asked. But the offence, such as it was, had not lightened the solemnity of her assurance, as far as love went, that Ralph ought to be her own after the speaking of such words as he had spoken. There were those troubles about money, but yet she was entitled to regard him as her own. Then had come the written offer from the other Ralph to marry, the offer written in the moment of his believed prosperity, and it had been so natural that Clarissa should tell her cousin that as regarded the splendour of position there should be no jealousy between them. Clarissa did not herself think much of a lover who wrote letters instead of coming and speaking, had perhaps an idea that open speech, even though offence might follow, was better than formal letters. But all that was Mary's affair. This very respectful Ralph was Mary's lover, and if Mary were satisfied she would not quarrel with the well-behaved young man. She would not even quarrel with him because he was taking from her own Ralph the inheritance which for so many years had been believed to be his own. Thus, in the plenitude of her affection and in the serenity of her heart, she had told everything to her cousin. And now also her father knew it all. How this had come to pass she did not think to inquire. She suspected no harm from Patience. The thing had been so clear that all the world might see it. Ralph, that false one, knew it also. Who could know it so well as he did? Had not those very words been spoken by him, been repeated by him? Now she was as one stricken, where wounds could not be hidden. On that day Ralph was driven back to town in his cab, in a rather disheartened condition, and no more was seen or heard of him for the present at Popham Villa. His late guardian had behaved very ill to him in telling Mary Bonner the story of Polly Neefit. That was his impression, feeling sure that Mary had alluded to the unfortunate affair with the breeches maker's daughter, of which she could have heard tidings only from Sir Thomas. As to Clarissa, he had not exactly forgotten the little affair on the lawn, but to his eyes that affair had been so small as to be almost overlooked amidst larger matters. Mary, he thought, had never looked so beautiful as she had done while refusing him. He did not mean to give her up. Her heart, she had told him, was not her own. He thought he had read of young ladies in similar conditions, of young ladies who had bestowed their hearts and had afterwards got them back again for the sake of making second bestowals. He was not sure but that such an object would lend a zest to life. There was his brother Gregory, in love with Clarissa, and still true to her. He would be true to Mary, and would see whether, in spite of that far-away lover, he might not be more successful than his brother. At any rate, he would not give her up. And before he had gone to bed that night, he had already concocted a letter to her in his brain, explaining the whole of that Neefit affair, and asking her whether a man should be condemned to misery for life because he had been led by misfortune into such a mistake as that. He dined very well at his club, and on the following morning went down to the Moonbeam by an early train, for that day's hunting. Thence he returned to Newton Priory in time for Christmas, and as he was driven up to his own house through his own park, meeting one or two of his own tenants, and encountering now and then his own obsequious labourers, he was not an unhappy man in spite of Mary Bonner's cruel answer. It may be doubted whether his greatest trouble at this moment did not arise from his dread of Neefit. He had managed to stay long enough in London to give orders that Neefit's money should be immediately paid. He knew that Neefit could not harm him at law, but it would not be agreeable if the old man were to go about the country telling every one that he, Ralph Newton of Newton, had twice offered to marry Polly. For the present we will leave him, although he is our hero, and will return to the girls at Popham Villa. "It is all very well talking, Patience, but I don't mean to try to change," Clarissa said. This was after that visit of the Percycross deputation to Sir Thomas, and after Christmas. More than a week had now passed by since Ralph had rushed down to Fulham with his offer, and the new year had commenced. Sir Thomas had been at home for Christmas, for the one day, and had then returned to London. He had seen his attorney respecting the petition, who was again to see Mr. Griffenbottom's London attorney, and Mr. Trigger. In the meantime Sir Thomas was to remain quiet for a few days. The petition was not to be tried till the end of February, and there was still time for deliberation. Sir Thomas just now very often took out that great heap of Baconian papers, but still not a word of the biography was written. He was, alas, still very far from writing the first word. "It is all very well, Patience, but I do not mean to try to change," said Clarissa. Poor Patience could make no answer, dreadful as was to her such an assertion from a young woman.
"There is a man who clearly does not want to marry you, who has declared in the plainest way that he does want to marry some one else, who has grossly deceived you, and who never means to think of you again, and yet you say that you will wilfully adhere to your regard for him."
Such would have been the speech which Patience would have made had she openly expressed her thoughts. But Clarissa was ill and weak and wretched, and Patience could not bring herself to say a word that should distress her sister.
"If he came to me to morrow, of course I should forgive him,"
Clarissa said again. These conversations were never commenced by Patience, who would rather have omitted any mention of that base young man.
"Of course I do. Men do these things. Men are not like women. They do all manner of things, and everybody forgives them. I don't say anything about hoping. I don't hope for anything. I am not happy enough to hope. I shouldn't care if I knew I were going to die to morrow. But there can be no change. If you want me to be a hypocrite, Patience, I will. But what will be the use? The truth will be the same." The two girls let her have her way, never contradicted her, coaxed her, and tried to comfort her, but it was in vain. At first she would not go out of the house, not even to church, and then she took to lying in bed. This lasted into the middle of January, and still Sir Thomas did not come home. He wrote frequently, short notes to Patience, sending money, making excuses, making promises, always expressing some word of hatred or disgust as to Percycross, but still he did not come. At last, when Clarissa declared that she preferred lying in bed to getting up, Patience went up to London and fetched her father home. It had gone so far with Sir Thomas now that he was unable even to attempt to defend himself. He humbly said that he was sorry that he had been away so long, and returned with Patience to the villa. "My dear," said Sir Thomas, seating himself by Clarissa's bedside, "this is very bad." "If I had known you were coming, papa, I would have got up."
"If you are not well, perhaps you are better here, dear."
"I don't think I am quite well, papa."
"What is it, my love?" Clarissa looked at him out of her large tear-laden eyes, but said nothing. "Patience says that you are not happy."
"I don't know that anybody is happy, papa."
"I wish that you were, with all my heart, my child. Can your father do anything that will make you happy?"
"No, papa."
"Tell me, Clary. You do not mind my asking you questions?"
"No, papa."
"Patience tells me that you are still thinking of Ralph Newton."
"Of course I think of him."
"I think of him too. But there are different ways of thinking. We have known him, all of us, a long time."
"Yes, papa."
"I wish with all my heart that we had never seen him. He is not worthy of our solicitude."
"You always liked him. I have heard you say you loved him dearly."
"I have said so, and I did love him. In a certain way I love him still."
"So do I, papa."
"But I know him to be unworthy. Even if he had come here to offer you his hand, I doubt whether I could have permitted an engagement. Do you know that within the last 2 months he has twice offered to marry another young woman, and I doubt whether he is not at this moment engaged to her?"
"Another?" said poor Clarissa.
"Yes, and that without a pretence of affection on his part, simply because he wanted to get money from her father."
"Are you sure, papa?"
asked Clarissa, who was not prepared to believe, and did not believe, this enormity on the part of the man she loved. "I am quite sure. The father came to me to complain of him, and I had the confession from Ralph's own lips the very day that he came here with his insulting offer to marry Bonner."
"Did you tell Mary?"
No, I knew that it was unnecessary. There was no danger as to Mary. And who do you think this girl was? The daughter of a tailor who had made some money. It was not that he cared for her, Clary, no more than I do. Whether he meant to marry her or not, I do not know."
"I'm sure he didn't, papa," said Clarissa, getting up in bed.
"And will that make it better? All that he wanted was the tradesman's money, and to get that he was willing either to deceive the girl or to sell himself to her. I don't know which would have been the baser mode of traffic. Is that the conduct of a gentleman, Clary?" Poor Clarissa was in terrible trouble. She hardly believed the story, which seemed to tell her of a degree of villainy greater than ever her imagination had depicted to her. And yet, if it were true, she would be driven to look for means of excusing it. The story as told was indeed hardly just to Ralph, who in the course of his transactions with Mr. Neefit had almost taught himself to believe that he could love Polly very well. But it was not in this direction that Clarissa looked for an apology for such conduct.
"They say that men do all manner of things," she said at last.
"I can only tell you this," said Sir Thomas, very gravely. "What men may do I will not say, but no gentleman can ever have acted after this fashion. He has shown himself to be a scoundrel."
"Papa, papa, don't say that," screamed Clarissa.
"My child, I can only tell you the truth. I know it is hard to bear. I would save you if I could, but it is better that you should know."
"Will he always be bad, papa?"
"Who can say, my dear? God forbid that I should be too severe upon him. But he has been so bad now that I am bound to tell you that you should drive him from your thoughts. When he told me, all smiling, that he had come down here to ask your cousin Mary to be his wife, I was almost minded to spurn him from the door. He can have no feeling himself of true attachment, and cannot know what it means in others. He is heartless and unprincipled."
"Oh, papa, spare him. It is done now."
"And will you forget him, dearest?"
"I will try, papa. But I think that I shall die. I would rather die. What is the good of living when nobody is to care for anybody, and people are so bad as that?"
"My Clarissa must not say that nobody cares for her. Has any person ever been false to you but he? Is not your sister true to you?"
"Yes, papa."
"And Mary?"
"Yes, papa."
He was afraid to ask her whether he also had not been true to her. Even in that moment there arose in his mind a doubt whether all this evil might not have been avoided had he contented himself to live beneath the same roof with his children. He said nothing of himself, but she supplied the want.
"I know you love me, papa, and have always been good to me. I did not mean that. But I never cared for any one but him, in that way."
Sir Thomas, in dealing with the character of his late ward, had been somewhat too severe. It is difficult, perhaps, to say what amount of misconduct does constitute a scoundrel, or justifies the critic in saying that this or that man is not a gentleman. There be those who affirm that he who owes a debt for goods which he cannot pay is no gentleman, and tradesmen, when they cannot get their money, are no doubt sometimes inclined to hold that opinion. But the opinion is changed when the money comes at last, especially if it comes with interest. Ralph had never owed a shilling which he did not intend to pay, and had not property to cover. That borrowing of money from Mr. Neefit was doubtless bad. No one would like to know that his son had borrowed money from his tailor. But it is the borrowing of the money that is bad, rather than the special dealing with the tradesman. And as to that affair with Polly, some excuse may be made. He had meant to be honest to Neefit, and he had meant to be true to Neefit's daughter. Even Sir Thomas, high-minded as he was, would hardly have passed so severe a sentence had not the great sufferer in the matter been his own daughter. But the words that he spoke were doubtless salutary to poor Clarissa. She never again said to Patience that she would not try to make a change, nor did she ever again declare that if Ralph came back again she would forgive him. On the day after the scene with her father she was up again, and she made an effort to employ herself about the house. On the next Sunday she went to church, and then they all knew that she was making the necessary struggle. Ralph's name was never mentioned, nor for a time was any allusion made to the family of the Newtons.
"The worst of it, I think, is over," said Patience one day to Mary. "The worst of it is over," said Mary, "but it is not all over. It is hard to forget when one has loved."
End of Chapter 41. Recording by Arnold Danner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 42 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Not broken-hearted. Christmas had come and gone at Newton Priory, and the late squire's son had left the place, protesting as he did so that he left it for ever. To him also life in that particular spot of earth was impossible, unless he could live there as the lord and master of all. Everybody throughout that and the neighbouring parishes treated him not only with kindness, but with the warmest affection. The gentry, the farmers, and the labourers, all men who had known him in the hunting field, in markets, on the bench, or at church, men, women, and children, joined together in forming plans by means of which he could remain at Newton. The young squire asked him to make the house his home, at any rate for the hunting season. The parson offered half the parsonage. His friend Morris, who was a bachelor, suggested a joint home and joint stables between them. But it was all of no avail. Had it not been for the success which had so nearly crowned the late squire's efforts during the last 6 months, it might have been that his friends would have prevailed with him. But he had been too near being the master to be able to live at Newton in any other capacity. The tenants had been told that they were to be his tenants. The servants had been told that they were to be his servants. During a few short weeks he had almost been master, so absolute had been the determination of the old squire to show to all around him that his son, in spite of the blot upon the young man's birth, was now the heir in all things, and possessed of every privilege which would attach itself to an elder son. He himself, while his father lived, had taken these things calmly, had shown no elation, had even striven to moderate the vehemence of his father's efforts on his behalf, but not the less had he been conscious of the value of what was being done for him. To be the promised future owner of the acres on which he had lived, of the coverts through which he had ridden, of every tree and bank which he had known from his boyhood, had been to him a source of gratified pride, not the less strong because he had concealed it. The disappointment did hit him sorely. His dreams had been of Parliament, of power in the county, of pride of place and popularity. He now found that they were to be no more than dreams, but with this additional sorrow, that all around him knew that they had been dreamed. No, he could not stay at Newton, even for the sake of living with friends who loved him so dearly. He said little or nothing of this to any one. Not even to Gregory Newton or to his friend Morris did he tell much of his feeling. He was not proud of his dreamings, and it seemed to himself that his punishment was just. Nor could he speak to either of them or to any man of his past ambition, or of what hopes might remain to him in reference to Mary Bonner. The young squire had gone forth with the express purpose of wooing her, had declared his purpose of doing so, and had returned to Newton, at any rate without any ready tale of triumph on his tongue. What had been his fortune the rival would not ask, and while the two remained together at the Priory, no further word was spoken of Mary Bonner. He, Ralph the dispossessed one, while he believed himself to be the heir, had intended to bring her home as a fitting queen to share his throne. It might be that she would consent to be his without a throne to share, but in thinking of her he could not but remember what his ambition had been, and he could hardly bring himself now to offer to her that which was comparatively so little worth the having. To suppose that she should already be fond of him, should already long for him as he longed for her, was contrary to his nature. Hitherto, when he had been in her presence, he had stood there as a man whose position in life was almost contemptible, and though it would be unjust to him to say that he had hoped to win her by his acres, still he had felt that his father's success on his behalf might justify him in that which would otherwise be unjustifiable. For the present, however, he could take no steps in that direction. He could only suggest to himself what had already been her answer, or what at some future time might be the answer she would make to his rival. He had lost a father between whom and himself there had existed ties not only of tender love, but of perfect friendship, and for a while he must bewail his loss. That he could not bewail his lost father without thinking of his lost property, and of the bride that had never been won, was an agony to his soul. He had found a farm down in Norfolk, near to Swaffham, which he could take for 12 months, with the option of purchase at the expiration of that time, and thither he betook himself. There were about 400 acres, and the place was within his means. He did not think it likely that Mary Bonner would choose to come and live upon a Norfolk farm, and yet what other work in life was there for which he was fit? Early in January he went down to Beamingham Hall, as the place was called, and there we will leave him for the present, consoling himself with oil cake and endeavouring to take a pride in a long row of stall-fed cattle. At this time the two brothers were living at Newton Priory. Ralph the heir had bought some of his uncle's horses, and had commenced hunting with the hounds around him, though he had not as yet withdrawn his stud from the Moonbeam. He was not altogether at his ease, as he had before the end of February received 3 or 4 letters from Neefit, all of them dictated by Waddle, in which his conduct was painted not in the most flattering colours. Neefit's money had been repaid, but Neefit would not understand that the young heir's obligations to him had by any means been acquitted by that very ordinary process. He had risked his money when payment was very doubtful, and now he intended to have something beyond cash in return for all that he had done. "There are debts of honour which a real gentleman feels himself more bound to pay than any bills," Waddle had written, and to such dogmatic teachings as these Neefit would always add something out of his own head. "There ain't nobody who shan't know all about it, unless you're on the square again." Ralph had written one reply since he had been at Newton, in which he explained at some length that it was impossible that he should renew his addresses to a young lady who had twice rejected them, and who had assured him that she did not love him. He professed the greatest respect for Miss Neefit, a respect which had, if possible, been heightened by her behaviour in this matter, but it must now be understood that the whole affair was at an end. Neefit would not understand this, but Neefit's further letters, which had not been unfrequent, were left unanswered. Ralph had now told the whole of the story to his brother, and had written his one reply from Newton in conformity with his brother's advice. After that they both thought that no further rejoinder could be of any service. The parsonage was for the time deserted, Gregory having for the present consented to share his brother's house. In spite of that little thorn in the flesh which Neefit was, Ralph was able to enjoy his life very thoroughly. He went on with all the improvements about the place which the Squire had commenced, and was active in making acquaintance with every one who lived upon his land. He was not without good instincts, and understood thoroughly that respectability had many more attractions than a character for evil living. He was, too, easily amenable to influence from those around him, and under Gregory's auspices was constant at his parish church. He told himself at once that he had many duties to perform, and he attempted to perform them. He did not ask Lieutenant Cox or Captain Fooks to the Priory, and quite prepared himself for the character of Henry V. in miniature, as he walked about his park, and rode about his farms, and talked with the wealthier farmers on hunting mornings. He had a full conception of his own dignity, and some not altogether inaccurate idea of the manner in which it would become him to sustain it. He was perhaps a little too self-conscious and over-inclined to suppose that people were regarding his conduct because he was Newton of Newton, with no blot on his shield, by right of his birth, and subject to no man's reproach. He had failed grievously in one matter on which he had set his heart, but as to that he was, as the reader knows, resolved to try again. He had declared his passion to the other Ralph, but his rival had not made the confidence mutual. But hitherto he had said nothing on the subject to his brother. He had put it by, as it were, out of his mind for a while, resolving that it should not trouble him immediately in the middle of his new joys. It was a thing that would keep, a thing at any rate that need not overshadow him night and morning. When Neefit continued to disturb him with threats of publicity in regard to Polly's wrongs, he did tell himself that in no way could he so effectually quiet Mr. Neefit as by marrying somebody else, and that he would, at some very early date, have recourse to this measure. But in the meantime he would enjoy himself without letting his unrequited passion lie too heavily as a burden on his heart. So he ate and drank, and rode and prayed, and sat with his brother magistrates on the bench, and never ceased to think of his good fortune, in that he had escaped from the troubles of his youth unscathed and undegraded. Then there came a further letter from Mr. Neefit, from which there arose some increase of confidence among the brothers. There was nothing special in this letter. These letters indeed were very like to each other, and, as had now come to be observed, were always received on a Tuesday morning. It was manifest to them that Neefit spent the leisure hours of his Sundays in meditating upon the hardness of his position, and that as every Monday morning came, he caused a new letter to be written. On this particular Tuesday Ralph had left home before the post had come, and did not get the breeches maker's epistle till his return from hunting. He chucked it across the table to Gregory when he came down to dinner, and the parson read it. There was no new attack in it, and as the servant was in the room, nothing was then said about it. But after dinner the subject was discussed. "I wish I knew how to stop the fellow's mouth," said the elder brother. "I think I should get Carey to see him," suggested Gregory. "He would understand a lawyer when he was told that nothing could come of it but trouble to himself and his daughter." "She has no hand in it, you know." "But it must injure her." "One would think so. But she is a girl whom nothing can injure. You can't imagine how good and how great she is. Great in her way, that is. She is as steady as a rock, and nobody who knows her will ever imagine her to be a party to her father's folly. She may pick and choose a husband any day she pleases, and the men about her won't mind this kind of thing as we should. No doubt all their friends joke him about it, but no one will think of blaming Polly." "It can't do her any good," said Gregory. "It cannot do her any harm. She has a strength of her own that even her father can't lessen." "All the same, I wish there were an end of it." "So do I, for my own sake," said Ralph. As he spoke he filled his glass and passed the bottle, and then was silent for a few moments. "Neefit did help me," he continued, "and I don't want to speak against him, but he is the most pig-headed old fool that ever existed. Nothing will stop him but Polly's marriage, or mine."
"I suppose you will marry soon now? You ought to be married," said Gregory, in a melancholy tone, in which was told something of the disappointment of his own passion.
"Well, yes. I believe I might as well tell you a little secret, Greg."
"I suppose I can guess it," said Gregory, with still a deeper sound of woe.
"I don't think you can. It is quite possible you may, however. You know Mary Bonner, don't you?"
The cloud upon the parson's brow was at once lightened. "No," said he. "I have heard of her, of course."
"You have never seen Mary Bonner?"
"I have not been up in town since she came. What should take me up? And if I were there, I doubt whether I should go out to Fulham. What is the use of going?" But still, though he spoke thus, there was something less of melancholy in his voice than when he had first spoken. Ralph did not immediately go on with his story, and his brother now asked a question. "But what of Mary Bonner? Is she to be the future mistress of the Priory?"
"God only knows."
"But you mean to ask her?"
"I have asked her."
"And you are engaged?"
"By no means. I wish I were. You haven't seen her, but I suppose you have heard of her?"
"Ralph spoke of her, and told me that she was very lovely."
"Upon my word, I don't think that even in a picture I ever saw anything approaching to her beauty. You've seen that thing at Dresden. She is more like that than anything I know. She seems almost too grand for a fellow to speak to, and yet she looks as if she didn't know it. I don't think she does know it."
Gregory said not a word, but looked at his brother, listening.
"But, by George, there's a dignity about her, a sort of self-possession, a kind of noli me tangere, you understand, which makes a man almost afraid to come near her. She hasn't sixpence in the world."
"That needn't signify to you now."
"Not in the least. I only just mention it to explain. And her father was nobody in particular, some old general who used to wear a cocked hat and keep the niggers down out in one of the colonies. She herself talked of coming home here to be a governess. By Jove, yes, a governess. Well, to look at her you'd think she was born a countess in her own right."
"Is she so proud?"
"No, it's not that. I don't know what it is. It's the way her head is put on. 'Pon my word, to see her turn her neck is the grandest thing in the world. I never saw anything like it. I don't know that she's proud by nature, though she has got a dash of that too. Don't you know there are some horses show their breeding at a glance? I don't suppose they feel it themselves, but there it is on them, like the hall mark on silver. I don't know whether you can understand a man being proud of his wife."
"Indeed I can."
"I don't mean of her personal qualities, but of the outside get-up. Some men are proud of their wives' clothes, or their jewels, or their false hair. With Mary nothing of that sort could have any effect, but to see her step, or move her head, or lift her arm, is enough to make a man feel that she beats every other woman in the world by chalks."
"And is she to be mistress here?"
"Indeed she should, to morrow, if she'd come."
"You did ask her?"
"Yes, I asked her."
"And what did she say?"
"Nothing that I care to hear. She had just been told all this accursed story about Polly Neefit. I'll never forgive Sir Thomas, never."
The reader will be pleased to remember that Sir Thomas did not mention Miss Neefit's name or any of the circumstances of the Neefit contract to his niece. "He could hardly have wished to set her against you."
"I don't know, but he must have told her. She threw it in my teeth that I ought to marry Polly." Then she did not accept you? By George, no, anything but that. She is one of those women who, as I fancy, never take a man at the first offer. It isn't that they mean to shilly and shally and make a fuss, but there's a sort of majesty about them which instinctively declines to yield itself. Unconsciously they feel something like offence at the suggestion that a man should think enough of himself to ask for such a possession. They come to it after a time. And she will come to it after a time? I didn't mean to say that. I don't intend, however, to give it up. Ralph paused in his story, considering whether he would tell his brother what Mary had confessed to him as to her affection for some one else. But he resolved at last that he would say nothing of that. He had himself put less of confidence in that assertion than he did in her rebuke with reference to the other young woman to whom she chose to consider that he owed himself. It was his nature to think rather of what absolutely concerned himself than of what related simply to her. "I shan't give her up. That's all I can say," he continued. "I'm not the sort of fellow to give things up readily." It did occur to Gregory at that moment that his brother had not shown much self-confidence on that question of giving up the property. "I'm pretty constant when I've set my mind on a thing. I'm not going to let any woman break my heart for me, but I shall stick to it." He was not going to let any woman break his heart for him. Gregory, as he heard this, knew that his brother regarded him as a man whose heart was broken, and he could not help asking himself whether or not it was good for a man that he should be able to suffer as he suffered, because a woman was fair, and yet not fair for him. That his own heart was broken after the fashion of which his brother was speaking, he was driven to confess to himself. It was not that he should die, or that his existence would be one long continued hour of misery to him. He could eat and drink, and do his duty, and enjoy his life. And yet his heart was broken. He could not piece it so that it should be fit for any other woman. He could not teach himself not to long for that one woman who would not love him. The romance of his life had formed itself there, and there it must remain. In all his solitary walks it was of her that he still thought. Of all the bright castles in the air which he still continued to build, she was ever the mistress. And yet he knew that she would never make him happy. He had absolutely resolved that he would not torment her by another request. But he gave himself no praise for his constancy, looking on himself as being somewhat weak in that he could not overcome his longing. When Ralph declared that he would not break his heart, but that nevertheless he would stick to the girl, Gregory envied him, not doubting of his success, and believing that it was to men of this calibre that success in love is generally given. "I hope with all my heart that you may win her," he said. "I must run my chance like another. There's no veni vidi vici about it, I can tell you. Nor is it likely that there should be with such a girl as Mary Bonner. Fill your glass, old fellow. We needn't sit mum chance because we're thinking of our loves." "I had thought," began Gregory very slowly. "What did you think?" "I had thought once that you were thinking of Clarissa." "What put that into your head?" "If you had, I should never have said a word, nor fancied any wrong. Of course she'll marry some one, and I don't know why I should ever wish that it should not be you." "But what made you think of it?" "Well, I did. It was just a word that Patience said in one of her letters." "What sort of word?" asked Ralph, with much interest. "It was nothing, you know. I just misunderstood her. When one is always thinking of a thing, everything turns itself that way. I got it into my head that she meant to hint to me that as you and Clary were fond of each other, I ought to forget it all. I made up my mind that I would, but it is so much easier to make up one's mind than to do it." There came a tear in each eye as he spoke, and he turned his face toward the fire that his brother might not see them. And there they remained, hot and oppressive, because he would not raise his hand to rub them away. "I wonder what it was she said?" asked Ralph. "Oh, nothing. Don't you know how a fellow has fancies?" "There wasn't anything in it," said Ralph. "Oh, of course not." "Patience might have imagined it," said Ralph. "That's just like such a sister as Patience." "She's the best woman that ever lived," said Gregory. "As good as gold," said Ralph. "I don't think, however, I shall very soon forgive Sir Thomas." "I don't mind saying now that I am glad it is so," said Gregory. "Though as regards Clary, that seems to be cruel. But I don't think I could have come here much had she become your wife." "Nothing shall ever separate us, Greg." "I hope not. But I don't know whether I could have done it. I almost think that I oughtn't to live where I should see her, and I did fear it at one time." "She'll come to the parsonage yet, old fellow, if you'll stick to her," said Ralph. "Never," said Gregory. Then that conversation was over. End of Chapter 42. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 43 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Once more. At the end of February, Ralph declared his purpose of returning to the Moonbeam for the rest of the hunting season. "I'm not going to be such an ass," he said to his brother, "as to keep 2 sets of horses going. I bought my uncle's because it seemed to suit just at the time, and there are the others at Horsball's, because I've not had time to settle down yet. I'll go over for March and take a couple with me, and at the end of it I'll get rid of those I don't like. Then that'll be the end of the Moonbeam as far as I am concerned." So he prepared to start, and on the evening before he went his brother declared that he would go as far as London with him. "That's all right," said Ralph. "But what's taking you up now?" The parson said that he wanted to get a few things and have his hair cut. He shouldn't stay above one night. Ralph asked no more questions, and the 2 brothers went up to London together. We fear that Patience Underwood may not have been in all respects a discreet preserver of her sister's secrets. But then there is nothing more difficult of attainment than discretion in the preservation of such mysteries. To keep a friend's secret well, the keeper of it should be firmly resolved to act upon it in no way, not even for the advantage of the owner of it. If it be confided to you as a secret that your friend is about to make his maiden speech in the house, you should not even invite your acquaintances to be in their places, not if secrecy be the first object. In all things the knowledge should be to you as though you had it not. Great love is hardly capable of such secrecy as this. In the fulness of her love, Patience had allowed her father to learn the secret of poor Clary's heart, and in the fulness of her love she had endeavoured to make things smooth at Newton. She had not told the young clergyman that Clarissa had given to his brother that which she could not give to him, but meaning to do a morsel of service to both of them, if that might be possible, she had said a word or two, with what effect the reader will have seen from the conversation given in the last chapter. "She'll come to the parsonage yet," Ralph had said, and Gregory, in one word, had implied his assured conviction that any such coming was a thing not to be hoped for, an event not even to be regarded as possible. Nevertheless, he made up his mind that he would go up to London, to have his hair cut. In so making up his mind, he did not for a moment believe that it could be of any use to him. He was not quite sure that when in London he would go to Popham Villa. He was quite sure that if he did go to Popham Villa, he would make no further offer to Clarissa. He knew that his journey was foolish, simply the result of an uneasy, restless spirit, that it would be better for him to remain in his parish and move about among the old women and bedridden men, but still he went. He would dine at his club, he said, and perhaps he might go down to Fulham on the following morning. And so the brothers parted. Ralph, as a man of property, with many weighty matters on hand, had of course much to do. He desired to inspect some agricultural implements and a new carriage. He had ever so many things to say to Carey, the lawyer, and wanted to order new harnesses for the horses. So he went to his club and played whist all the afternoon. Gregory, as soon as he had secured a bed at a quiet inn, walked off to Southampton Buildings. From the direct manner in which this was done, it might have been argued that he had come up to London with the purpose of seeing Sir Thomas, but it was not so. He turned his steps towards the place where Clary's father was generally to be found, because he knew not what else to do. As he went he told himself that he might as well leave it alone, but still he went. Stemm at once told him, with a candour that was almost marvellous, that Sir Thomas was out of town. The hearing of the petition was going on at Percycross, and Sir Thomas was there as a matter of course. Stemm seemed to think it rather odd that an educated man, such as was the Reverend Gregory Newton, should have been unaware that the petition against the late election at Percycross was being carried on at this moment.
"We've got Sergeant Burnaby and little Mr. Joram down to make a fight of it," said Mr. Stemm. "But as far as I can learn, they might just as well have remained up in town. It's only sending good money after bad."
The young parson hardly expressed that interest in the matter which Stemm had expected, but turned away, thinking whether he had not better have his hair cut at once and then go home. But he did go to Popham Villa on the same afternoon, and, such was his fortune, he found Clarissa alone. Since her father had seen her in bed and spoken to her of what he had called the folly of her love, she had not again given herself up to the life of a sick room. She dressed herself and came down to breakfast of a morning, and then would sit with a needle in her hand till she took her book, and then with a book till she took her needle. She tried to work and tried to read, and perhaps she did accomplish a little of each. And then, when Patience would tell her that exercise was necessary, she would put on her hat and creep out among the paths. She did make some kind of effort to get over the evil that had come upon her, but still no one could watch her and not know that she was a wounded deer.
"Miss Clarissa is at home," said the servant,
who well knew that the young clergyman was one of the rejected suitors. There had been hardly a secret in the house in reference to Gregory Newton's love.
"The two other young ladies," the girl said, "had gone to London, but would be home to dinner."
Then, with a beating heart, Gregory was ushered into the drawing room. Clarissa was sitting near the window with a novel in her lap, having placed herself there with the view of getting what was left of the light of the early spring evening. But she had not read a word for the last quarter of an hour. She was thinking of that word scoundrel, with which her father had spoken of the man she loved. Could it be that he was in truth so bad as that? And if it were true, would she not take him, scoundrel as he was, if he would come to her? He might be a scoundrel in that one thing, on that one occasion, and yet be good to her. He might repent his scoundrelism, and she certainly would forgive it. Of one thing she was quite sure. He had not looked like a scoundrel when he had given her that assurance on the lawn. And so she thought of young men in general. It was very easy to call a young man a scoundrel, and yet to forgive him all his iniquities when it suited to do so. Young men might get in debt and gamble, and make love wherever they pleased, and all at once, and yet be forgiven. All these things were very bad. It might be just to call a man a scoundrel because he could not pay his debts, or because he made bets about horses. Young men did a great many things which would be horrid indeed were a girl to do them. Then one papa would call such a man a scoundrel because he was not wanted to come to the house, while another papa would make him welcome and give him the best of everything. Ralph Newton might be a scoundrel, but if so, as Clarissa thought, there were a great many good-looking scoundrels about in the world, as to whom their scoundrelism did very little to injure them in the esteem of all their friends. It was thus that Clarissa was thinking over her own affairs when Gregory Newton was shown into the room. The greeting on both sides was at first formal and almost cold. Clary had given a little start of surprise, and had then subsided into a most demure mode of answering questions. Yes, papa was at Percycross. She did not know when he was expected back. Mary and Patience were in London. Yes, she was at home all alone. No, she had not seen Ralph since his uncle's death. The question which elicited this answer had been asked without any design, and Clary endeavoured to make her reply without emotion. If she displayed any, Gregory, who had his own affairs upon his mind, did not see it. No, they had not seen the other Mr. Newton as he passed through town. They had all understood that he had been very much disturbed by his father's horrible accident and death. Then Gregory paused in his questions, and Clarissa expressed a hope that there might be no more hunting in the world. It was very hard work, this conversation, and Gregory was beginning to think that he had done no good by coming, when on a sudden he struck a chord from whence came a sound of music. "Ralph and I have been living together at the Priory," he said. "Oh yes, indeed. I think I heard Patience say that you were at the Priory." "I suppose I shall not be telling any secret to you in talking about him and your cousin Mary?" Clarissa felt that she was blushing up to her brow, but she made a great effort to compose herself. "Oh no," she said, "we all know of it." "I hope he may be successful," said Gregory. "I do not know. I cannot tell." "I never knew a man more thoroughly in love than he is." "I don't believe it," said Clarissa. "Not believe it! Indeed you may, Clary. I have never seen her, but from what he says of her I suppose her to be most beautiful." "She is very beautiful." This was said with a strong emphasis. "And why should you not believe it?" "It will not be of the slightest use, Mr. Newton, and you may tell him so, though I suppose it is impossible to make a man believe that." "Are we both so unfortunate?" he asked. The poor girl, with her wounded love and every feeling sore within her, had not intended to say anything that should be cruel or injurious to Gregory himself, and it was not till the words were out of her mouth that she herself perceived their effect. "Oh, Mr. Newton, I was only thinking of him," she said, innocently. "I only meant that Ralph is one of those who always think they are to have everything they want." "I am not one of those, Clarissa, and yet I am one who seem never to be tired of asking for that which is not to be given to me. I said to myself when last I went from here that I would never ask again, that I would never trouble you any more." She was sitting with the book in her hand, looking out into the gloom, and now she made no attempt to answer him. "And yet, you see, here I am," he continued. She was still silent, and her head was still turned away from him, but he could see that tears were streaming down her cheeks. "I have not the power not to come to you while yet there is a chance," he said. "I can live and work without you, but I can have no life of my own. When I first saw you I made a picture to myself of what my life might be, and I cannot get that moved from before my eyes. I am sorry, however, that my coming should make you weep." "Oh, Mr. Newton, I am so wretched," she said, turning round sharply upon him. For a moment she had thought that she would tell him everything, and then she checked herself and remembered how ill placed such a confidence would be. What should make you wretched, dearest?"
"I do not know. I cannot tell. I sometimes think the world is bad altogether, and that I had better die. People are so cruel and so hard, and things are so wrong. But you may tell your brother that he need not think of my cousin Mary. Nothing ever would move her. Here they are. Do not say that I was crying."
He was introduced to the beauty, and as the lights came on, Clarissa escaped. Yes, she was indeed most lovely, but as he looked on her, Gregory felt that he agreed with Clarissa that nothing on earth would move her. He remained there for another half hour, but Clarissa did not return, and then he went back to London. CHAPTER XLIV. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter XLIV of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The petition. The time for hearing the petition at Percycross had at length come, and the judge had gone down to that ancient borough. The day fixed was Monday the 27th, and Parliament had then been sitting for 3 weeks. Mr. Griffenbottom had been as constant in his place as though there had been no sword hanging over his head, but Sir Thomas had not as yet even taken the oaths. He had made up his mind that he would not even enter the House while this bar against him as a legislator existed, and he had not as yet even been seen in the lobby. His daughters, his colleague, Mr. Trigger, and Stemm, had all expostulated with him on the subject, assuring him that he should treat the petition with the greatest contempt, at any rate till it should have proved itself by its success to be a matter not contemptible. But to these counsellors he gave no ear, and when he went down to give his evidence before the judge at Percycross, his seat had as yet availed him nothing. Mr. Griffenbottom had declared that he would not pay a shilling towards the expense of the petition, maintaining that his own seat was safe, and that any peril incurred had been so incurred simply on behalf of Sir Thomas. Nothing, according to Mr. Griffenbottom's views, could be more unjust than to expect that he should take any part in the matter. Trigger, too, had endeavoured to impress this upon Sir Thomas more than once or twice. But this had been all in vain, and Sir Thomas, acting under the advice of his own attorney, had at last compelled Mr. Griffenbottom to take his share in the matter. Mr. Griffenbottom did not scruple to say that he was very ill used, and to hint that any unfair practices which might possibly have prevailed during the last election at Percycross had all been adopted on behalf of Sir Thomas, and in conformity with Sir Thomas's views. It will, therefore, be understood that the two members did not go down to the borough in the best humour with each other. Mr. Trigger still nominally acted for both, but it had been almost avowed that Sir Thomas was to be treated as a Jonah, if by such treatment any salvation might be had for the ship of which Griffenbottom was to be regarded as the captain. Mr. Westmacott was also in Percycross, and so was Moggs, reinstated in his old room at the Cordwainers' Arms. Moggs had not been summoned, nor was his presence there required for any purpose immediately connected with the inquiry to be made. But purity and the rights of labour may always be advocated, and when better than at a moment in which the impurity of a borough is about to be made the subject of public condemnation? And Moggs, moreover, had now rankling in his bosom a second cause of enmity against the Tories of the borough. Since the election he had learned that his rival, Ralph Newton, was in some way connected with the sitting member, Sir Thomas, and he laid upon Sir Thomas's back the weight of his full displeasure in reference to the proposed marriage with Polly Neefit. He had heard that Polly had raised some difficulty, had indeed rejected her aristocratic suitor, and was therefore not without hope, but he had been positively assured by Neefit himself that the match would be made, and was consequently armed with a double purpose in his desire to drive Sir Thomas ignominiously out of Percycross. Sir Thomas had had more than one interview with Serjeant Burnaby and little Mr. Joram, than whom two more astute barristers in such matters were not to be found at that time practising, though perhaps at that time the astuteness of the Serjeant was on the wane, while that of Jacky Joram, as he was familiarly called, was daily rising in repute. Sir Thomas himself, barrister and senior to these two gentlemen, had endeavoured to hold his own with them, and to impress on them the conviction that he had nothing to conceal, that he had personally endeavoured, as best he knew how, to avoid corruption, and that if therefore there had been corruption on the part of his own agents, he was himself ready to be a party in proclaiming it. But he found himself to be absolutely ignored and put out of court by his own counsel. They were gentlemen with whom professionally he had had no intercourse, as he had practised at the Chancery, and they at the common law bar. But he had been Solicitor General, and was a bencher of his inn, whereas Serjeant Burnaby was only a sergeant, and Jacky Joram still wore a stuff gown. Nevertheless, he found himself to be nowhere in discussing with them the circumstances of the election. Even Joram, whom he seemed to remember having seen only the other day as an ugly, shamefaced boy about the courts, treated him not exactly with indignity, but with patronizing good nature, listening with an air of half attention to what he said, and then not taking the slightest heed of a word of it. Who does not know this transparent pretence of courtesies, which of all discourtesies is the most offensive? "Ah, just so, Sir Thomas, just so. And now, Mr. Trigger, I suppose Mr. Puffer's account hasn't yet been settled?" Any word from Mr. Trigger was of infinitely greater value with Mr. Joram than all Sir Thomas's protestations. Sir Thomas could not keep himself from remembering that Jacky Joram's father was a cheesemonger at Gloucester, who had married the widow of a Jew with a little money. 20 times Sir Thomas made up his mind to retire from the business altogether, but he always found himself unable to do so. When he mentioned the idea, Griffenbottom flung up his hands in dismay at such treachery on the part of an ally. Such treachery and such cowardice! What, had not he, Sir Thomas, forced him, Griffenbottom, into all this ruinous expenditure? And now to talk of throwing up the sponge! It was in vain that Sir Thomas explained that he had forced nobody into it. It was manifestly the case that he had refused to go on with it by himself, and on this Mr. Griffenbottom and Mr. Trigger insisted so often, and with so much strength, that Sir Thomas felt himself compelled to stand to his guns, bad as he believed those guns to be. If Sir Thomas meant to retreat, why had he not retreated when a proposition to that effect was made to him at his own chambers? Of all the weak, vacillating, ill-conditioned men that Mr. Griffenbottom had ever been concerned with, Sir Thomas Underwood was the weakest, most vacillating, and most ill-conditioned. To have to sit in the same boat with such a man was the greatest misfortune that had ever befallen Mr. Griffenbottom in public life. Mr. Griffenbottom did not exactly say these hard things in the hearing of Sir Thomas, but he so said them that they became the common property of the Jorams, Triggers, Spiveycombs, and Spicers, and were repeated piecemeal to the unhappy second member. He had secured for himself a separate sitting room at the Percy Standard, thinking that thus he would have the advantage of being alone. but every one connected with his party came in and out of his room as though it had been specially selected as a chamber for public purposes. Even Griffenbottom came into it to have interviews there with Trigger, although at the moment Griffenbottom and Sir Thomas were not considered to be on speaking terms. Griffenbottom in these matters seemed to have the hide of a rhinoceros. He had chosen to quarrel with Sir Thomas. He had declared that he would not speak to a colleague whose parliamentary ideas and habits were so repulsive to him. He had said quite aloud that Trigger had never made a greater mistake in his life than in bringing Sir Thomas to the borough, and that, let the petition go as it would, Sir Thomas should never be returned for the borough again. He had spoken all these things almost in the hearing of Sir Thomas, and yet he would come to Sir Thomas's private room, and sit there half the morning with a cigar in his mouth. Mr. Pile would come in and make most unpleasant speeches. Mr. Spicer called continually with his own ideas about the borough. The thing could be still saved if enough money were spent. If Mr. Givantake were properly handled, and Mr. O'Blather duly provided for, the two witnesses upon whom the thing really hung would not be found in Percycross when called upon to-morrow. That was Mr. Spicer's idea, and he was very eager to communicate it to Sergeant Burnaby. Trigger, in his energy, told Mr. Spicer to go and be damned. All this occurred in Sir Thomas's private room, and then Mr. Pabsby was there constantly, till at last was turned out by Trigger. In his agony Sir Thomas asked for another sitting room, but was informed that the house was full. The room intended for the two members was occupied by Griffenbottom, but nobody ever suggested that the party might meet there when Sir Thomas's vain request was made for further accommodation. Griffenbottom went on with his cigar, and Mr. Pile sat picking his teeth before the fire and making unpleasant little speeches. The judge, who had hurried into Percycross from another town, and who opened the commission on the Monday evening, did not really begin his work till the Tuesday morning. Jacky Joram had declared that the inquiry would last 3 days, he having pledged himself to be at another town early on the following Friday. Sergeant Burnaby, whose future services were not in such immediate demand, was of opinion that they would not get out of Percycross till Saturday night. Judge Crumby, who was to try the case, and who had been trying similar cases ever since Christmas, was not due at his next town till the Monday, but it was understood by everybody that he intended, if possible, to spend his Saturday and Sunday in the bosom of his family. Trigger, however, had magnificent ideas. "I believe we shall carry them into the middle of next week," he said, "if they choose to go on with it." Trigger thoroughly enjoyed the petition, and even Griffenbottom, who was no longer troubled by gout, and was not now obliged to walk about the borough, did not seem to dislike it. But to poor Sir Thomas it was indeed a purgatory. The sitting members were of course accused, both as regarded themselves and their agents, of every crime known in electioneering tactics. Votes had been personated. Votes had been bought. Votes had been obtained by undue influence on the part of masters and landlords, and there had been treating of the most pernicious and corrupt description. As to the personating of votes, that, according to Mr. Trigger, had been merely introduced as a pleasant commencing fiction common in parliamentary petitions. There had been nothing of the kind, and nobody supposed that there had, and it did not signify. Of undue influence, what purists choose to call undue influence, there had of course been plenty. It was not likely that masters paying thousands a year in wages were going to let these men vote against themselves. But this influence was so much a matter of course that it could not be proved to the injury of the sitting members. Such at least was Mr. Trigger's opinion. Mr. Spicer might have been a little imprudent with his men, but no case could be brought up in which a man had been injured. Undue influence at Percycross was gammon, so said Mr. Trigger, and Jacky Joram agreed with Mr. Trigger. Sergeant Burnaby rubbed his hands, and would give no opinion till he had heard the evidence. That votes had been bought during the day of the election there was no doubt on earth. On this matter great secrecy prevailed, and Sir Thomas could not get a word spoken in his own hearing. It was admitted, however, that votes had been bought. There were a dozen men, perhaps more than a dozen, who would prove that one Glump had paid them 10 shillings apiece between 1 and 2 on the day of the election. There was a general belief that perhaps over 100 had been bought at that rate. But Trigger was ready to swear that he did not know whence Glump had got the money, and Glump himself was, nobody knew where Glump was, but strange whispers respecting Glump were floating about the borough. Trigger was disposed to believe that they, on their side, could prove that Glump had really been employed by Westmacott's people to vitiate the election. He was quite sure that nothing could connect Glump with him as an agent on behalf of Griffenbottom and Underwood. So Mr. Trigger asserted with the greatest confidence. But what was in the bottom of Mr. Trigger's mind on this subject no one pretended to know. As for Glump himself, he was a man who would certainly take payment from anybody for any dirty work. It was the general impression through the borough that Glump had on this occasion been hired by Trigger, and Trigger certainly enjoyed the prestige which was thus conferred upon him. As to the treating, there could be no doubt about that. There had been treating. The idea of conducting an election at Percycross without beer seemed to be absurd to every male and female Percycrossian. Of course the publicans would open their taps, and then send in their bills for beer to the electioneering agents. There was a prevailing feeling that any interference with so ancient a practice was not only un-English, but unjust also, that it was beyond the power of Parliament to enforce any law so abominable and unnatural. Trigger was of opinion that though there had been a great deal of beer, no attempt would be made to prove that votes had been influenced by treating. There had been beer on both sides, and Trigger hoped sincerely that there might always be beer on both sides as long as Percycross was a borough. Sir Thomas found that his chance of success was now spoken of in a tone very different from that which had been used when the matter was discussed in his own chamber. He had been then told that it was hardly possible that he should keep his seat, and he had in fact been asked to resign it. Though sick enough of Percycross, this he would not do in the manner then proposed to him. Now he was encouraged in the fight, but the encouragement was of a nature which gave him no hope, which robbed him even of the wish to have a hope. It was all dirt from beginning to end. Whatever might be the verdict of the judge, from the judge the verdict was now to come, he should still believe that nothing short of absolute disfranchisement would meet the merits of the case. The accusation with regard to the personation of votes was abandoned, Sergeant Burnaby expressing the most extreme disgust that any such charge should have been made without foundation, although he himself at the borough which he had last left had brought forward the same charge on behalf of his then clients, and had abandoned it in the same way. Then the whole of the remaining hours of the Tuesday and half the Wednesday were passed in showing that Messrs. Spicer, Spiveycomb, and Roodylands had forced their own men to vote blue. Mr. Spicer had dismissed one man, and Mr. Spiveycomb 2 men. But both these gentlemen swore that the men dismissed were not worth their salt, and had been sent adrift upon the world by no means on account of their politics. True, they had all voted for Moggs, but then they had done that simply to spite their late master. On the middle of Wednesday, when the matter of intimidation had been completed, the result still lying in the bosom of Baron Crumbie, Mr. Trigger thought that things were looking up. That was the report which he brought to Mr. Griffenbottom, who was smoking his midday cigar in Sir Thomas's arm-chair, while Sir Thomas was endeavouring to master the first book of Lord Verulam's later treatise De Dignitate Scientiarum, seated in a cane-bottomed chair in a very small bedroom upstairs. By consent the question of treating came next. Heaven and earth were being moved to find Glump. When the proposition was made that the treating should come before the bribery, Trigger stated in court that he was himself doing his very best to find the man. There might yet be a hope, though, alas, the hope was becoming slighter every hour. His own idea was that Glump had been sent away to Holland by, well, he did not care to name the parties by whom he believed that Glump had been expatriated. However, there might be a chance. The counsel on the other side remarked that there might indeed be a chance. Baron Crumbie expressed a hope that Mr. Glump might make his appearance, for the sake of the borough, which might otherwise fare badly, and then the great beer question was discussed for 2 entire days. There was no doubt about the beer. Trigger, who was examined after some half-score of publicans, said openly that thirsty Conservative souls had been allowed to slake their draught at the joint expense of the Conservative party in the borough, as thirsty Liberal souls had been encouraged to do on the other side. When reminded that any malpractice in that direction on the part of a beaten candidate could not affect the status of the elected members, he replied that all the beer consumed in Percycross during the election had not, to the best of his belief, affected a vote. The Percycrossians were not men to vote this way or that because of beer. He would not believe it even in regard to a Liberal Percycrossian. It might be so in other boroughs, but of other boroughs he knew absolutely nothing. Who paid for the beer? Mr. Trigger at once acknowledged that it was paid for out of the general funds provided for the election. Who provided those funds? There was not a small amount of fencing on this point, during the course of which Mr. Joram snapped very sharply and very frequently at the counsel on the other side, hoping thereby somewhat to change the issue. But at last there came out these 2 facts, that there was a general fund, to which all Conservatives might subscribe, and that the only known subscribers to this fund were Mr. Griffenbottom, Sir Thomas Underwood, and old Mr. Pile, who had given a £10 note, apparently with the view of proving that there was a fund. It was agreed on all hands that treating had been substantiated, but it was remarked by some that Baron Crumbie had not been hard upon treating in other boroughs. After all, the result would depend upon what the Baron thought about Mr. Glump. It might be that he would recommend further inquiry, under a special commission, into the practices of the borough because of the Glump iniquities, and that he should nevertheless leave the seats to the sitting members. That seemed to be Mr. Trigger's belief on the evening of the Thursday, as he took his brandy and water in Sir Thomas's private sitting-room. There is nothing in the world so brisk as the ways and manners of lawyers when in any great case they come to that portion of it which they know to be the real bone of the limb and kernel of the nut. The doctor is very brisk when, after a dozen moderately dyspeptic patients, he comes on some unfortunate gentleman whose gastric apparatus is gone altogether. The parson is very brisk when he reaches the minatory clause in his sermon. The minister is very brisk when he asks the House for a vote, telling his hoped-for followers that this special point is absolutely essential to his government. Unless he can carry this, he and all those hanging on to him must vacate their places. The horse dealer is very brisk when, after 4 or 5 indifferent lots, he bids his man bring out from the stable the last thoroughbred that he bought, and the very best that he ever put his eye on. But the briskness of none of these is equal to the briskness of the barrister who has just got into his hands, for cross-examination, him whom we may call the centre witness of a great case. He plumes himself like a bullfinch going to sing. He spreads himself like a peacock on a lawn. He perks himself like a sparrow on a paling. He crows amidst his attorneys and all the satellites of the court like a cock among his hens. He puts his hands this way and that, settling even the sunbeams as they enter, lest a mote should disturb his intellect or dull the edge of his subtlety. There is a modesty in his eye, a quiescence in his lips, a repose in his limbs, under which lie half concealed, not at all concealed from those who have often watched him at his work, the glance, the tone, the spring, which are to tear that unfortunate witness into pieces, without infringing any one of those conventional rules which have been laid down for the guidance of successful, well-mannered barristers. Serjeant Burnaby, though astute, was not specially brisk by nature, but on this Friday morning Mr. Joram was very brisk indeed. There was a certain Mr. Cavity, who had acted as agent for Westmacott, and who, if anybody on the Westmacott side had been so guilty, had been guilty in the matter of Glump's absence. Perhaps we should not do justice to Mr. Joram's acuteness were we to imagine him as believing that Glump was absent under other influence than that used on behalf of the Conservative side. But there were subsidiary points on which Mr. Cavity might be made to tell tales. Of course there had been extensive bribery for years past in Percycross on the Liberal as well as on the Conservative side. And Mr. Joram thought that he could make Mr. Cavity tell a tale. And then, too, he could be very brisk in that affair of Glump. He was pretty nearly sure that Mr. Glump could not be connected by evidence with either of the sitting members or with any of their agents. He would prove that Glump was neutral ground, and that as such his services could not be traced to his friend Mr. Trigger. Mr. Joram on this occasion was very brisk indeed. A score of men were brought up, ignorant, half-dumb, heavy-browed men, all dressed in the amphibious garb of out-of-door town labourers, of whom there exists a class of hybrids between the rural labourer and the artisan, each one of whom acknowledged that afternoon on the election day he received 10 shillings, with instructions to vote for Griffenbottom and Underwood. And they did vote for Griffenbottom and Underwood. At all elections in Percycross they had, as they now openly acknowledged, waited till about the same hour on the day of election, and then somebody had bought their votes for somebody. On this occasion the purchase had been made by Mr. Glump. There was a small empty house up a little alley in the town, to which there was a back door opening on a vacant space in the town, known as Grinder's Green. They entered this house by one door, leaving it by the other, and as they passed through, Glump gave to each man half a sovereign with instructions, entering their names in a small book, and then they went in a body and voted for Griffenbottom and Underwood. Each of the 20 knew nearly all the other 20, but none of them knew any other men who had been paid by Glump. Of course, none of them had the slightest knowledge of Glump's present abode. It was proved that at the last election Glump had acted for the Liberals, but it was also proved that at the last election before he had been active in bribing for the Conservatives. Very many things were proved, if a thing be proved when supported by testimony on oath. Trigger proved that 20 votes alone could have been of no service, and would not certainly have been purchased in a manner so detrimental. According to Trigger's views, it was as clear as daylight that Glump had not been paid by them. When asked whether he would cause Mr. Glump to be repaid that sum of £10, should Mr. Glump send in any bill to that effect, he simply stated that Mr. Glump would certainly send no such bill to him. He was then asked whether it might not be possible that the money should be repaid by Messrs. Griffenbottom and Underwood through his hands, reaching Glump again by means of a further middleman. Mr. Trigger acknowledged that were such a claim made upon him by any known agent of his party, he would endeavour to pass the £10 through the accounts, as he thought that there should be a certain feeling of honour in these things. But he did not for a moment think that any one acting with him would have dealings with Glump. On the Saturday morning, when the case was still going on, to the great detriment of Baron Grumble's domestic happiness, Glump had not yet been caught. It seemed that the man had no wife, no relative, no friend. The woman at whose house he lodged declared that he often went and came after this fashion. The respect with which Glump's name was mentioned, as his persistency in disobeying the law and his capability for intrigue were thus proved, was so great that it was a pity he could not have been there to enjoy it. For the hour he was a great man in Percycross, and the greater because Baron Crumbie did not cease to threaten him with terrible penalties. Much other bribery was alleged, but none other was distinctly brought home to the agents of the sitting members. As to bringing bribery home to Mr. Griffenbottom himself, that appeared to be out of the question. Nobody seemed even to wish to do that. The judge, as it appeared, did not contemplate any result so grave and terrible as that. There was a band of freemen of whom it was proved that they had all been treated with most excessive liberality by the corporation of the town, and it was proved also that a majority of the corporation were supporters of Mr. Griffenbottom. A large number of votes had been so secured. Such at least was the charge made by the petitioners. But this allegation Jacky Joram laughed to scorn. The corporation of course used the charities and privileges of the town as they thought right, and the men voted as they thought right. The only cases of bribery absolutely proved were those manipulated by Glump, and nothing had been adduced clearly connecting Glump and the Griffenbottomites. Mr. Trigger was in ecstasies, but Mr. Joram somewhat repressed him by referring to these oracular words which had fallen from the Baron in respect to the corporation. "A corporation may be guilty as well as an individual," the Baron had said. Jacky Joram had been very eager in assenting to the Baron, but in asserting at the same time that the bribery must be proved. "It won't be assumed, my lord, that a corporation has bribed because it has political sympathies." "It should have none," said the Baron. "Human nature is human nature, my lord, even in corporations," said Jacky Joram. This took place just before luncheon, which was made a solemn meal on all sides, as the judge had declared his intention of sitting till midnight if necessary. Immediately after the solemn meal Mr. Griffenbottom was examined. It had been the declared purpose of the other side to turn Mr. Griffenbottom inside out. Mr. Griffenbottom and his conduct had on various former occasions been the subject of parliamentary petitions under the old form, but on such occasions the chief delinquent himself was never examined. Now Mr. Griffenbottom would be made to tell all that he knew, not only of his present but of his past iniquities. And yet Mr. Griffenbottom told very little, and it certainly did seem to the bystanders that even the opposing counsel, even the judge on the bench, abstained from their prey because he was a member of Parliament. It was notorious to all the world that Griffenbottom had debased the borough, had so used its venal tendencies as to make that systematic which had before been too frequent indeed, but yet not systematized, that he had trained the rising generation of Percycross politicians to believe in political corruption, and yet he escaped that utter turning inside out of which men had spoken. The borough had cost him a great deal of money certainly, but as far as he knew the money had been spent legally. It had at least always been his intention before an election was commenced, that nothing illegal should be done. He had no doubt always afterwards paid sums of money, the use of which he did not quite understand, and as to some of which he could not but fear that it had been doubtfully applied. The final accounts as to the last election had not reached him, but he did not expect to be charged with improper expenses. There no doubt would be something for beer, but that was unavoidable. As to Mr. Glump, he knew literally nothing of the man, nor had he wanted any such man's assistance. 20 votes indeed! Let them look at his place upon the poll. There had been a time in the day when 20 votes this way or that might be necessary to Sir Thomas. He had been told that it was so. On the day of the election his own position on the poll had been so certain to him that he should not have cared, that is, for himself, had he heard that Glump was buying votes against him. He considered it to be quite out of the question that Glump should have bought votes for him, with any purpose of serving him. And so Mr. Griffenbottom escaped from the adverse counsel and from the judge. There was very little in the examination of Sir Thomas Underwood to interest any one. No one really suspected him of corrupt practices. In all such cases the singular part of the matter is that everybody, those who are concerned and those who are not concerned, really know the whole truth which is to be investigated, and yet that which everybody knows cannot be substantiated. There were not 5 men in court who were not certain that Griffenbottom was corrupt, and that Sir Thomas was not; that the borough was rotten as a 6-month-old egg; that Glump had acted under one of Trigger's aides de camp; that intimidation was the law of the borough; and that beer was used so that men drunk might not fear that which sober they had not the courage to encounter. All this was known to everybody, and yet up to the last it was thought by many in Percycross that corruption, acknowledged, transparent, egregious corruption, would prevail even in the presence of a judge. Mr. Trigger believed it to the last. But it was not so thought by the Jacky Jorams or by the Serjeant Burnabys. They made their final speeches, the leading lawyer on each side, but they knew well what was coming. At 7:30, for to so late an hour had the work been continued, the judge retired to get a cup of tea, and returned at 8 to give his award. It was as follows: As to the personation of votes, there should have been no allegation made. In regard to the charge of intimidation, it appeared that the system prevailed to such an extent as to make it clear to him that Percycross was unfit to return representatives to Parliament. In the matter of treating, he was not quite prepared to say that, had no other charge been made, he would have declared this election void. But of that also there had been sufficient to make him feel it to be his duty to recommend to the Speaker of the House of Commons that further inquiry should be made as to the practices of the borough. And as to direct bribery, though he was not prepared to say that he could connect the agents of the members with what had been done, and certainly he could not connect either of the 2 members themselves, still quite enough had been proved to make it imperative upon him to declare the election void. This he should do in his report to the Speaker, and should also advise that a commission be held with a view of ascertaining whether the privilege of returning members of Parliament should remain with the borough. With Griffenbottom he dealt as tenderly as he did with Sir Thomas, sending them both forth to the world, unseated indeed, but as innocent injured men. There was a night train up to London at 10 P.M., by which on that evening Sir Thomas Underwood travelled, shaking off from his feet as he entered the carriage the dust of that most iniquitous borough. End of chapter 44. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 45 of Ralph the Heir, by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Never give a thing up. Mr. Neefit's conduct during this period of disappointment was not exactly what it should have been, either in the bosom of his family or among his dependents in Conduit Street. Herr Bauer, over a pot of beer in the public-house opposite, suggested to Mr. Waddle that the governor might be damned, in a manner that affected Mr. Waddle greatly. It was an eloquent and energetic expression of opinion, almost an expression of a settled purpose, as coming from the German, as it did come, and Waddle was bound to admit that cause had been given. "Fritz," said Waddle, pathetically, "I don't think about it. You can't better the wages." Herr Bauer looked up from his pot of beer and muttered a German oath. He had been told that he was beastly, skulking, pig-headed, obstinate, drunken, with some other, perhaps stronger epithets which may be omitted, and he had been told that he was a German. In that had lain the venom. There was the word that rankled. He had another pot of beer, and though it was then only 12 o'clock on a Monday morning, Herr Bauer swore that he was going to make a day of it, and that old Neefit might cut out the stuff for himself if he pleased. As they were now at the end of March, which is not a busy time of the year in Mr. Neefit's trade, the great artist's defalcation was of less immediate importance. But as Waddle knew, the German was given both to beer and obstinacy when aroused to wrath, and what would become of the firm should the obstinacy continue? "Where's that pig-headed German brute?" asked Mr. Neefit, when Mr. Waddle returned to the establishment. Mr. Waddle made no reply, and when Neefit repeated the question with a free use of the epithets previously omitted by us, Waddle still was dumb, leaning over his ledger as though in that there were matters so great as to absorb his powers of hearing. "The two of you may go and be damned together," said Mr. Neefit. If any order requiring immediate obedience were contained in this, Mr. Waddle disobeyed that order. He still bent himself over the ledger, and was dumb. Waddle had been trusted with his master's private view in the matter of the Newton marriage, and felt that on this account he owed a debt of forbearance to the unhappy father. The breeches maker was in truth very unhappy. He had accused his German assistant of obstinacy, but the German could hardly have been more obstinate than his master. Mr. Neefit had set his heart upon making his daughter Mrs. Newton, and had persisted in declaring that the marriage should be made to take place. The young man had once given him a promise, and should be compelled to keep the promise so given. And in these days Mr. Neefit seemed to have lost that discretion for which his friends had once given him credit. On the occasion of his visit to the Moonbeam early in the hunting season, he had spoken out very freely among the sportsmen there assembled, and from that time all reticence respecting his daughter seemed to have been abandoned. He had paid the debts of this young man, who was now lord of wide domains, when the young man hadn't a red copper in his pocket. So did Mr. Neefit explain the matter to his friends. And he didn't intend that the young man should be off his bargain. No, he wasn't going to put up with that, not if he knew it. All this he declared freely to his general acquaintance. He was very eloquent on the subject in a personal interview which he had with Mr. Moggs senior, in consequence of a visit made to Hendon by Mr. Moggs junior, during which he feared that Polly had shown some tendency towards yielding to the young politician. Mr. Moggs senior might take this for granted, that if Moggs junior made himself master of Polly, it would be of Polly pure and simple, of Polly without a shilling of dowry. "He'll have to take her in her smock. That was the phrase in which Mr. Neefit was pleased to express his resolution. To all of which Mr. Moggs senior answered never a word. It was on returning from Mr. Moggs's establishment in Bond Street to his own in Conduit Street that Mr. Neefit made himself so very unpleasant to the unfortunate German. When Ontario put on his best clothes and took himself out to Hendon on the previous Sunday, he did not probably calculate that, as one consequence of that visit, the Herr Bawwah would pass a whole week of intoxication in the little back parlour of the public house near St. George's Church. It may be imagined how very unpleasant all this must have been to Miss Neefit herself. Poor Polly, indeed, suffered many things, but she bore them with an admirable and a persistent courage. Indeed, she possessed a courage which greatly mitigated her sufferings. Let her father be as indiscreet as he might, he could not greatly lower her as long as she herself was prudent. It was thus that Polly argued with herself. She knew her own value, and was not afraid that she should ever lack a lover when she wanted to find a husband. Of course it was not a nice thing to be thrown at a man's head, as her father was constantly throwing her at the head of young Newton. But such a man as she would give herself to at last would understand all that. Ontario Moggs, could she ever bring herself to accept Ontario, would not be less devoted to her because of her father's ill-arranged ambition. Polly could be obstinate too, but with her obstinacy there was combined a fund of feminine strength which, as we think, quite justified the devotion of Ontario Moggs. Amidst all these troubles Mrs. Neefit also had a bad time of it, so bad a time that she was extremely anxious that Ontario should at once carry off the prize. Ontario or the gasfitter, or almost anybody. Neefit was taking to drink in the midst of all this confusion, and was making himself uncommonly unpleasant in the bosom of his family. On the Sunday before the Monday on which the Herr decided that his wisest course of action would be to abstain from work and make a beast of himself in order that he might spite his master, Mr. Neefit had dined at 1 o'clock, and had insisted on his gin and water and pipe immediately after his dinner. Now, Mr. Neefit, when he took too much, did not fall into the extreme sins which disgraced his foreman. He simply became very cross till he fell asleep, very heavy while sleeping, and more cross than ever when again awake. While he was asleep on this Sunday afternoon, Ontario Moggs came down to Hendon dressed in his Sunday best. Mrs. Neefit whispered a word to him before he was left alone with Polly. "You be round with her, and run your chance about the money." "Mrs. Neefit," said Ontario, laying his hand upon his heart, "all the bullion in the Bank of England don't make a feather's weight in the balance." "You never was mercenary, Mr. Ontario," said the lady. "My sweetheart is to me more than a coined hemisphere," said Ontario. The expression may have been absurd, but the feeling was there. Polly was not at all coy of her presence, was not so, though she had been specially ordered by her father not to have anything to say to that long-legged, ugly fool. "Handsome is as handsome does," Polly had answered, whereupon Mr. Neefit had shown his teeth and growled. But Polly, though she loved her father, and after a fashion respected him, was not afraid of him. And now, when her mother left her alone with Ontario, she was free enough of her conversation. "Oh, Polly," he said after a while, "you know why I'm here." "Yes, I know," said Polly. "I don't think you do care for that young gentleman." "I'm not going to break my heart about him, Mr. Moggs." "I'd try to be the death of him if you did." "That would be a right down tragedy, because then you'd be hung, and so there'd be an end of us all. I don't think I'd do that, Mr. Moggs."
Polly, I sometimes feel as though I didn't know what to do."
"Tell me the whole story of how you went on down at Percycross. I was so anxious you should get in."
"Were you now?"
"Right down sick at heart about it. That I was. Don't you think we should all be proud to know a member of Parliament?"
"Oh, if that's all."
"I shouldn't think anything of Mr. Newton for being in Parliament. Whether he was in Parliament or out would be all the same. Of course he's a friend, and we like him very well, but his being in Parliament would be nothing. But if you were there—"
"I don't know what's the difference," said Moggs despondently.
"Because you're one of us."
"Yes, I am," said Moggs, rising to his legs and preparing himself for an oration on the rights of labour. "I thank my God that I am no aristocrat." Then there came upon him a feeling that this was not a time convenient for political fervour. "But I'll tell you something, Polly," he said, interrupting himself.
"Well, tell me something, Mr. Moggs."
"I'd sooner have a kiss from you than be Prime Minister."
"Kisses mean so much, Mr. Moggs," said Polly.
"I mean them to mean much," said Ontario Moggs. Whereupon Polly, declining further converse on that delicate subject, and certainly not intending to grant the request made on the occasion, changed the subject.
"But you will get in still, won't you, Mr. Moggs? They tell me that those other gentlemen ain't to be members any longer because what they did was unfair. Oughtn't that to make you member?"
"I think it ought, if the law was right. But it doesn't."
"Doesn't it now? But you'll try again, won't you? Never give a thing up, Mr. Moggs, if you really want it."
As the words left her lips she understood their meaning, the meaning in which he must necessarily take them, and she blushed up to her forehead. Then she laughed as she strove to recall the encouragement she had given him.
"You know what I mean, Mr. Moggs. I don't mean any silly nonsense about being in love."
"If that is silly, I am the silliest man in London."
"I think you are sometimes. So I tell you fairly."
In the meantime Mr. Neefit had woke up from his slumbers. He was in his old arm chair in the little back room where they had dined, while Polly with her lover was in the front parlour. Mrs. Neefit was seated opposite to Mr. Neefit, with an open Bible in her lap, which had been as potent for sleep with her as had been the gin and water with her husband. Neefit suddenly jumped up and growled. "Where's Polly?" he demanded.
"She's in the parlour, I suppose,"
said Mrs. Neefit doubtingly. "And who is with her?"
"Nobody as hadn't ought to be," said Mrs. Neefit.
"Who's there, I say?" But without waiting an answer he stalked into the front room. "It's no use in life your coming here," he said, addressing himself at once to Ontario. "Not in the least. She ain't for you. She's for somebody else. Why can't one word be as good as 1,000?" Moggs stood silent, looking sheepish and confounded. It was not that he was afraid of the father, but that he feared to offend the daughter should he address the father roughly. "If she goes against me, she'll have to walk out of the house with just what she's got on her back." "I should be quite contented," said Ontario. "But I shouldn't. So you may just cut it. Anybody who wants her without my leave must take her in her smock."
"Oh, father!"
screamed Polly. "That's what I mean. So let's have done with it. What business have you coming to another man's house when you're not welcome? When I want you, I'll send for you, and till I do, you have my leave to stay away."
"Good bye, Polly," said Ontario, offering the girl his hand. "Good bye, Mr. Moggs," said Polly. "And mind you get into Parliament. You stick to it, and you'll do it." When she repeated this salutary advice,
It must have been that she intended to apply to the double event. Moggs, at any rate, took it in that light. "I shall," said he, as he opened the door and walked triumphantly out of the house.
"Father," said Polly, as soon as they were alone, "you've behaved very bad to that young man."
"You be blowed," said Mr. Neefit.
"You have, then. You go on till you get me that talked about that I shall be ashamed to show myself. What's the good of me trying to behave if you keep going on like that?"
"Why didn't you take that chap when he came after you down to Margate?"
"Because I didn't choose. I don't care enough for him, and it's all no use of you going on. I wouldn't have him if he came 20 times. I've made up my mind, so I tell you."
"You're a very grand young woman."
"I'm grand enough to have a will of my own about that. I'm not going to be made to marry any man, I know."
"And you mean to take that long-legged shoemaker's apprentice?"
"He's not a shoemaker's apprentice any more than I'm a breeches maker's apprentice."
Polly was now quite in earnest, and in no mood for picking her words.
"He is a bootmaker by his trade, and I've never said anything about taking him."
"You've given him a promise?"
"No, I've not."
"And you'd better not, unless you want to walk out of this house with nothing but the rags on your back. Ain't I doing it all for you? Ain't I been sweating my life out these 30 years to make you a lady?" This was hard upon Polly, as she was not yet 21.
"I don't want to be a lady, no more than I am just by myself, like. If I can't be a lady without being made one, I won't be a lady at all."
"You be blowed."
"There are different kinds of ladies, father. I want to be such a one as neither you nor mother shall ever have cause to say I didn't behave myself."
"You talk the figures off a milestone," said Mr. Neefit, as he returned to his arm chair, to his gin and water, to his growlings, and before long to his slumbers. Throughout the whole evening he was very unpleasant in the bosom of his family, which consisted on this occasion of his wife only, as Polly took the opportunity of going out to drink tea with a young lady friend. Neefit, when he heard this, suggested that Ontario was drinking tea at the same house, and would have pursued his daughter but for mingled protestations and menaces which his wife used for preventing such a violation of parental authority.
"Moggs don't know from Adam where she is, and you never knowed her do anything of that kind. And you'll go about with your mad schemes and jealousies till you about ruin the poor girl, that's what you will. I won't have it. If you go, I'll go too, and I'll shame you. No, you shan't have your hat. Of course she'll be off some day, if you make the place that wretched that she can't live in it. I know I would, with the fust man as asked me." By these objurgations, by a pertinacious refusal as to his hat, and a little yielding in the matter of gin and water, Mr. Neefit was at length persuaded to remain at home. On the following morning he said nothing before he left home, but as soon as he had opened his letters and spoken a few sharp things to the 2 men in Conduit Street, he went off to Mr. Moggs senior. Of the interview between Mr. Neefit and Mr. Moggs senior sufficient has already been told. Then it was, after his return to his own shop, that he so behaved as to drive the German artist into downright mutiny and unlimited beer. Through the whole afternoon he snarled at Waddle, but Waddle sat silent, bending over the ledger. One question Waddle did answer. "Where's that pig-headed German gone?" asked Mr. Neefit for the 10th time. "I believe he's cutting his throat about this time," said Mr. Waddle. "He may wait till I come and sew it up," said the breeches maker. All this time Mr. Neefit was very unhappy. He knew as well as did Mr. Waddle or Polly that he was misbehaving himself.
He was by no means deficient in ideas of duty to his wife, to his daughter, and to his dependents. Polly was the apple of his eye, his one jewel, in his estimation the best girl that ever lived. He admired her in all her moods, even though she would sometimes oppose his wishes with invincible obstinacy. He knew in his heart that were she to marry Ontario Moggs, he would forgive her on the day of her marriage. He could not keep himself from forgiving her, though she were to marry a chimney sweep. But, as he thought, a great wrong was being done him. He could not bring himself to believe that Polly would not marry the young Squire, if the young Squire would only be true to his undertaking. And then he could not endure that the young Squire should escape from him after having been, as it were, saved from ruin by his money, without paying for the accommodation in some shape. He had some inkling of an idea that in punishing Ralph by making public the whole transaction, he would be injuring his daughter as much as he injured Ralph. But the inkling did not sufficiently establish itself in his mind to cause him to desist. Ralph Newton ought to be made to repeat his offer before all the world, even though he should only repeat it to be again refused. The whole of that evening he sat brooding over it, so that he might come to some great resolution. Chapter 45. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 46 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. Neefit again. The last few days in March and the first week in April were devoted by Ralph the Heir to a final visit to the Moonbeam. He had resolved to finish the hunting season at his old quarters, and then to remove his stud to Newton. The distinction with which he was welcomed by everybody at the Moonbeam must have been very gratifying to him. Though he had made no response whatever to Lieutenant Cox's proposition as to a visit to Newton, that gentleman received him as a hero. Captain Fooks also had escaped from his regiment with the sole object of spending these last days with his dear old friend. Fred Pepper, too, was very polite, though it was not customary with Mr. Pepper to display friendship so enthusiastic as that which warmed the bosoms of the two military gentlemen. As to Mr. Horsball, one might have thought from his manner that he hoped to engage his customer to remain at the Moonbeam for the rest of his life. But it was not so. It was in Mr. Horsball's nature to be civil to a rich hunting country gentleman, and it was the fact also that Ralph had ever been popular with the world of the Moonbeam, even at times when the spasmodic and at length dilatory mode of his payment must have become matter for thought to the master of the establishment. There was no doubt about the payments now, and Ralph's popularity was increased fourfold. Mrs. Horsball got out from some secluded nook a special bottle of orange brandy in his favour, which Lieutenant Cox would have consumed on the day of its opening, had not Mrs. Horsball with considerable acrimony declined to supply his orders. The sister with ringlets smiled and smirked whenever the young Squire went near the bar. The sister in ringlets was given to flirtations of this kind, would listen with sweetest complacency to compliments on her beauty, and would return them with interest, but she never encouraged this sort of intimacy with gentlemen who did not pay their bills, or with those whose dealings with the house were not of a profitable nature. The man who expected that Miss Horsball would smile upon him because he ordered a glass of sherry and bitters, or half a pint of pale ale, was very much mistaken. But the softness of her smiles for those who consumed the Moonbeam champagne was unbounded. Love and commerce with her ran together, and regulated each other in a manner that was exceedingly advantageous to her brother. If I were about to open such a house as the Moonbeam, the first thing I should look for would be a discreet, pleasant-visaged lady to assist me in the bar department, not much under 40, with ringlets, having no particular leaning towards matrimony, who knew how to whisper little speeches while she made a bottle of cherry brandy serve 25 turns at the least. She should be honest, patient, graceful, capable of great labour, grasping, with that wonderful capability of being greedy for the benefit of another which belongs to women, willing to accept plentiful meals, and a power of saving £20 a year as sufficient remuneration for all hardships, with no more susceptibility than a milestone, and as indifferent to delicacy in language as a bargee. There are such women, and very valuable women they are in that trade. Such a one was Miss Horsball, and in these days the sweetest of her smiles were bestowed upon the young squire. Ralph Newton certainly liked it, though he assumed an air of laughing at it all. "One would think that old Hossy thought that I am going to go on with this kind of thing," he said one morning to Mr. Pepper, as the two of them were standing about near the stable doors with pipes in their mouths. Old Hossy was the affectionate nickname by which Mr. Horsball was known among the hunting men of the B. Mr. Pepper and Ralph had already breakfasted, and were dressed for hunting, except that they had not yet put on their scarlet coats. The meet was within 3 miles of their headquarters. The captain and the lieutenant were taking advantage of the occasion by prolonged slumbers, and Ralph had passed the morning in discussing hunting matters with Mr. Pepper. "He don't think that," said Mr. Pepper, taking a very convenient little implement out of his pocket, contrived for purposes of pipe-smoking accommodation. He stopped down his tobacco and drew the smoke, and seemed by his manner to be giving his undivided attention to his pipe. But that was Mr. Pepper's manner. He was short in speech, but always spoke with a meaning. "Of course he doesn't really," said Ralph. "I don't suppose I shall ever see the old house again after next week. You see, when a man has a place of one's own, if there be hunting there, one is bound to take it. If there isn't, one can go elsewhere and pick and choose." "Just so," said Mr. Pepper. "I like this kind of thing amazingly, you know." "It has its advantages." "Oh dear, yes. There is no trouble, you know. Everything is done for you. No servants to look after, except just the fellow who brings you your breeches and rides your second horse." Mr. Pepper never had a second horse or a man of his own to bring him his breeches, but the allusion did not on that account vex him. "And then you can do what you like a great deal more than you can in a house of your own." "I should say so," remarked Mr. Pepper. "I tell you what it is, Fred," continued Ralph, becoming very confidential. "I don't mind telling you, because you are a man who understands things. There isn't such a great pull after all in having a property of your own." "I shouldn't mind trying it, just for a year or so," said Mr. Pepper. "I suppose not," said Ralph, chuckling in his triumph. "And yet there isn't so much in it. What does it amount to when it's all told? You keep horses for other fellows to ride. You buy wine for other fellows to drink. You build a house for other fellows to live in. You've a deal of business to do, and if you don't mind it, you very soon go to the dogs. You have to work like a slave, and everybody gets a pull at you. The chances are you never have any ready money, and become as stringy as an old file. You have to get married because of the family, and the place, and all that kind of thing. Then you have to give dinners to every old fogey, male and female, within 20 miles of you. And before you know where you are, you become an old fogey yourself. That's about what it is." "You ought to know," said Mr. Pepper. "I've been expecting it all my life. Of course, it was what I was born to, and everybody has been telling me what a lucky fellow I am since I can remember. Now I've got it, and I don't find it comes to so very much. I shall always look back upon the dear old Moonbeam and the B. and Hossy's wonderful port wine with regret. It hasn't been very swell, you know,
but it's been uncommonly cosy. Don't you think so?"
"You see, I wasn't born to anything better," said Mr. Pepper. Just at this moment Cox and Fooks came out of the house. They had not as yet breakfasted, but had thought that a mouthful of air in the stable yard might enable them to get through their toast and red herrings with an amount of appetite which had not as yet been vouchsafed to them. Second and third editions of that wonderful port had been produced on the previous evening, and the two warriors had played their parts with it manfully. Fooks was bearing up bravely as he made his way across the yard, but Cox looked as though his friends ought to see to his making that journey to Australia very soon, if they intended him to make it at all.
"I'm blessed if you fellows haven't been and breakfasted," said Captain Fooks. "That's about it," said the Squire. "You must be uncommon fond of getting up early."
"Do you know who gets the worm?" asked Mr. Pepper.
"Oh, bother that," said Cox.
"There's nothing I hate so much as being told about that nasty worm," said Captain Fooks.
"I don't want a worm."
"But the early birds do," said Mr. Pepper. Captain Fooks was rather given to be cross of mornings. "I think you know that when fellows say overnight they'll breakfast together, it isn't just the sort of thing for one or two to have all the things brought up at any unconscionable hour they please. Eh, Cox?"
"I'm sure I don't know," said Cox. "I shall just have another go of soda and brandy with a devilled biscuit. That's all I want."
"Fooks had better go to bed again, and see if he can't get out the other side," said Ralph.
"Chaff doesn't mean anything," said Captain Fooks.
"That's as you take it," said Mr. Pepper.
"I shall take it just as I please," said Captain Fooks.
Just at this moment Mr. Horsball came up to them, touching his hat cheerily in sign of the commencement of the day.
"You'll ride Mr. Pepper's little 'orse, I suppose, sir?" he said, addressing himself to the young Squire. "Certainly. I told Larking I would."
"Exactly, Mr. Newton, and Banker might as well go out as second."
"I said Brewer. Banker was out on Friday."
"That won't be no odds, Mr. Newton. The fact is, Brewer's legs is a little puffed."
"All right," said the Squire.
"Well, all hossy," said Lieutenant Cox, summing up all his energy in an attempt at matutinal joviality, as he slapped the landlord on the back.
"How are things going with you?"
Mr. Horsball knew his customers, and did not like being slapped on the back with more than ordinary vigour by such a customer as Lieutenant Cox.
"Pretty well, I thank you, Mr. Cox," said he.
"I didn't take too much last night, and I eat my breakfast 'earty this morning." "There is one for you, young man," said Lieutenant Fooks, whereupon the Squire laughed heartily. Mr. Horsball went on nodding his head, intending to signify his opinion that he had done his work thoroughly. Mr. Pepper, standing on one foot with the other raised on a horse block, looked on without moving a muscle of his face. The lieutenant was disgusted, but was too weak in his inner man to be capable of instant raillery, when on a sudden the whole aspect of things was changed by the appearance of Mr. Neefit in the yard.
"Damnation!" exclaimed our friend Ralph.
The apparition had been so sudden that the Squire was unable to restrain himself. Mr. Neefit, as the reader will perhaps remember, had been at the Moonbeam before. He had written letters which had been answered, and then letters, many letters, to which no reply had been given. In respect of the Neefit arrangements, Ralph Newton felt himself to be peculiarly ill used by persecutions such as these, because he had honestly done his best to make Polly his wife. No doubt he acknowledged that fortune had favoured him almost miraculously in first saving him from so injurious a marriage by the action of the young lady, and then at once bestowing upon him his estate. But the escape was the doing of fortune and Polly Neefit combined, and had not come of any intrigue on his own part. He was in a position, so he thought, absolutely to repudiate Neefit, and to throw himself upon facts for his protection. But then it was undoubtedly the case that for a year or two Mr. Neefit could make his life a burden to him. He would have bought off Neefit at a considerable price had Neefit been purchasable. But Neefit was not in this matter greedy for himself. He wanted to make his daughter a lady, and he thought that this was the readiest way to accomplish that object. The Squire, in his unmeasurable disgust, uttered the curse aloud, but then, remembering himself, walked up to the breeches maker with his extended hand. He had borrowed the man's money. "What's in the wind now, Mr. Neefit?" he said. "What's in the wind, Captain? Oh, you know. When are you coming to see us at the cottage?" "I don't think my coming would do any good. I'm not in favour with the ladies there." Ralph was aware that all the men standing round him had heard the story, and that nothing was to be gained by an immediate attempt at concealment. It behoved him, above all things, to be upon his mettle, to put a good face upon it, and to be at any rate equal to the breeches maker in presence of mind and that kind of courage which he himself would have called cheek. "My money was in favour with you, Captain, when you promised as how you would be on the square with me in regard to our Polly." "Mr. Neefit," said Ralph, speaking in a low voice, but still clearly, so that all around him could hear him, "your daughter and I can never be more to each other than we are at present. She has decided that. But I value her character and good name too highly to allow even you to injure them by such a discussion in a stable yard." And having said this, he walked away into the house. "My Polly's character," said the infuriated breeches maker, turning round to the audience, and neglecting to follow his victim in his determination to vindicate his daughter. "If my girl's character don't stand higher nor his, or any one's belonging to him, I'll eat it." "Mr. Newton meant to speak in favour of the young lady, not against her," said Mr. Pepper. "Then why don't he come out on the square? Now, gents, I'll tell you just the whole of it. He came down to my little box, where I and my missus and my girl lives quiet and decent, to borrow money, and he borrowed it. He won't say as that wasn't so." "And he's paid you the money back again," said Mr. Pepper. "He have, but just you listen. I know you, Mr. Pepper, and all about you, and do you listen. He have paid it back, but when he come there borrowing money, he saw my girl, and says he, 'I've got to sell that 'eritance of mine for just what it'll fetch.' 'That's bad, Captain,' says I. 'It is bad,' says he. Then says he again, 'Neefit, that girl of yours there is the sweetest girl as ever I put my eyes on.' And so she is, as sweet as a rose, and as honest as the sun, and as good as gold. I says it as oughtn't, but she is. 'It's a pity, Neefit,' says he, 'about the 'eritance, ain't it?' 'Captain,' says I used to call him Captain, 'cause he come down quite familiar like to eat his bit of salmon and drink his glass of wine. Laws, he was glad enough to come then, mighty grand as he is now." "I don't think he's grand at all," said Mr. Horsball. "Well, do you just listen, gents. 'Captain,' says I, 'that 'eritance of yourn mustn't be sold nohow.' I says so. 'What's the figure as is wanted?' Well, then, he went on to say as how Polly was the sweetest girl he ever see. And so we came to an understanding. He was to have what money he wanted at once, and then £20,000 down when he married Polly. He did have 1,000, and now see what his little game is." "But the young lady won't have anything to say to him," suggested Captain Fooks, who, even for the sake of his breakfast, could not omit to hear the last of so interesting a conversation. "Laws, Captain Fooks, to hear the likes of that from you, who is an officer and a gentleman by Act of Parliament! When you have anything sweet to say to a young woman, does she always jump down your throat the first go off?" "If she don't come down at the second time of asking, I always goes elsewhere," said Captain Fooks. "Then it's my opinion you have a deal of travelling to do," said Mr. Neefit, "and don't get much at the end of it. It's because he's come in for his 'eritance, which he never would have had only for me, that he's demeaning himself this fashion. It ain't acting the gentleman. It ain't the thing. It's off the square. Only for me and my money there wouldn't be an acre his this blessed minute, damned if there would. I saved it for him by my ready money, just that I might see my Polly put into a station as she'd make more genteel than she found it. That's what she would. She has that manners, not to talk of her being as pretty a girl as there is from here to anywheres. He made me a promise, and he shall keep it. I'll worry the heart out of him else. Pay me back my money. Who cares for the money? I can tell guineas with him now, I'll be bound. I'll put it in all the papers, I will. There ain't a soul shan't know of it. I'll put the story of it into the pockets of every pair of breeches as leaves my shop. I'll send it to every M.F.H. in the kingdom." "You'll about destroy your trade, old fellow," said Mr. Pepper. "I don't care for the trade, Mr. Pepper. Why have I worked like a 'orse? It's only for my girl." "I suppose she's not breaking her heart for him," said Captain Fooks. "What she's a doing with her heart ain't no business of yours, Captain Fooks. I'm her father, and I know what I'm about. I'll make that young man's life a burden to him, if he ain't on the square with my girl. You see if I don't. Mr. 'Orsball, I want a 'orse to go a 'unting on to day. You lets 'em. Just tell your man to get me a 'orse. I'll pay for him." "I didn't know you ever did anything in that way," said Mr. Horsball. "I may begin if I please, I suppose. If I can't go no other way, I'll go on a donkey, and I'll tell every one that's out. Oh, he don't know me yet, don't that young gent." Mr. Neefit did not succeed in getting any animal out of Mr. Horsball's stables, nor did he make any further attempt to carry his last threat into execution on that morning. Mr. Horsball now led the way into the house, while Mr. Pepper mounted his nag. Captain Fooks and Lieutenant Cox went in to their breakfast, and the unfortunate father followed them. It was now nearly 11 o'clock, and it was found that Ralph's horses had been taken round to the other door, and that he had already started. He said very little to any one during the day, though he was somewhat comforted by information conveyed to him by Mr. Horsball in the course of the afternoon that Mr. Neefit had returned to London. "You send your lawyer to him, Squire," said Mr. Horsball. "Lawyers cost a deal of money, but they do make things straight." This suggestion had also been made to him by his brother Gregory. On the following day Ralph went up to London, and explained all the circumstances of the case to Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey undertook to do his best to straighten this very crooked episode in his client's life. End of chapter 46. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 47 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The way which shows that they mean it. If this kind of thing were to go on, life wouldn't be worth having. That was the feeling of Ralph, the Squire of Newton, as he returned on that Saturday from London to the Moonbeam. And so far Mr. Neefit had been successful in carrying out his threat. Neefit had sworn that he would make the young man's life a burden to him, and the burden was already becoming unbearable. Mr. Carey had promised to do something. he would at any rate see the infatuated breeches maker of Conduit Street. In the meantime he had suggested one remedy which Ralph had thought before. If you were married to some one else he'd give it up, Mr. Carey had suggested. That no doubt was true. Ralph completed his sojourn at the Moonbeam, leaving that place at the end of the first week in April, took a run down to his own place, and then settled himself up to London for the season. His brother Gregory had at this time returned to the parsonage at Newton, but there was an understanding that he was to come up to London and be his brother's guest for the first fortnight in May. Ralph the heir had taken larger rooms and had a spare chamber. When Ralph had given this invitation he had expressed his determination of devoting his spring in town to an assiduous courtship of Mary Bonner. At the moment in which he made that assertion down at Newton, the nuisance of the Neefit affair was less intolerable to him than it had since become. He had spoken cheerily of his future prospects, declaring himself to be violently in love with Mary, though he declared at the same time that he had no idea of breaking his heart for any young woman. That last assertion was probably true. As for living in the great house at the Priory all alone, that he had declared to be impossible. Of course he would be at home for the hunting next winter, but he doubted whether he should be there much before that time, unless a certain coming event should make it necessary for him to go down and look after things. He thought it probable that he should take a run abroad in July, perhaps go to Norway for the fishing in June. He was already making arrangements with 2 other men for a move in August. He might be at home for partridge shooting about the middle of September, but he shouldn't go into residence at Newton before that. Thus he had spoken of it in describing his plans to his brother, putting great stress on his intention to devote the spring months to the lovely Mary. Gregory had seen nothing wrong in all this. Ralph was now a rich man, and was entitled to amuse himself. Gregory would have wished that his brother would at once make himself happy among his own tenants and dependents, but that no doubt would come soon. Ralph did spend 2 nights at Newton after the scene with Neefit in the Moonbeam yard, just that he might see his nags safe in their new quarters, and then went up to London. He was hardly yet strong in heart, because such a trouble as that which vexed him in regard to Polly does almost make a man's life a burden. Ralph was gifted with much aptitude for throwing his troubles behind, but he hardly was yet able to rid himself of this special trouble. That horrid tradesman was telling his story to everybody. Sir Thomas Underwood knew the story, and so he thought did Mary Bonner. Mary Bonner in truth did not know it, but she had thrown in Ralph's teeth as an accusation against him that he owed himself and his affections to another girl, and Ralph, utterly forgetful of Clarissa and that now long distant scene on the lawn, had believed, and still did believe, that Mary had referred to Polly Neefit. On the 10th of April he established himself at his new rooms in Spring Gardens, and was careful in seeing that there was a comfortable little bedroom for his brother Greg. His uncle had now been dead just 6 months, but he felt as though he had been the owner of the Newton estate for years. If Mr. Carey could only settle for him that trouble with Mr. Neefit, how happy his life would be to him! He was very much in love with Mary Bonner, but his trouble with Mr. Neefit was of almost more importance to him than his love for Mary Bonner. In the meantime the girls were living as usual at Popham Villa, and Sir Thomas was living as usual in Southampton Buildings. He and his colleague had been unseated, but it had already been decided by the House of Commons that no new writ should be at once issued, and that there should be a commission appointed to make extended inquiry at Percycross in reference to the contemplated disfranchisement of the borough. There could be no possible connection between this inquiry and the expediency of Sir Thomas living at home, but after some fashion he reconciled further delay to his conscience by the fact that the Percycross election was not even yet quite settled. No doubt it would be necessary that he should again go to Percycross during the sitting of the Commission. The reader will remember the interview between Gregory Newton and Clarissa, in which poor Clary had declared with so much emphasis her certainty that his brother's suit to Mary must be fruitless. This she had said with artless energy, in no degree on her own behalf. She was hopeless now in that direction, and had at last taught herself to feel that the man was unworthy. The lesson had reached her, though she herself was ignorant not only of the manner of the teaching, but of the very fact that she had been taught. She had pleaded, more than once, that men did such things, and were yet held in favour and forgiven, let their iniquities have been what they might. She had hoped to move others by the doctrine, but gradually it had ceased to be operative even on herself. She could not now tell how it was that her passion faded and died away. It can hardly be said that it died away, but it became to herself grievous and a cause of soreness instead of a joy and a triumph. She no longer said even to herself that he was to be excused. He had come there and had made a mere plaything of her, wilfully. There was no earnestness in him, no manliness, and hardly common honesty. A conviction that it was so had crept into her poor wounded heart, in spite of those repeated assertions which she had made to Patience as to the persistency of her own affection. First dismay and then wrath had come upon her when the man who ought to be her lover came to the very house in which she was living, and there offered his hand to another girl, almost in her very presence. Had the sin been committed elsewhere, and with any rival other than her own cousin, she might have still clung to that doctrine of forgiveness, because the sinner was a man, and because it is the way of the world to forgive men. But the insult had been too close for pardon, and now her wrath was slowly changing itself to contempt. Had Mary accepted the man's offer, this phase of feeling would not have occurred. Clarissa would have hated the woman, but still might have loved the man. But Mary had treated him as a creature absolutely beneath her notice, had evidently despised him, and Mary's scorn communicated itself to Clarissa. The fact that Ralph was now Newton of Newton, absolutely in harbour after so many dangers of shipwreck, assisted her in this.
"I would have been true to him, though he hadn't had a penny," she said to herself. "I would never have given him up, though all the world had been against him."
Debts, difficulties, an inheritance squandered, idle habits, even profligacy, should not have torn him from her heart, had he possessed the one virtue of meaning what he said when he told her that he loved her. She remembered the noble triumph she had felt when she declared to Mary that that other Ralph, who was to have been Mary's lover, was welcome to the fine property. Her sole ambition had been to be loved by this man, but the man had been incapable of loving her. She herself was pretty and soft, bright on occasions, and graceful. She knew so much of herself, and she knew also that Mary was far prettier than herself and more clever. This young man, to whom she had devoted herself, possessed no power of love for an individual, no capability of so joining himself to another human being as to feel that, in spite of any superiority visible to the outside world, that one should be esteemed by him superior to all others because of his love. The young man had liked prettiness and softness and grace and feminine nicenesses, and seeing one who was prettier and more graceful, all which poor Clary allowed, though she was not so sure about the softness and niceness, had changed his aim without an effort. Ah, how different was poor Gregory! She thought much of Gregory, reminding herself that as was her sorrow in regard to her own crushed hopes, so were his. His hopes, too, had been crushed, because she had been so obdurate to him. But she had never been false. She had never whispered a word of love to Gregory. It might be that his heart was as sore, but he had not been injured as she had been injured. She despised the owner of Newton Priory. She would scorn him should he come again to her and throw himself at her feet. But Gregory could not despise her. She had, indeed, preferred the bad to the good. There had been lack of judgment, but there had been on her side no lack of truth. Yes, she had been wrong in her choice. Her judgment had been bad. And yet how glorious he had looked as he lay upon the lawn, hot from his rowing, all unbraced, brown and bold and joyous as a young god, as he bade her go and fetch him drink to slake his thirst. How proud then she had been to be ordered by him, as though their mutual intimacies and confidences and loves were sufficient, when they two were alone together, to justify a reversal of those social rules by which a man is ordered to wait upon the woman. There is nothing in the first flush of acknowledged love that is sweeter to the woman than this. All the men around her are her servants, but in regard to this man she may have the inexpressibly greater pleasure of serving him herself. Clarissa had now thought much of these things, and had endeavoured to define to herself what had been those gifts belonging to Ralph which had won from her her heart. He was not, in truth, handsomer than his brother Gregory, was certainly less clever, was selfish in small things from habit, whereas Gregory had no thought for his own comfort. It had all come from this, that a black coat and a grave manner of life and serious pursuits had been less alluring to her than idleness and pleasure. It had suited her that her young god should be joyous, unbraced, brown, bold, and thirsty. She did not know Pope's famous line, but it all lay in that. She was innocent, pure, unknowing in the ways of vice, simple in her tastes, conscientious in her duties, and yet she was a rake at heart, till at last sorrow and disappointment taught her that it is not enough that a man should lie loose upon the grass with graceful negligence and call for soda water with a pleasant voice. Gregory wore black clothes, was sombre, and was a parson. But oh, what a thing it is that a man should be true at heart! She said nothing of her changing feelings to Mary or even to Patience. The household at this time was not very gay or joyous. Sir Thomas, after infinite vexation, had lost the seat of which they had all been proud. Mary Bonner's condition was not felt to be deplorable, as was that of poor Clary, and she certainly did not carry herself as a lovelorn maiden. Of Mary Bonner it may be said that no disappointment of that kind would affect her outward manner, nor would she in any strait of love be willing to make a confidence or to discuss her feelings. Whatever care of that kind might be present to her would be lightened, if not made altogether as nothing, by her conviction that such loads should be carried in silence, and without any visible sign to the world that the muscles are overtaxed. But it was known that the banished Ralph had, in the moment of his expected prosperity, declared his purpose of giving all that he had to give to this beauty, and it was believed that she would have accepted the gift. It had, therefore, come to pass that the name of neither Ralph could be mentioned at the cottage, and that life among these maidens was sober, sedate, and melancholy. At last there came a note from Sir Thomas to Patience. I shall be home to dinner to morrow. I found the enclosed from R.N. this morning. I suppose he must come. Affectionately, T.U. The enclosed note was as follows: Dear Sir Thomas, I called this morning, but old Stemm was as hard as granite. If you do not object, I will run down to the villa to morrow. If you are at home, I will stay and dine. Yours ever, Ralph Newton. The mind of Sir Thomas, when he received this, had been effected exactly as his words described. He had supposed that Ralph must come. He had learned to hold his late ward in low esteem. The man was now beyond all likelihood of want, and sailing with propitious winds, but Sir Thomas, had he been able to consult his own inclinations, would have had no more to do with him. And yet the young Squire had not done anything which, as Sir Thomas thought, would justify him in closing his doors against one to whom he had been bound in a manner peculiarly intimate. However, if his niece should choose at last to accept Ralph, the match would be very brilliant, and the uncle thought that it was not his duty to interfere between her and so great an advantage. Sir Thomas, in truth, did not as yet understand Mary Bonner, knew very little of her character, but he did know that it was incumbent on him to give her some opportunity of taking her beauty to market. He wrote a line to Ralph, saying that he himself would dine at home on the day indicated.
"Impossible," said Clary,
when she was first told.
"You may be sure he's coming," said Patience. "Then I shall go and spend the day with Mrs. Brownlow. I cannot stand it." "My dear, he'll know why you are away." "Let him know," said Clarissa.
And she did as she said she would. When Sir Thomas came home at about 4 o'clock on the Thursday which Ralph had fixed, Thursday the 14th of April, he found that Clarissa had flown. The fly was to be sent for her at 10, and it was calculated that by the time she returned Ralph would certainly have taken his leave. Sir Thomas expressed neither anger nor satisfaction at this arrangement. "Oh, she has gone to Mrs. Brownlow's, has she? Very well. I don't suppose it will make much difference to Ralph."
"None in the least," said Patience, severely. "Nothing of that kind will make any difference to him."
But at that time Ralph had been above an hour in the house. We will now return to Ralph and his adventures. He had come up to London with the express object of pressing his suit upon Mary Bonner, but during his first day or two in London had busied himself rather with the affairs of his other love. He had been with Mr. Carey, and Mr. Carey had been with Mr. Neefit. "He is the maddest old man that I ever saw," said Mr. Carey. "When I suggested to him that you were willing to make any reasonable arrangement, meaning £1,000 or something of that kind, I couldn't get him to understand me at all." "I don't think he wants money," said Ralph. "Let him come down and eat a bit of dinner at the cottage," said he, "and we'll make it all square." Then I offered him £1,000 down. What did he say? Called to a fellow he had there with a knife in his hand, cutting leather, to turn me out of the shop, and the man would have done it too, if I hadn't gone. This was not promising, but on the following morning Ralph received a letter which put him into better heart. The letter was from Polly herself, and was written as follows: Alexandra Cottage, Hendon, April 10th, 186 . My dear Sir, Father has been going on with all that nonsense of his, and I think it most straightforward to write a letter to you at once, so that things may be understood and finished. Father has no right to be angry with you, anyway not about me. He says somebody has come and offered him money. I wish they hadn't, but perhaps you didn't send them. There's no good in father talking about you and me. Of course it was a great honour and all that, but I'm not at all sure that anybody should try to get above themselves, not in the way of marrying. And the heart is everything. So I've told father, if ever I bestow mine, I think it will be to somebody in a way of business, just like father. So I thought I would just write to say that there couldn't be anything between you and me, were it ever so, only that I was very much honoured by your coming down to Margate. I write this to you because a very particular friend advises me, and I don't mind telling you at once. It is Mr. Moggs, and I shall show it to father. That is, I have written it twice, and shall keep the other.
It is a pity father should go on so, but he means it for the best. And as to anything in the way of money, oh, Mr. Newton, he's a deal too proud for that. Yours truly, Maryanne Neefit. As to which letter the little baggage was not altogether true in one respect. She did not keep a copy of the whole letter, but left out of that which she showed to her father the very material passage in which she referred to the advice of her particular friend, Mr. Moggs. Ralph, when he received this letter, felt really grateful to Polly, and wrote to her a pretty note, in which he acknowledged her kindness, and expressed his hope that she might always be as happy as she deserved to be. Then it was that he made up his mind to go down at once to Popham Villa, thinking that the Neefit nuisance was sufficiently abated to enable him to devote his time to a more pleasurable pursuit. He reached the villa between 3 and 4, and learned from the gardener's wife at the lodge that Sir Thomas had not as yet returned. He did not learn that Clarissa was away, and was not aware of that fact till they all sat down to dinner at 7 o'clock. Much had been done and much endured before that time came. He sauntered slowly up the road, and looked about the grounds, hoping to find the young ladies there, as he had so often done during his summer visits. But there was no one to be seen, and he was obliged to knock at the door. He was shown into the drawing-room, and in a few minutes Patience came to him. There had been no arrangement between her and Mary as to the manner in which he should be received. Mary on a previous occasion had given him an answer, and really did believe that that would be sufficient. He was, according to her thinking, a light, inconstant man, who would hardly give himself the labour necessary for perseverance in any suit. Patience at once began to ask him after his brother and the doings at the Priory. He had been so intimate at the house, and so dear to them all, that in spite of the disapprobation with which he was now regarded by them, it was impossible that there should not be some outer kindness. "Ah," said he, "I do so look forward to the time when you will all be down there. I have been so often welcome at your house, that it will be my greatest pleasure to make you welcome there." "We go so little from home," said Patience. "But I am sure you will come to me. I know you would like to see Greg's parsonage and Greg's church." "I should indeed." "It is the prettiest church, I think, in England, and the park is very nice. The whole house wants a deal of doing to, but I shall set about it some day. I don't know a pleasanter neighbourhood anywhere." It would have been so natural that Patience should tell him that he wanted a mistress for such a home. But she could not say the words. She could not find the proper words, and soon left him, muttering something as to directions for her father's room. He had been alone for 20 minutes when Mary came into the room. She knew that Patience was not there, and had retreated upstairs. But there seemed to be a cowardice in such retreating which displeased herself. She at any rate had no cause to be afraid of Mr. Newton. So she collected her thoughts and arranged her gait, and went down and addressed him with assumed indifference, as though there had never been anything between them beyond simple acquaintance. "Uncle Thomas will be here soon, I suppose," she said. "I hope he will give me half an hour first," Ralph answered. There was an ease and grace always present in his intercourse with women, and a power of saying that which he desired to say, which perhaps arose from the slightness of his purposes and the want of reality in his character. "We see so little of him that we hardly know his hours," said Mary. "Uncle Thomas is a sad truant from home." "He always was, and I declare I think that Patience and Clary have been the better for it. They have learned things of which they would have known nothing had he been with them every morning and evening. I don't know any girls who are so sweet as they are. You know they have been like sisters to me." "So I have been told." "And when you came it would have been like another sister coming, only—" "Only what?" said Mary, assuming purposely a savage look. "That something else intervened." Of course it must be very different, and it should be different. You have only known me a few months."
"I have known you enough to wish to know you more closely than anybody else for the rest of my life."
"Mr. Newton, I thought you had understood me before."
"So I did." This he said with an assumed tone of lachrymose complaint. "I did understand you thoroughly. I understood that I was rebuked and rejected and disdained. But a man, if he is in earnest, does not give over on that account. Indeed, there are things which he can't give over. You may tell a man that he shouldn't drink or shouldn't gamble, but telling him will do no good. When he has once begun, he'll go on with it."
"What does that mean?"
"That love is as strong a passion, at any rate, as drinking or gambling. You did tell me, and sent me away, and rebuked me because of that tradesman's daughter."
"What tradesman's daughter?" asked Mary. "I have spoken of no tradesman's daughter. I gave you ample reason why you should not address yourself to me."
"Of course there are ample reasons," said Ralph, looking into his hat, which he had taken from the table. "The one, most ample of all, is that you do not care for me."
"I do not," said Mary resolutely.
"Exactly. But that is a sort of reason which a man will do his best to conquer. Do not misunderstand me. I am not such a fool as to think that I can prevail in a day. I am not vain enough to think that I can prevail at all. But I can persist."
"It will not be of the slightest use. Indeed, it cannot be allowed. I will not allow it. My uncle will not allow it."
"When you told me that I was untrue to another person, I think that was your phrase."
"Very likely."
"I supposed you had heard that stupid story which had got round to my uncle, about a Mr. Neefit's daughter."
"I had heard no stupid story."
"What then did you mean?" Mary paused a moment, thinking whether it might still be possible that a good turn might be done for her cousin. That Clarissa had loved this man with her whole heart, she had herself owned to Mary. That the man had professed his love for Clary, Clary had also let her know. And Clary's love had endured, even after the blow it had received from Ralph's offer to her cousin. All this that cousin knew, but she did not know how that love had now turned to simple soreness.
"I have heard nothing of the man's daughter," said Mary.
"Well, then?"
"But I do know that before I came here at all you had striven to gain the affections of my cousin."
"Clarissa?"
"Yes, Clarissa. Is it not so?"
Then she paused, and Ralph remembered the scene on the lawn. In very truth it had never been forgotten. There had always been present with him, when he thought of Mary Bonner, a sort of remembrance of the hour in which he had played the fool with dear Clary. He had kissed her. Well, yes; and with some girls kisses mean so much, as Polly Neefit had said to her true lover. But then with others they mean just nothing.
"If you want to find a wife in this house, you had better ask her. It is certainly useless that you should ask me."
"Do you mean quite useless?" asked Ralph, beginning to be somewhat abashed.
"Absolutely useless. Did I not tell you something else? Something that I would not have hinted to you had it not been that I desired to prevent the possibility of a renewal of anything so vain? But you think nothing of that. All that can be changed with you at a moment, if other things suit."
"That is meant to be severe, Miss Bonner, and I have not deserved it from you. What has brought me to you but that I admire you above all others?"
"You shouldn't admire me above others. Is a man to change as he likes because he sees a girl whose hair pleases him for the moment better than does hers to whom he has sworn to be true?"
Ralph did not forget at this moment to whisper to himself, for his own consolation, that he had never sworn to be true to Clarissa. And indeed he did feel that though there had been a kiss, the scene on the lawn was being used unfairly to his prejudice.
"I am afraid you are very fickle, Mr. Newton, and that your love is not worth much."
I hope we may both live till you learn that you have wronged me."
"I hope so. If my opinion be worth anything with you, go back to her from whom you have allowed yourself to stray by your folly. To me you must not address yourself again. If you do, it will be an insult." Then she rose up, queenly in her beauty, and slowly left the room. There must be an end of that. Such was Ralph's feeling as she left the room, in spite of those protestations of constancy and persistence which he had made to himself. "A fellow has to go on with it, and be refused half a dozen times by one of those proud ones," he had said. "But when they do knuckle under, they go in harness better than the others." It was thus that he had thought of Mary Bonner, but he did not so think of her now. No, indeed, there was an end of that. There is a sort of way of doing it which shows that they mean it. Such was his inward speech, and he did believe that Miss Bonner meant it. By Jove, yes, if words and looks can ever mean anything. But how about Clarissa? If it was so, as Mary Bonner had told him, would it be the proper kind of thing for him to go back to Clarissa? His heart, too, for he had a heart, was very soft. He had always been fond of Clarissa, and would not for worlds that she should be unhappy. How pretty she was, and how soft, and how loving, and how proudly happy she would be to be driven about the Newton grounds by him as their mistress. Then he remembered what Gregory had said to him, and how he had encouraged Gregory to persevere. If anything of that kind were to happen, Gregory must put up with it. It was clear that Clarissa couldn't marry Gregory if she were in love with him. But how would he look Sir Thomas in the face? As he thought of this he laughed. Sir Thomas, however, would be glad enough to give his daughter, not to the heir, but to the owner of Newton. Who could be that fellow whom Mary Bonner preferred to him, with all Newton to back his suit? Perhaps Mary Bonner did not know the meaning of being the mistress of Newton Priory. After a while the servant came to show him to his chamber. Sir Thomas had come and had gone at once to his room. So he went upstairs and dressed, expecting to see Clarissa when they all assembled before dinner. When he went down, Sir Thomas was there, and Mary, and Patience, but not Clarissa. He had summoned back his courage, and spoke jauntily to Sir Thomas. Then he turned to Patience and asked after her sister. "Clarissa is spending the day with Mrs. Brownlow," said Patience, "and will not be home till quite late." "Oh, how unfortunate!" exclaimed Ralph. Taking all his difficulties into consideration, we must admit that he did not do it badly. After dinner Sir Thomas sat longer over his wine than is at present usual, believing perhaps that the young ladies would not want to see much more of Ralph on the present occasion. The conversation was almost entirely devoted to the affairs of the late election, as to which Ralph was much interested and very indignant. "They cannot do you any harm, sir, by the investigation," he had said. "No; I don't think they can hurt me." "And you will have the satisfaction of knowing that you have been the means of exposing corruption, and of helping to turn such a man as Griffenbottom out of the house. Upon my word, I think it has been worth while." "I am not sure that I would do it again at the same cost, and with the same object," said Sir Thomas. Ralph did have a cup of tea given to him in the drawing room, and then left the villa before Clarissa's fly had returned. Chapter 47. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina.
Chapter 48 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This recording is in the public domain. Mr. Moggs walks towards Edgware. The judge's decision in Percycross as to the late election was no sooner known than fresh overtures were made to Ontario Moggs by the Young Men's Association. A letter of triumph was addressed to him at the Cheshire Cheese, in which he was informed that intimidation and corruption had been trodden under foot in the infamous person of Mr. Griffenbottom, and that purity and the rights of labour were still the watchwords of that wholesome party in the borough which was determined to send Mr. Moggs to Parliament. Did not Mr. Moggs think it best that he should come down at once to the borough and look after his interests? Now, Mr. Moggs junior, when he received this letter, had left the borough no more than 3 or 4 days since, having been summoned there as a witness during the trial of the petition, and such continued attendance to the political interests of a small and otherwise uninteresting town, without the advantage of a seat in Parliament, was felt by Mr. Moggs senior to be a nuisance. The expense in all these matters fell of course upon the shoulders of the father. "I don't believe in them humbugs no longer," said Mr. Moggs senior. Moggs junior, who had felt the enthusiasm of the young men of Percycross, and who had more to get and less to lose than his father, did believe. Although he had been so lately at Percycross, he went down again, and again made speeches to the young men at the Mechanics' Institute. Nothing could be more triumphant than his speeches, nothing more pleasant than his popularity. But he could not fail to become aware, after a further sojourn of 3 days at Percycross, of 2 things. The first was this, that if the borough were spared there would be a compromise between the leading men on the 2 sides, and Mr. Westmacott would be returned together with a young Griffenbottom. The second conviction forced upon him was that the borough would not be spared. There was no comfort for him at Percycross, other than what arose from a pure political conscience. On the very morning on which he left, he besought his friends, the young men, though they were about to be punished, degraded, and disenfranchised for the sins of their elders, though it might never be allowed to them again to stir themselves for the political welfare of their own borough, still to remember that purity and the rights of labour were the 2 great wants of the world, and that no man could make an effort, however humble, in a good cause, without doing something toward bringing nearer to him that millennium of political virtue which was so much wanted, and which would certainly come sooner or later. He was cheered to the echo, and almost carried down to the station on the shoulders of a chairman or president and a secretary. But he left Percycross with the conviction that that borough would never confer upon him the coveted honour of a seat in Parliament. All this had happened early in March, previous to that Sunday on which Mr. Neefit behaved so rudely to him at the cottage. "I think as perhaps you'd better stick to business now a bit," said old Moggs. At that moment Ontario was sitting up at a high desk behind the ledger which he hated, and was sticking to business as well as he knew how to stick to it. "No more Cheshire cheeses, if you please, young man," said the father. This was felt by the son to be unfair, cruel, and even corrupt. While the election was going on, as long as there was a hope of success at Percycross, Moggs senior had connived at the Cheshire cheese, had said little or nothing about business, had even consented on one occasion to hear his son make a speech advocating the propriety of combination among workmen. "It ain't my way of thinking," Moggs senior had said, "but then perhaps I'm old." To have had a member of the firm in Parliament would have been glorious even to old Moggs, though he hardly knew in what the glory would have consisted. But as soon as he found that his hopes were vain, that the Cheshire cheese had been no stepping stone to such honour, and that his money had been spent for nothing, his mind reverted to its old form. Strikes became to him the work of the devil, and unions were once more the bane of trade. "I suppose," said Ontario, looking up from his ledger, "if I work for my bread by day, I may do as I please with my evenings. At any rate, I shall." he continued to say after pausing a while, "It's best we should understand each other, father." Moggs senior growled. At a word his son would have been off from him, rushing about the country, striving to earn a crust as a political lecturer. Moggs knew his son well, and in truth loved him dearly. There was, too, a Miss Moggs at home, who would give her father no peace if Ontario were turned adrift. There is nothing in the world so cruel as the way in which sons use the natural affections of their fathers, obtaining from these very feelings a power of rebelling against authority. "You must go to the devil if you please, I suppose," said Moggs senior. "I don't know why you say that. What do I do devilish?" "Them Unions is devilish." "I think they're godlike," said Moggs junior. After that they were silent for a while, during which Moggs senior was cutting his nails with a shoemaker's knife by the fading light of the evening, and Moggs junior was summing up an account against a favoured aristocrat who seemed to have worn a great many boots, but who was noticeable to Ontario chiefly from the fact that he represented in Parliament the division of the county in which Percycross was situated. "I thought you was going to make it all straight by marrying that girl," said Moggs senior. Here was a subject on which the father and son were in unison, and as to which the romantic heart of Miss Moggs, at home at Shepherd's Bush, always glowed with enthusiasm. That her brother was in love was to her, of whom in truth it must be owned that she was very plain, the charm of her life. She was fond of poetry, and would read to her brother aloud the story of Juan and Haidee, and the melancholy condition of the lady who was loved by the veiled prophet. She sympathized with the false queen's passion for Launcelot, and being herself in truth an ugly old maid, very far removed from things romantic, delighted in the affairs of the heart when they did not run smooth. "Oh, Ontario," she would say, "be true to her, if it be for 20 years." "So I will, but I'd like to begin the 20 years by making her Mrs. Moggs," said Ontario. Now Mr. Moggs senior knew to a penny what money old Neefit could give his daughter, and placed not the slightest trust in that threat about the smock in which she stood upright. Polly would certainly get the better of her father, as Ontario always got the better of him. Ontario made no immediate reply to his father, but he found himself getting all wrong among the boots and shoes which had been supplied to that aristocratic young member of Parliament. "You don't mean as it's all off?" asked Moggs senior. "No, it isn't all off." "Then why don't you go in at it?" "Why don't I go in at it?" said Ontario, closing the book in hopeless confusion of mind and figures. "I'd give every pair of boots in this place. I'd give all the business to get a kind word from her." "Isn't she kind?" "Kind; yes, she's kind enough in a way. She's everything just what she ought to be. That's what she is. Don't you go on about it, father. I'm as much in earnest as you can be. I shan't give it up till she calls somebody else her husband, and then, why, then I shall just cut it and go off to uncle in Canada. I've got my mind made up about all that." And so he left the shop, somewhat uncourteously perhaps, but he had worked his way back into his father's good graces by his determination to stick to Neefit's girl. A young man ought to be allowed to attend trades unions, or any other meetings, if he will marry a girl with £20,000. That evening Ontario Moggs went to the Cheshire Cheese, and was greater than ever. It has been already told how on a Sunday subsequent to this he managed to have himself almost closeted with Polly, and how he was working himself into her good graces when he was disturbed by Mr. Neefit, and turned out of the house. Polly's heart had been yielding during the whole of that interview. There had come upon her once a dream that it would be a fine thing to be the lady of Newton, and the chance had been hers. But when she set herself to work to weigh it all, and to find out what it was that young Newton really wanted, and what he ought to want, she shook off from herself that dream before it had done her any injury. She meant to be married, certainly. As to that she had no doubt. But then Ontario Moggs was such a long-legged, awkward, ugly, shambling fellow, and Moggs as a name was certainly not euphonious. The gasfitter was handsome, and was called Yallowlegs, which perhaps was better than Moggs. He had proposed to her more than once, but the gasfitter's face meant nothing, and the gasfitter himself hadn't much meaning in him. As to outside appearance, young Newton's was just what he ought to be, but that was a dream which she had shaken off. Auntie Moggs had some meaning in him, and was a man. If there was one thing, too, under the sun, of which Polly was quite sure, it was this, that Auntie Moggs did really love her. She knew that in the heart and mind and eyes of Auntie Moggs she possessed a divinity which made the ground she stood upon holy ground for him. Now that is a conviction very pleasant to a young woman. Ontario was very near his victory on that Sunday. When he told her that he would compass the death of Ralph Newton if Ralph Newton was to cause her to break her heart, she believed that he would do it, and she felt obliged to him, although she laughed at him. When he declared to her that he didn't know what to do because of his love, she was near to telling him what he might do. When he told her that he would sooner have a kiss from her than be Prime Minister, she believed him, and almost longed to make him happy. Then she had tripped, giving him encouragement which she had not intended, and had retreated, telling him that he was silly. But as she said so, she made up her mind that he should be perplexed not much longer. After all, in spite of his ugliness and awkwardness and long legs, this was to be her man. She recognized the fact, and was happy. It is so much for a girl to be sure that she is really loved, and there was no word which fell from Ontario's mouth which Polly did not believe. Ralph Newton's speeches were very pretty, but they conveyed no more than his intention to be civil. Ontario's speeches really brought home to her all that the words could mean. When he told her father that he was quite contented to take her just as she was, without a shilling, she knew that he would do so with the utmost joy. Then it was that she resolved that he should have her, and that for the future all doubtings, all flirtations, all coyness should be over. She had been won, and she lowered her flag. "You stick to it, and you'll do it," she said, and this time she meant it. "I shall," said Ontario, and he walked all the way back to London with his head among the clouds, disregarding Percycross utterly, forgetful of all the Boots and Aristocrats' accounts, regardless almost of the Cheshire cheese, not even meditating a new speech in defence of the rights of labour. He believed that on that day he had gained the great victory. If so, life before him was one vista of triumph. That he himself was what the world calls romantic, he had no idea, but he had lived now for months on the conviction that the only chance of personal happiness to himself was to come from the smiles and kindness and love of a certain human being whom he had chosen to beatify. To him Polly Neefit was divine, and round him also there would be a halo of divinity if this goddess would consent to say that she would become his wife. It was impossible that many days should be allowed to pass before he made an effort to learn from her own lips positively the meaning of those last words which she had spoken to him. But there was a difficulty. Neefit had warned him from the house, and he felt unwilling to knock at the door of a man in that man's absence, who, if present, would have refused to him the privilege of admittance. That Mrs. Neefit would see him, and afford him opportunity of pleading his cause with Polly, he did not doubt. But some idea that a man's house, being his castle, should not be invaded in the owner's absence, restrained him. That the man's daughter might be the dearer, and the choicer, and the more sacred castle of the two, was true enough; but then Polly was a castle which, as Moggs thought, ought to belong to him rather than to her father, and so he resolved to waylay Polly. His week days from 9 in the morning till 7 in the evening were at this time due to Booby and Moggs, and he was at present paying that debt religiously, under a conviction that his various absences at Percycross had been hard upon his father. For there was in truth no Booby. Moggs senior and Moggs junior constituted the whole firm, in which, indeed, up to this moment, Moggs junior had no recognised share, and if one was absent the other must be present. But Sunday was his own, and Polly Neefit always went to church. Nevertheless, on the first Sunday he failed. He failed, though he saw her, walking with two other ladies, and though, to the best of his judgment, she also saw him. On the second Sunday he was at Hendon from 10 till 3, hanging about in the lanes, sitting on gates, whiling away the time with a treatise on political economy which he had brought down in his pocket, thinking of Polly while he strove to confine his thoughts to the great subject of man's productive industry. Is there any law of nature, law of God rather, by which a man has a right to enough of food, enough of raiment, enough of shelter, and enough of recreation, if only he will work? But Polly's cheeks and Polly's lips, the eager fire of Polly's eye as she would speak, and all the elastic beauty of Polly's gait as she would walk, drove the great question from his mind. Was he ever destined to hold Polly in his arms, close, close to his breast? If not, then the laws of nature and the laws of God, let them be what they might, would not have been sufficient to protect him from the cruellest wrong of all. It was as she went to afternoon church that he hoped to intercept her. Morning church with many is a bond. Afternoon church is a virtue of supererogation, practised often because there is nothing else to do. It would be out of the question that he should induce her to give up the morning service. But if he could only come upon her in the afternoon, a little out of sight of others, just as she would turn down a lane with which he was acquainted, near to a stile leading across the fields towards Edgware, it might be possible that he should prevail. As the hour came near he put the useless volume into his pocket, and stationed himself on the spot which he had selected. Almost at the first moment in which he had ventured to hope for her presence, Polly turned into the lane. It was 6 months after this occurrence that she had confessed to him that she had thought it just possible he might be there.
"Of course you would be there, you old goose, as if Jemima hadn't told me that you'd been about all day. But I never should have come if I hadn't quite made up my mind."
Then Ontario administered to her one of those bear's hugs which were wont to make Polly declare that he was an ogre. It was thus that Polly made her confession after the 6 months, as they were sitting very close to each other on some remote point of the cliffs down on the Kentish coast. At that time the castle had been altogether transferred out of the keeping of Mr. Neefit. But Polly's conduct on this occasion was not at all of a nature to make it supposed that Jemima's eyes had been so sharp.
"What, Mr. Moggs!" she said. "Dear me, what a place to find you in! Are you coming to church?"
"I want you just to take a turn with me for a few minutes, Polly."
"But I'm going to church."
"You can go to church afterwards, that is, if you like. I can't come to the house now, and I have got something I must say to you."
"Something that you must say to me?"
And then Polly followed him over the stile. They had walked the length of nearly 2 fields before Ontario had commenced to tell the tale which of necessity must be told. But Polly, though she must have known that her chances of getting back to church were becoming more and more remote, waited without impatience. "I want to know," he said at last, "whether you can ever learn to love me."
"What's the use, Mr. Moggs?"
"It will be all the use in the world to me."
"Oh no, it won't. It can't signify so very much to anybody."
"Nothing, I sometimes think, can ever be of any use to me but that."
"As for learning to love a man, I suppose I could love a man without any learning if I liked him."
"But don't you like me, Polly?"
"I never said I didn't like you. Father and mother always used to like you."
"But you, Polly?"
"Oh, I like you well enough. Don't, Mr. Moggs."
"But do you love me?" Then there was a pause, as they stood leaning upon a gateway. "Come, Polly, tell a fellow. Do you love me?"
"I don't know."
Then there was another pause, but he was in a seventh heaven, with his arm around her waist.
"I suppose I do, a little,"
whispered Polly. "But better than anybody else?"
"You don't think I mean to have two lovers, do you?"
"And am I to be your lover?"
"There's father, you know. I'm not going to be anybody's wife because he tells me. But I wouldn't like to vex him if I could help it."
"But you'll never belong to any one else?"
"Never," said
she, solemnly. "Then I've said what I've got to say, and I'm the happiest man in all the world, and you may go to church now if you like." But his arm was still tight around her waist.
"It's too late," said Polly, in a melancholy tone, "and it's all your doing."
The walk was prolonged, not quite to Edgeware, but so far that Mr. Neefit was called upon to remark that the parson was preaching a very long sermon. Mrs. Neefit, who perhaps had also had communication with Jemima, remarked that it was not to be expected, but that Polly should take a ramble with some of her friends. "Why can't she ramble where I want her to ramble?" said Mr. Neefit. Many things were settled during that walk. Within 5 minutes of the time in which she had declared that it was too late for her to go to church, she had brought herself to talk to him with all the delightful confidence of a completed engagement. She made him understand at once that there was no longer any doubt.
"A girl must have time to know," she said, when he half reproached her with the delay.
A girl wasn't like a man, she said, who could just make up his mind at once. A girl had to wait and see. But she was quite sure of this, that having once said the word, she would never go back from it. She didn't quite know when she had first begun to love him, but she thought it was when she heard that he had made up his mind to stand for Percycross. It seemed to her to be such a fine thing, his going to Percycross. "Then," said Ontario, gallantly, "Percycross has done 10 times more for me than it would have done had it simply made me a member of Parliament." Once, twice, and oftener, he was made happier than he could have been had fortune made him a Prime Minister. For Polly, now that she had given her heart and promised her hand, would not coy her lips to the man she had chosen. Many things were settled between them. Polly told her lover all her trouble about Ralph Newton, and it was now that she received that advice from her very particular friend, Mr. Moggs, which she followed in writing to her late suitor. The letter was to be written and posted that very afternoon, and then shown to her father. We know already that in making the copy for her father she omitted one clause, having resolved that she would tell her mother of her engagement, and that her mother should communicate it to her father. As for naming any day for their marriage, that was out of the question, she said. She did not wish to delay it, but all that she could do was to swear to her father that she would never marry anybody else.
"And he'll believe me too," said Polly.
As for eloping, she would not hear of it.
"Just that he might have an excuse to give his money to somebody else," she said.
"I don't care for his money," protested Moggs.
"That's all very well, but money's a good thing in its way. I hate a man who'd sell himself. He's a mean fellow, or a girl either. Money should never be first. But as for pitching it away just because you're in a hurry, I don't believe in that at all. I'm not going to be an old woman yet, and you may wait a few months very well." She walked with him direct up to the gate leading up to their own house, so that all the world might see her, if all the world pleased, and then she bade him good-bye. "Some day, before very long, no doubt," she said, when, as he left her, he asked as to their next meeting. And so Polly had engaged herself. I do not know that the matter seemed to her to be of so much importance as it does to many girls. It was a piece of business which had to be done some day, and as she had well known for years past, and now that it was done, she was quite contented with the doing of it. But there was not much of that ecstasy in her bosom which was at the present moment sending Ontario Moggs bounding up to town, talking as he went to himself, to the amazement of passers-by, and assuring himself that he had triumphed like an Alexander or a Caesar. She made some steady resolves to do her duty by him, and told herself again and again that nothing should ever move her now that she had decided. As for beauty in a man, what did it signify? He was honest. As for awkwardness, what did it matter? He was clever. And in regard to being a gentleman, she rather thought that she liked him better because he wasn't exactly what some people call a gentleman. Whatever sort of a home he would give her to live in, nobody would despise her in it because she was not grand enough for her place. She was by no means sure that a good deal of misery of that kind might not have fallen to her lot had she become the mistress of Newton Priory. "When the beggar woman became a queen, how the servants must have snubbed her," said Polly to herself. That evening she showed her letter to her father. "You haven't sent it, you minx," said he. "Yes, father, it's in the iron box." "What business had you to write to a young man?" "Come, father, I had a business." "I believe you want to break my heart," said old Neefit. That evening her mother asked her what she had been doing that afternoon. "I just took a walk with Ontario Moggs," said Polly. "Well?" "And I've just engaged myself straight off, and you had better tell father. I mean to keep to it, mother, let anybody say anything. I wouldn't go back from my promise if they were to drag me. So father may as well know at once." End of chapter 48. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 49 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Among the Pictures. Norfolk is a county by no means devoted to hunting, and Ralph Newton, the disinherited Ralph as we may call him, had been advised by some of his friends round Newton to pitch his tent elsewhere, because of his love of that sport. "You'll get a bit of land just as cheap in the shires," Morris had said to him, "and if I were you, I wouldn't go among a set of fellows who don't think anything in the world except partridges." Mr. Morris, who was a very good fellow in his way, devoted a considerable portion of his mental and physical energies to the birth, rearing, education, preservation, and subsequent use of the fox, thinking that in so doing he employed himself nobly as a country gentleman. But he thoroughly despised a county in which partridges were worshipped. "They do preserve foxes," pleaded Ralph. "One man does and the next don't. You ought to know what that means. It's the most heart-breaking kind of thing in the world. I'd sooner be without foxes altogether and ride to a drag. I would indeed." This assertion Mr. Morris made in a sadly solemn tone, such as men use when they speak of some adversity which fate and fortune may be preparing for them.
"I'd a deal rather die than bear it," says the melancholy friend, or "I'd much sooner put up with a crust in a corner. I'd rather ride to a drag, I would indeed," said Mr. Morris, with a shake of the head and a low sigh. As for life without riding to hounds at all, Mr. Morris did not for a moment suppose that his friend contemplated such an existence. But Ralph had made up his mind that, in going out into the world to do something, foxes should not be his first object. He had to seek a home, certainly, but more important than his home was the work to which he should give himself, and, as he had once said, he knew nothing useful that he could do except till the land. So he went down into Norfolk among the intermittent fox preservers, and took Beamingham Hall. Almost every place in Norfolk is a ham, and almost every house is a hall. There was a parish of Beamingham 4 miles from Swaffham, lying between Tilham, Soham, Reepham, and Grindham. It's down in all the maps. It's as flat as a pancake. It has a church with a magnificent square tower, and a new chancel. There is a resident parson, and there are 4 or 5 farmers in it. It is under the plough throughout, and is famous for its turnips. Half the parish belongs to a big lord, who lives in the county, and who does preserve foxes, but not with all his heart. 2 other farms are owned by the yeomen who farm them, men who have been brought up to shoot, and who hate the very name of hunting. Beamingham Hall was to be sold, and by the beginning of May Ralph Newton had bought it. Beamingham Little Wood belonged to the estate, and as it contained about 30 acres, Ralph determined that he would endeavour to have a fox there. By the middle of May he had been 4 months in his new home. The house itself was not bad. It was spacious, and the rooms, though low, were large, and it had been built with considerable idea of architectural beauty. The windows were all set in stone and mullioned, long low windows, very beautiful in form, which had till some 15 years back been filled with a multitude of small diamond panes. But now the diamond panes had given way to plate glass. There were 3 gables to the hall, all facing an old-fashioned large garden, in which the fruit trees came close up to the house, and that which perhaps ought to have been a lawn was almost an orchard. But there were trim gravel walks, and trim flower beds, and a trim fish pond, and a small walled kitchen garden, with very old peaches, and very old apricots, and very old plums. The plums, however, were at present better than the peaches or the apricots. The fault of the house as a modern residence consisted in this, that the farmyard, with all its appurtenances, was very close to the back door. Ralph told himself when first he saw it that Mary Bonner would never consent to live in a house so placed. For whom was such a house as Beamingham Hall originally built? A house not grand enough for a squire's mansion, and too large for a farmer's homestead. Such houses throughout England are much more numerous than Englishmen think, either still in good repair, as was Beamingham Hall, or going into decay under the lessened domestic wants of the present holders. It is especially so in the eastern counties, and may be taken as one proof among many that the broad-acred squire with his throng of tenants is comparatively a modern invention. The country gentleman of 200 years ago farmed the land he held. As years have rolled on, the strong have swallowed the weak, one strong man having eaten up half a dozen weak men, and so the squire has been made. Then the strong squire becomes a baronet and a lord, till he lords it a little too much, and a Manchester warehouseman buys him out. The strength of the country probably lies in the fact that the change is ever being made, but is never made suddenly. To Ralph, the great objection to Beamingham Hall lay in that fear, or rather certainty, that it could not be made a fitting house for Mary Bonner. When he first decided on taking it, and even when he decided on buying it, he assured himself that Mary Bonner's taste might be quite indifferent to him. In the first place, he had himself written to her uncle to withdraw his claim as soon as he found that Newton would never belong to him, and then he had been told by the happy owner of Newton that Mary was still to be asked to share the throne of that principality. When so told, he had said nothing of his own ambition, but had felt that there was another reason why he should leave Newton and its neighbourhood. For him, as a bachelor, Beamingham Hall would be only too good a house. He, as a farmer, did not mean to be ashamed of his own dunghill. By the middle of May he had heard nothing either of his namesake or of Mary Bonner. He did correspond with Gregory Newton, and thus received tidings of the parish, of the church, of the horses, and even of the foxes, but of the heir's matrimonial intentions he heard nothing. Gregory did write of his own visits to the metropolis, past and future, and Ralph knew that the young parson would again singe his wings in the flames that were burning at Popham Villa, but nothing was said of the heir. Through March and April that trouble respecting Polly Neefit was continued, and Gregory in his letter of course did not speak of the Neefits. At last May was come, and Ralph from Beamingham made up his mind that he also would go up to London. He had been hard at work during the last 4 months, doing all those wonderfully attractive things with his new property which a man can do when he has money in his pocket, knocking down hedges, planting young trees, or preparing for the planting of them, buying stock, building or preparing to build sheds, and the rest of it. There is hardly a pleasure in life equal to that of laying out money with a conviction that it will come back again. The conviction, alas, is so often ill-founded, but the pleasure is the same. In regard to the house itself, he would do nothing, not even form a plan, as yet. It might be possible that some taste other than his own should be consulted. In the second week in May he went up to London, having heard that Gregory would be there at the same time, and he at once found himself consorting with his namesake almost as much as with the parson. It was now a month since the heir had been dismissed from Popham Villa, and he had not since that date renewed his visit. Nor from that date to the present had he seen Sir Thomas. It cannot be said with exact truth that he was afraid of Sir Thomas or ashamed to see the girls. He had no idea that he had behaved badly to anybody, and if he had, he was almost disposed to make amends for such sin by marrying Clarissa. But he felt that should he ultimately make up his mind in Clarissa's favour, a little time should elapse for the gradual cure of his former passion. No doubt he placed reliance on his position as a man of property, feeling that by his strength in that direction he would be pulled through all his little difficulties. But it was an unconscious reliance. He believed that he was perfectly free from what he himself would have called the dirt and littleness of purse pride or acre pride, and would on some occasions assert that he really thought nothing of himself because he was Newton of Newton. And he meant to be true. Nevertheless, in the bottom of his heart there was a confidence that he might do this and that because of his acres. And among the things which might be thus done, but which could not otherwise have been done, was this return to Clarissa after his little lapse in regard to Mary Bonner. He was delighted to welcome Ralph from Norfolk to all the pleasures of the metropolis. Should he put down Ralph's name at the famous Carlton, of which he had lately become a member? Ralph already belonged to an old-fashioned club of which his father had long been a member, and declined the new honour. As for balls, evening crushes, and large dinner parties, our Norfolk Ralph thought himself to be unsuited for them just at present, because of his father's death, It was not for the nephew of the dead man to tell the son that 8 months of mourning for a father was more than the world now required. He could only take the excuse and suggest the play, and a little dinner at Richmond, and a small party to Maidenhead as compromises. "I don't know that there is any good in a fellow being so heavy in hand because his father is dead," the Squire said to his brother.
"They were so much to each other," pleaded Gregory in return.
The Squire accepted the excuse, and offered his namesake a horse for the park. Would he make one of the party for the moors in August? The Squire asserted that he had room for another gun, without entailing any additional expense upon himself. This indeed was not strictly true, as it had been arranged that the cost should be paid per gun. But there was a vacancy still, and Ralph the heir, being quite willing to pay for his cousin, thought no harm to cover his generosity under a venial falsehood. The disinherited one, however, declined the offer with many thanks. "There is nothing, old fellow, I wouldn't do for you if I knew how," said the happy heir. Whereupon the Norfolk Ralph unconsciously resolved that he would accept nothing, or as little as possible, at the hands of the Squire. All this happened during the 3 or 4 first days of his sojourn in London, in which he hardly knew why he had gone neither to the villa nor to Sir Thomas in Southampton Buildings. He meant to do so, but from day to day he put it off. As regarded the ladies at the villa, the 3 young men now never spoke to each other respecting them. Gregory believed that his brother had failed, and so believing did not recur to the subject. Gregory himself had already been at Fulham once or twice since his arrival in town, but had nothing to say, or at least did say nothing, of what happened there. He intended to remain away from his parish for no more than the parson's normal 13 days, and was by no means sure that he would make any further formal offer. When at the villa he found that Clarissa was sad and sober and almost silent, and he knew that something was wrong. It hardly occurred to him to believe that after all he might perhaps cure the evil. One morning early, Gregory and Ralph from Norfolk were together at the Royal Academy. Although it was not yet 10 when they entered the gallery, the rooms were already so crowded that it was difficult to get near the line, and almost impossible either to get into or get out of a corner. Gregory had been there before and knew the pictures. He also was supposed by his friends to understand something of the subject, whereas Ralph did not know a cook from a hook, and possessed no more than a dim idea that Landseer painted all the wild beasts, and Millais all the little children. "That's a fine picture," he said, pointing up at an enormous portrait of the master of the B&B in a red coat, seated square on a 17-hand high horse, with his hat off and the favourite hounds of his pack around him.
"That's by Grant," said Gregory. "I don't know that I care for that kind of thing."
"It's as like as it can stare," said Ralph, who appreciated the red coat and the well-groomed horse, and the finely shaped hounds. He backed a few steps to see the picture better, and found himself encroaching upon a lady's dress. He turned round and found that the lady was Mary Bonner. Together with her were both Clarissa and Patience Underwood. The greetings between them all were pleasant, and the girls were unaffectedly pleased to find friends whom they knew well enough to accept as guides and monitors in the room.
"Now we shall be told all about everything," said Clarissa, as the young parson shook hands first with her sister and then with her. "Do take us round to the best dozen, Mr. Newton. That's the way I like to begin."
Her tone was completely different from what it had been down at the villa.
"That gentleman in the red coat is my cousin's favourite," said Gregory. "I don't care a bit about that," said Clarissa.
"That's because you don't hunt," said Ralph.
"I wish I hunted," said Mary Bonner.
Mary, when she first saw the man of whom she had once been told that he was to be her lover, and, when so told, had at least been proud that she was so chosen, felt that she was blushing slightly, but she recovered herself instantly, and greeted him as though there had been no cause whatever for disturbance. He was struck almost dumb at seeing her, and it was her tranquillity which restored him to composure. After the first greetings were over, he found himself walking by her side, without any effort on her part to avoid him, while Gregory and the two sisters went on in advance. Poor Ralph had not a word to say about the pictures.
"Have you been long in London?" she asked.
"Just 4 days."
"We heard that you were coming, and did think that perhaps you and your cousin might find a morning to come down and see us. Your cousin Gregory, I mean."
"Of course I shall come."
"My uncle will be so glad to see you, only, you know, you can't always find him at home. And so will Patience. You are a great favourite with Patience. You have gone down to live in Norfolk, haven't you?"
"Yes, in Norfolk."
"You have bought an estate there?"
"Just one farm that I look after myself. It's no estate, Miss Bonner. Just a farmhouse with barns and stables, and a horse pond, and the rest of it." This was by no means a fair account of the place, but it suited him so to speak of it. "My days for having an estate were quickly brought to a close, were they not?" This he said with a little laugh, and then hated himself for having spoken so foolishly.
"Does that make you unhappy, Mr. Newton?" she asked.
He did not answer her at once, and she continued.
"I should have thought that you were above being made unhappy by that."
"Such disappointments carry many things with them of which people outside see nothing."
"That is true, no doubt."
"A man may be separated from every friend he has in the world by such a change of circumstances."
"I had not thought of that. I beg your pardon," said she, looking into his face almost imploringly.
"And there may be worse than that," he said. Of course she knew what he meant, but he did not know how much she knew. It is easy to say that a man should stand up against reverses, but there are some reverses a man cannot bear without suffering. She had quite made up her mind that the one reverse of which she was thinking should be cured, but she could take no prominent step towards curing it yet. But that some step should be taken sooner or later she was resolved. It might be taken now, indeed, if he would only speak out. But she quite understood that he would not speak out now, because that house down in Norfolk was no more than a farm. "But I didn't mean to trouble you with all that nonsense," he said.
"It doesn't trouble me at all. Of course you will tell everything when you come to see us."
"There is very little to tell, unless you care for cows and pigs and sheep and horses."
"I do care for cows and pigs and sheep and horses," she said.
"All the same, they are not pleasant subjects for conversation. A man may do as much good with a single farm as he can with a large estate, but he can't make his affairs as interesting to other people." There was present to his own mind the knowledge that he and his rich namesake were rivals in regard to the affections of this beautiful girl, and he could not avoid allusions to his own inferiority. And yet his own words, as soon as they were spoken and had sounded in his ear, were recognized by himself as being mean and pitiful, as whining words and sorry plaints against the trick which fortune had played him. He did not know how to tell her boldly that he lamented this change from the estate to the farm, because he had hoped that she would share the one with him, and did not dare even to ask her to share the other. She understood it all, down to the look of displeasure which crossed his face as he felt the possible effect of his own speech. She understood it all, but she could not give him much help as yet. There might perhaps come a moment in which she could explain to him her own ideas about farms and estates, and the reasons in accordance with which these might be selected and those rejected. "Have you seen much of Ralph Newton lately?" asked the other Ralph.
Of your cousin?
"Yes, only I do not call him so. I have no right to call him my cousin."
"No, we do not see much of him."
This was said in a tone of voice which ought to have sufficed for curing any anxiety in Ralph's bosom respecting his rival. Had he not been sore and nervous, and, as it must be admitted, almost stupid in the matter, he could not but have gathered from that tone that his namesake was at least no favourite with Miss Bonner. "He used to be a great deal at Popham Villa," said Ralph.
"We do not see him often now. I fancy there has been some cause of displeasure between him and my uncle. His brother has been with us once or twice. I do like Mr. Gregory Newton."
"He is the best fellow that ever lived," exclaimed Ralph with energy.
"So much nicer than his brother," said Mary, "though perhaps I ought not to say so to you."
This at any rate could not but be satisfactory to him. "I like them both," he said, "but I love Greg dearly. He and I have lived together quite like brothers for years, whereas it is only quite lately that I have known the other."
"It is only lately that I have known either. But they seem to me to be so different. Is not that a wonderfully beautiful picture, Mr. Newton? Can't you almost fancy yourself sitting down and throwing stones into the river, or dabbling your feet in it?"
"It is very pretty," said he, not caring a penny for the picture.
"Have you any river at Beamingham?"
"There's a muddy little brook that you could almost jump over. You wouldn't want to dabble in that."
"Has it got a name?"
"I think they call it the Wissey. It's not at all a river to be proud of, except in the way of eels and water rats."
"Is there nothing to be proud of at Beamingham?"
"There's the church tower. That's all."
"A church tower is something, but I meant as to Beamingham Hall."
"That word hall misleads people," said Ralph. "It's a kind of upper class farmhouse, with a lot of low rooms and intricate passages and chambers here and there, smelling of apples, and a huge kitchen, and an oven big enough for a small dinner party."
"I should like the oven."
"And a laundry, and a dairy, and a cheese house, only we never make any cheese, and a horse pond, and a dunghill, and a cabbage garden."
"Is that all that you can say for your new purchase, Mr. Newton?"
"The house itself isn't ugly."
"Come, that's better."
"And it might be made fairly comfortable if there were any use in doing it."
"Of course there will be use."
"I don't know that there will," said Ralph. "Sometimes I think one thing and sometimes another. One week I'm full of a scheme about a new garden and a conservatory, and a bow window to the drawing room, and then the next week I think that the 2 rooms I live in at present will be enough for me."
"Stick to the conservatory, Mr. Newton. But here are the girls, and I suppose it is about time for us to go." "Mary, where have you been?" said Clarissa. "Looking at landscapes," said Mary. "Mr. Newton has shown us every picture worth seeing, and described everything, and we haven't had to look at the catalogue once. That's just what I like at the Academy. I don't know whether you've been as lucky." "I've had a great deal described to me, too," said Mary. "But I'm afraid we've forgotten the particular duty that brought us here." Then they parted, the 2 men promising that they would be at the villa before long, and the girls preparing themselves for their return home. "That cousin of theirs is certainly very beautiful," said Gregory, after some short tribute to the merits of the 2 sisters. "I think she is," said Ralph. "I do not wonder that my brother has been struck with her." "Nor do I." Then, after a pause, he continued, "She said something which made me think that she and your brother haven't quite hit it off together." "I don't know that they have," said Gregory. "Ralph does change his mind sometimes. He hasn't said a word about her to me lately.
End of Chapter 49. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 50 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Another failure. The day after the meeting at the Academy, as Ralph the young squire was sitting alone in his room over a late breakfast, a maid servant belonging to the house opened the door and introduced Mr. Neefit. It was now the middle of May, and Ralph had seen nothing of the breeches maker since the morning on which he had made his appearance in the yard of the Moonbeam. There had been messages, and Mr. Carey had been very busy endeavouring to persuade the father that he could benefit neither himself nor his daughter by persistence in so extravagant a scheme. Money had been offered to Mr. Neefit, most unfortunately, and this offer had added to his wrongs. And he had been told by his wife that Polly had at last decided in regard to her own affections, and had accepted her old lover, Mr. Moggs. He had raved at Polly to her face. He had sworn at Moggs behind his back. He had called Mr. Carey very hard names, and now he forced himself once more upon the presence of the young squire. "Captain," he said, as soon as he had carefully closed the door behind him, "are you going to be upon the square?" Newton had given special orders that Neefit should not be admitted to his presence, but here he was, having made his way into the chamber in the temporary absence of the squire's own servant. "Mr. Neefit," said Newton, "I cannot allow this." "Not allow it, Captain?" "No, I cannot. I will not be persecuted. I have received favours from you." "Yes, you have, Captain." "And I will do anything in reason to repay them." "Will you come out and see our Polly?" "No, I won't." "You won't?" "Certainly not. I don't believe your daughter wants to see me. She is engaged to another man." So much Mr. Carey had learned from Mrs. Neefit. "I have a great regard for your daughter, but I will not go to see her." "Engaged to another man, is she?" "I am told so." "Oh, that's your little game, is it? And you won't see me when I call, won't you? I won't stir out of this room unless you sends for the police, and so we'll get it all into one of the courts of law. I shall just like to see how you'll look when you're being cross-hackled by one of them learned gents. There'll be a question or two about the old breeches maker as the Squire of Newton mayn't like to see in the papers the next morning. I shall take the liberty of ringing the bell and ordering a bit of dinner here, if you don't mind. I shan't go when the police comes without a deal of row, and then we shall have it all out in the courts." This was monstrously absurd, but at the same time very annoying. Even though he should disregard that threat of being cross-hackled by a learned gent, and of being afterwards made notorious in the newspapers, which it must be confessed he did not find himself able to disregard, still, independently of that feeling, he was very unwilling to call for brute force to remove Mr. Neefit from the arm-chair in which that worthy tradesman had seated himself. He had treated the man otherwise than as a tradesman. He had borrowed the man's money, and eaten the man's dinners, visited the man at Ramsgate, and twice offered his hand to the man's daughter. "You are very welcome to dine here," he said, "only I am sorry that I cannot dine here with you." "I won't stir from the place for a week." "That will be inconvenient," said Ralph. "Uncommon inconvenient, I should say, to a gent like you, especially as I shall tell everybody that I'm on a visit to my son-in-law." "I meant to yourself, and to the business." "Never you mind the business, Captain. There'll be enough left to give my girl all the money I promised her, And I don't think I shall have to ask you to keep your father-in-law neither. Sending an attorney to offer me £1,000! It's my belief I could buy you out yet, Captain, in regard to ready money." "I dare say you could, Mr. Neefit." "And I won't stir from here till you name a day to come and see me and my missus and Polly." "This is sheer madness, Mr. Neefit." "You think so, do you, Captain? You'll find me madder nor you think for yet. I'm not a going to be put upon by you and nothing come of it. I'll have it out of you in money or marbles, as the saying is. Just order me a glass of sherry wine, will you? I'm a thirsty talking. When you came a visiting me, I always give you lashings of drink." This was so true that Ralph felt himself compelled to ring the bell and order up some wine. "Soda and brandy let it be, Jack," said Mr. Neefit to Mr. Newton's own man. "It'll be more comfortable like between near relations." "Soda and water and brandy for Mr. Neefit," said the young Squire, turning angrily to the man. "Mr. Neefit, you are perfectly welcome to as much brandy as you can drink, and my man will wait upon you while I'm away. Good morning." Whereupon Newton took up his hat and left the room. He had not passed into the little back room, in which he knew that the servant would be looking for soda water, before he heard a sound as of smashed crockery, and he was convinced that Mr. Neefit was preparing himself for forcible eviction by breaking his ornaments. Let the ornaments go, and the mirror, and the clock on the chimney piece, and the windows. It was a frightful nuisance, but anything would be better than sending for the police to take away Mr. Neefit. "Keep your eye on that man in the front room," said he to his Swiss valet. "On Mr. Neefit, sir?" "Yes, on Mr. Neefit. He wants me to marry his daughter, and I can't oblige him. Let him have what he wants to eat and drink. Get rid of him if you can, but don't send for the police. He's smashing all the things, and you must save as many as you can." So saying, he hurried down the stairs and out of the house. But what was he to do next? If Mr. Neefit chose to carry out his threat by staying in the rooms, Mr. Neefit must be allowed to have his own way. If he chose to amuse himself by breaking the things must be broken. If he got very drunk, he might probably be taken home in a cab, and deposited at the cottage at Hendon. But what should Ralph do at this moment? He sauntered sadly down St. James' Street with his hands in his trousers pockets, and finding a crawling hansom at the Palace Gate, he got into it, and ordered the man to drive him down to Fulham. He had already made up his mind about dear little Clary, and the things might as well be done at once. None of the girls were at home. Miss Underwood and Miss Bonner had gone up to London to see Sir Thomas. Miss Clarissa was spending the day with Mrs. Brownlow. "That will just be right," said Ralph to himself, as he ordered the cabman to drive him to the old lady's house on the Brompton Road. Mrs. Brownlow had ever been a great admirer of the young Squire, and did not admire him less now that he had come to his squireship. She had always hoped that Clary would marry the real heir, and was sounding his praises while Ralph was knocking at her door.
"He is not half so fine a fellow as his brother," said Clarissa. "You did not use to think so," said Mrs. Brownlow. Then the door was opened, and Ralph was announced. With his usual easy manner, with that unabashed grace which Clarissa used to think so charming, he soon explained that he had been to Fulham, and had had himself driven back to Bolsover House because Clarissa was there. Clarissa, as she heard this, felt the blood tingle in her cheeks. His manner now did not seem to her to be so full of grace. Was it not all selfishness? Mrs. Brownlow purred out her applause. It was not to be supposed that he came to see an old woman, but his coming to see a young woman with adequate intentions was quite the proper thing for such a young man to do.
They were just going to take lunch. Of course he would stop and lunch with them. He declared that he would like nothing better. Mrs. Brownlow rang the bell and gave her little orders. Clarissa's thoughts referred quickly to various matters, to the scene on the lawn, to a certain evening on which she had walked home with him from this very house, to the confessions which she had made to her sister, to her confidence with her cousin, and then to the offer that had been made to Mary, now only a few weeks since. She looked at him, though she did not seem to be looking at him, and told herself that the man was nothing to her. He had caused her unutterable sorrow, with which her heart was still sore, but he was nothing to her. She would eat her lunch with him, and endeavour to talk to him, but the less she might see of him henceforth the better. He was selfish, heartless, weak, and unworthy. The lunch was eaten, and within 3 minutes afterwards Mrs. Brownlow was away. As they were returning to the little parlour in which they had been sitting during the morning, she contrived to escape, and Ralph found himself alone with his dear, darling little Clary. In spite of his graceful ease, the task before him was not without difficulty. Clarissa, of course, knew that he had proposed to Mary, and probably knew that he had proposed to Polly. But Mary had told him that Clarissa was devoted to him, had told him at least that which amounted to almost as much. And then it was incumbent on him to do something that might put an end to the Neefit abomination. Clarissa would be contented to look back upon that episode with Mary Bonner as a dream that meant nothing, just as he himself was already learning to look at it. "Clary," he said, "I have hardly seen you to speak to you since the night we walked home together from this house."
"No, indeed, Mr. Newton,"
she said. Hitherto she had always called him Ralph. He did not observe the change, having too many things of his own to think of at the moment. "How much has happened since that?"
"Very much indeed, Mr. Newton."
"And yet it seems to be such a short time ago, almost yesterday. My poor uncle was alive then."
"Yes, he was."
He did not seem to be getting any nearer to his object by these references to past events. "Clary," he said, "there are many things which I wish to have forgotten, and some, perhaps, which I would have forgiven."
"I suppose that is so with all of us," said Clarissa.
"Just so, though I don't know that any of us have ever been so absurdly foolish as I have, throwing away what was of the greatest value in the world for the sake of something that seemed to be precious just for a moment." It was very difficult, and he already began to feel that the nature of the girl was altered towards him. She had suddenly become hard, undemonstrative, and almost unkind. Hitherto he had always regarded her, without much conscious thought about it, as a soft, sweet, pleasant thing that might at any moment be his for the asking. And Mary Bonner had told him that he ought to ask. Now he was willing to beseech her pardon, to be in very truth her lover, and to share with her all his prosperity. But she would give him no assistance in his difficulty. He was determined that she should speak, and trusting to Mrs. Brownlow's absence, he sat still, waiting for her.
"I hope you have thrown away nothing that you ought to keep," she said at last. "It seems to me that you have got everything."
"No, not as yet everything. I do not know whether I shall ever get that which I desire the most." Of course she understood him now, but she sat hard and fixed and stern, so absolutely unlike the Clarissa whom he had known since they were hardly more than children together. "You know what I mean, Clarissa."
"No, I do not,"
she said. "I fear you mean that you cannot forgive me."
"I have nothing to forgive."
"Oh yes, you have. Whether you will ever forgive me I cannot say. But there is much to forgive, very much. Your cousin Mary for a short moment ran away with us all."
"She is welcome for me."
"What do you mean, Clarissa?"
Just what I say. She is welcome for me. She has taken nothing that I prize. Indeed, I do not think she has condescended to take anything of the sort you mean. Mary and I love each other dearly. There is no danger of our quarrelling." "Come, Clary." He got up as he spoke, and stood over her, close to her shoulder. "You understand well enough what I mean. We have known each other so long, and I think we have loved each other so well, that you ought to say that you will forgive me. I have been foolish. I have been wrong. I have been false, if you will. Cannot you forgive me?" Not for a moment was there a look of forgiveness in her eye, or a sign of pardon in the lines of her face. But in her heart there was a contest. Something of the old passion remained there, though it was no more than the soreness it had caused. For half a moment she thought whether it might be as he would have it. But if so, how could she again look any of her friends in the face and admit that she had surrendered herself to so much unworthiness? How could she tell Patience, who was beginning to be full of renewed hope for Gregory? How could she confess such a weakness to her father? How could she stand up before Mary Bonner? And was it possible that she should really give herself, her whole life and all her future hopes, to one so weak and worthless as this man? "There is nothing to forgive," she said, "but I certainly cannot forget." "You know that I love you," he protested. "Love me? Yes. With what sort of love? But it does not matter. There need be no further talk about it. Your love to me can be nothing." "Clarissa!" "And to you it will be quite as little. Your heart will never suffer much, Ralph. How long is it since you offered your hand to my cousin? Only that you are just a boy playing at love, this would be an insult." Then she saw her old friend through the window. "Mrs. Brownlow," she said, "Mr. Newton is going, and I am ready for our walk whenever you please." "Think of it twice, Clarissa. Must this be the end of it?" pleaded Ralph. "As far as I am concerned, it must be the end of it. When I get home I shall probably find that you have already made an offer to Patience." Then he got up, took his hat, and having shaken hands cordially with Mrs. Brownlow through the window, went out to his hansom cab, which was earning sixpence a quarter of an hour out on the road, while he had been so absolutely wasting his quarter of an hour within the house. "Has he said anything, my dear?" asked Mrs. Brownlow. "He has said a great deal." "Well, my dear?" "He is an empty, vain, inconstant man." "Is he, Clarissa?" "And yet he is so good-humoured and so gay and so pleasant, that I do not see why he should not make a very good husband to some girl." "What do you mean, Clarissa? You have not refused him?" "I did not say he had offered, did I?" "But he has?" "If he did, then I refused him. He is good-natured, but he has no more heart than a log of wood. Don't talk about it any more, dear Mrs. Brownlow. I dare say we shall all be friends again before long, and he'll almost forget everything that he said this morning." Throughout the afternoon she was gay and almost happy, and before she went home she had made up her mind that she would tell Patience, and then get rid of it from her thoughts for ever. Not to tell Patience would be a breach of faith between them, and would moreover render future sisterly intercourse between them very difficult. But had it been possible she would have avoided the expression of triumph without which it would be almost impossible for her to tell the story. Within her own bosom certainly there was some triumph. The man for whose love she had sighed and been sick had surrendered to her at last. The prize had been at her feet, but she had not chosen to lift it. "Poor Ralph," she said to herself. "He means to do as well as he can, but he is so feeble." She certainly would not tell Mary Bonner, nor would she say a word to her father. And when she should meet Ralph again,
as she did not doubt but that she would meet him shortly, she would be very careful to give no sign that she was thinking of his disgrace. He should still be called Ralph till he was a married man, and when it should come to pass that he was about to marry, she would congratulate him with all the warmth of old friendship. That night she did tell it all to Patience.
"You don't mean," she said, "that I have not done right?" "I'm sure that you have done quite right." "Then why are you so sober about it, Patty?" "Only if you do love him, I would give my right hand, Clary, that you might have that which shall make you happy in life." "If you were to give your right and left hand too, a marriage with Ralph Newton would not make me happy. Think of it, Patty, to both of us within 2 months. He is just like a child. How could I ever have respected him, or believed in him? I could never have respected myself again. No, Patty, I did love him dearly. I fancied that life without him must all be a dreary blank. I made him into a god, but his feet are of the poorest clay. Kiss me, dear, and congratulate me because I have escaped."
Her sister did kiss her and did congratulate her, but still there was a something of regret in the sister's heart. Clarissa was, to her thinking, so fit to be the mistress of Newton Priory. Chapter 50. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 51 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Music has its charms. The commission appointed to examine into the condition of the borough of Percycross cannot exactly be said to have made short work of it, for it sat daily for many consecutive weeks, and examined half the voters in the town. But it made sharp work, and reported to the Speaker of the House such a tale of continual corruption that all the world knew that the borough would be disfranchised. The glory of Percycross was gone, and in regard to political influence it was to be treated as the cities of the plain and blotted from off the face of existence. The learned gentlemen who formed the commission had traced home to Mr. Griffenbottom's breeches pockets large sums of money which had been expended in the borough for purposes of systematized corruption during the whole term of his connection with it. And yet they were not very hard upon Mr. Griffenbottom personally in their report. He had spent the money, no doubt, but had so spent it that at every election it appeared that he had not expected to spend it till the bills were sent to him. He frankly owned that the borough had been ruinous to him, had made a poor man of him, but assured the commission at the same time that all this had come from his continued innocence. As every new election came round, he had hoped that that would at least be pure, and had been urgent in his instructions to his agents to that effect. He had at last learned, he said, that he was not a sufficient Hercules to cleanse so foul a stable. All this created no animosity against him in Percycross during the sitting of the commission. His old friends, the Triggers and Piles and Spiveycombs, clung to him as closely as ever. Every man in Percycross knew that the borough was gone, and there really seemed at last to be something of actual gratitude in their farewell behaviour to the man who had treated the place as it liked to be treated. At the end of it all, the borough was undoubtedly to be disfranchised, and Mr. Griffenbottom left it, a ruined man, indeed, according to his own statement, but still with his colours flying, and to a certain extent triumphantly. So we will leave him, trusting, or perhaps rather hoping, that the days of Mr. Griffenbottom are nearly at an end. His colleague, Sir Thomas, on the occasion of his third visit to Percycross, a visit which he was constrained to make, sorely against his will, in order that he might give his evidence before the Commission, remained there but a very short time. But while there he made a clean breast of it. He had gone down to the borough with the most steadfast purpose to avoid corruption, and had done his best in that direction. But he had failed. There had been corruption, for which he had himself paid in part. There had been treating of the grossest kind. Money had been demanded from him since the election, as to the actual destination of which he was profoundly ignorant. He did not, however, doubt but that this money had been spent in the purchase of votes. Sir Thomas was supposed to have betrayed the borough in his evidence, and was hooted out of the town. On this occasion he only remained there one night, and left Percycross for ever, after giving his evidence. This happened during the second week in May. On his return to London he did not go down to Fulham, but remained at his chambers in a most unhappy frame of mind. This renewed attempt of his to enter the world, and to go among men, that he might do a man's work, had resulted in the loss of a great many £100, in absolute failure, and, as he wrongly told himself, in personal disgrace. He was almost ashamed to show himself at his club, and did for 2 days absolutely have his dinner brought to him in his chambers from an eating-house.
"I'm sure you won't like that, Sir Thomas,"
Stemm had said to him, expostulating, and knowing very well the nature of his master's sufferings. "I don't know that I like anything very much," said Sir Thomas.
"I wouldn't go and not show my face because of other people's roguery," rejoined Stemm, with a cruel audacity.
Sir Thomas looked at him, but did not answer a word, and Stemm fetched the food. "Stemm," said Sir Thomas the same evening, "it's getting to be fine weather now."
"It's fine enough," said Stemm.
"Do you take your nieces down to Southend for an outing?" "Go down on Thursday and come back on Saturday. I shall be at home. There's a £5 note for the expenses." Stemm slowly took the note, but grunted and grumbled. The girls were nuisances to him, and he didn't want to take them an outing. They wouldn't care to go before July, and he didn't care to go at all. "You can go when you please," said Sir Thomas. Stemm growled and grumbled, and at last left the room with the money. The morning afterwards Sir Thomas was sitting alone in his rooms, absolutely wretched. He had so managed his life that there seemed to be nothing left to him in it worth the having. He had raised himself to public repute by his intellect and industry, and had then, almost at once, allowed himself to be hustled out of the throng simply because others had been rougher than he, because other men had pushed and shouldered, while he had been quiet and unpretending. Then he had resolved to make up for this disappointment by work of another kind, by work which would, after all, be more congenial to him. He would go back to the dream of his youth, to the labours of former days, and would in truth write his Life of Bacon. He had then surrounded himself with his papers, had gotten his books together, and read up his old notes, had planned chapters and sections, and settled divisions, had drawn up headings, and revelled in those paraphernalia of work which are so dear to would-be working men. And then nothing had come of it. Of what use was it that he went about ever with a volume in his pocket, and read a page or two as he sat over his wine? When sitting alone in his room he did read, but when reading he knew that he was not working. He went, as it were, round and round the thing, never touching it till the labour which he longed to commence became so frightful to him that he did not dare to touch it. To do that thing was the settled purpose of his life, and yet from day to day, and from month to month, it became more impossible to him even to make a beginning. There is a misery in this which only they who have endured it can understand. There are idle men who rejoice in idleness. Their name is legion. Idleness, even when it is ruinous, is delightful to them. They revel in it, look forward to it, and almost take a pride in it. When it can be had without pecuniary detriment, it is to such men a thing absolutely good in itself. But such a one was not Sir Thomas Underwood. And there are men who love work, who revel in that, who attack it daily with renewed energy, almost wallowing in it, greedy of work, who go to it almost as the drunkard goes to his bottle, or the gambler to his gaming table. These are not unhappy men, though they are perhaps apt to make those around them unhappy. But such a one was not Sir Thomas Underwood. And again there are men, fewer in number, who will work though they hate it, from sheer conscience and from conviction that idleness will not suit them or make them happy. Strong men these are, but such a one certainly was not Sir Thomas Underwood. Then there are they who love the idea of work, but want the fibre needful for the doing of it. It may be that such a one will earn his bread as Sir Thomas Underwood had earned his, not flinching from routine task or even from the healthy efforts necessary for subsistence. But there will ever be present to the mind of the ambitious man the idea of something to be done over and above the mere earning of his bread. And the ambition may be very strong, though the fibre be lacking. Such a one will endure an agony protracted for years, always intending, never performing, self-accusing through every wakeful hour, self-accusing almost through every sleeping hour. The work to be done is close there by the hand, but the tools are loathed, and the paraphernalia of it become hateful. And yet it can never be put aside. It is to be grasped to-morrow, but on every morrow the grasping of it becomes more difficult, more impossible, more revolting. There is no peace, no happiness for such a man, and such a one was Sir Thomas Underwood. In this strait he had been tempted to make another effort in political life. He had made it. There had been no difficulty in this, only that the work itself had been so disagreeable, and that he had failed in it so egregiously. During his canvass, and in all his intercourse with the Griffin-Bottomites, he had told himself, falsely, how pleasant to him it would be to return to his books. How much better for him would be a sedentary life, if he could only bring himself to do, or even to attempt to do, the work which he had appointed for himself. Now he had returned to his solitude, had again dragged out his papers, his note-book, his memoranda, his dates, and yet he could not in truth get into his harness, put his neck to the collar, and attempt to drag the burden up the hill. He was sitting alone in his room in this condition, with a book in his hand of no value to his great purpose, hating himself and wretched, when Stemm opened his door, ushering Patience and Mary Bonner into his room. "Ah, my dears," he said, "what has brought you up to London? I did not think of seeing you here." There was no expression of positive displeasure in his voice, but it was understood by them all, by the daughter, by the cousin, by old Stemm, and by Sir Thomas himself, that such a visit as this was always to be regarded more or less as an intrusion. However, he kissed them both, and handed them chairs, and was more than usually civil to them.
"We do want to hear about Percycross, papa," said Patience.
"There is nothing to be told about Percycross."
"Are you to stand again, papa?"
"Nobody will ever stand for Percycross again. It will lose its members altogether. The thing is settled."
"And you have had all the trouble for nothing, uncle?"
Mary asked. "All for nothing, and the expense. But that is a very common thing, and I have no ground of complaint beyond many others."
"It does seem so hard," said Patience.
"So very hard," said Mary. And then they were silent. They had not come without a purpose, but, as is common with young ladies, they kept their purpose for the end of the interview. "Are you coming home, papa?" Patience asked. "Well, yes. I won't settle any day now, because I am very busy just at present. But I shall be home soon, very soon." "I do so hope you'll stay some time with us, papa." "My dear, you know." And then he stopped, having been pounced upon so suddenly that he had not resolved what excuse he would for the moment put forward. "I've got my papers and things in such confusion here at present, because of Percycross and the trouble I have had, that I cannot leave them just now." "But why not bring the papers with you, papa?" "My dear, you know I can't." Then there was another pause. "Papa, I think you ought," said Patience. "Indeed I do, for Clary's sake and ours." But even this was not the subject which had specially brought them on that morning to Southampton Buildings. "What is there wrong with Clary?" asked Sir Thomas. "There is nothing wrong," said Patience. "What do you mean, then?" "I think it would be so much more comfortable for her that you should see things as they are going on." "I declare I don't know what she means. Do you know what she means, Mary?" "Clary has not been quite herself lately," said Mary. "I suppose it's something about that scamp Ralph Newton," said Sir Thomas. "No, indeed, papa. I am sure she does not think of him now." On this very morning, as the reader may perhaps remember, the scamp had gone down to Fulham, and from Fulham back to Brompton, in search of Clarissa. But of the scamp's energy and renewed affections Patience as yet knew nothing. "Gregory has been up in London, and has been down at Fulham once or twice. We want him to come again before he goes back on Saturday, and we thought that if you would come home on Thursday, we could ask him to dinner." Sir Thomas scratched his head and fidgeted in his chair. "Their cousin is in London also," continued Patience. "The other Ralph, he who has bought Beamingham Hall?" "Yes, papa. We saw him at the Academy. I told him how happy you would be to see him at Fulham." "Of course I should be glad to see him, that is, if I happened to be at home," said Sir Thomas. "But I could not name a day without asking you, papa." "He will have gone back by this time," said Sir Thomas. "I think not, papa." "And what do you say, Mary?" "I have nothing to say at all, uncle. If Mr. Newton likes to come to the villa, I shall be glad to see him. Why should I not? He has done nothing to offend me." There was a slight smile on her face as she spoke, and the merest hint of a blush on her cheek. "They tell me that Beamingham Hall isn't much of a place after all," said Sir Thomas. "From what Mr. Newton says, it must be a very ugly place," said Mary, with still the same smile and the same hint of a blush. "Only I don't quite credit all he tells us." "Is there anything settled you ought to tell me?" said Sir Thomas. "There is nothing settled, uncle, or in any way of being settled. It so happened that Mr. Newton did speak to me about his new house. There is nothing more. Nevertheless, papa, pray let us ask him to dinner on Thursday." It was for the purpose of making this request that Patience had come to Southampton Buildings, braving her father's displeasure. Sir Thomas scratched his head, and rubbed his face, and yielded. Of course he had no alternative but to yield, and yet he did it with a bad grace. Permission, however, was given, and it was understood that Patience would write to the two young men, Ralph of Beamingham Hall and the parson, asking them to dinner for the day but one following. "As the time is so short, I've written the notes already," said Patience, producing them from her pocket. Then the bell was rung, and the two notes were confided to Stemm. Patience, as she was going, found a moment in which to be alone with her father, and to speak one more word to him.
"Dear papa, it would be so much better for us that you should come and live at home. Think of those two, with nobody, as it were, to say a word for them."
Sir Thomas groaned, and again scratched his head, but Patience left him before he had arranged his words for an answer. When they were gone, Sir Thomas sat for hours in his chair without moving, making the while one or two faint attempts at the book before him, but in truth giving up his mind to contemplation of the past and to conjectures as to the future, burdened by heavy regrets, and with hopes too weak to afford him any solace. The last words which Patience had spoken rang in his ears.
Think of those two, with nobody, as it were, to say a word for them.
He did think of them, and of the speaker also, and knew that he had neglected his duty. He could understand that such a girl as his own Clarissa did require some one to say a word for her, some stalwart arm to hold her up, some loving strength to support her, some counsel to direct her. Of course those three girls were as other girls, looking forward to matrimony as their future lot in life, and it would not be well that they should be left to choose or to be chosen, or left to reject and be rejected, without any aid from the remaining parent. He knew that he had been wrong, and he almost resolved that the chambers in Southampton Buildings should be altogether abandoned, and his books removed to Popham Villa. But such men do not quite resolve. Before he could lay his hand upon the table and assure himself that the thing should be done, the volume had been taken up again, used for a few minutes, and then the man's mind had run away again to that vague contemplation which is so much easier than the forming of a steady purpose. It was one of those almost sultry days which do come to us occasionally amidst the ordinary inclemency of a London May, and he was sitting with his window open, though there was a fire in the grate. As he sat, dreaming rather than thinking, there came upon his ear the weak, wailing, puny sound of a distant melancholy flute. He had heard it often before, and had been roused by it to evil wishes, and sometimes even to evil words, against the musician. It was the effort of some youth in the direction of Staples Inn to soothe with music the savageness of his own bosom. It was borne usually on the evening air, but on this occasion the idle swain had taken up his instrument within an hour or two of his early dinner. His melody was burdened with no peculiar tune, but consisted of a few low, wailing, melancholy notes, such as may be extracted from the reed by a breath and the slow raising and falling of the little finger, much, we believe, to the comfort of the player, but to the ineffable disgust of, too often, a large circle of hearers. Sir Thomas was affected by the sound long before he was aware that he was listening to it.
To-hoo, 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 hoo, to-hoo, hoo, to-hoo, hoo, hoo.
On the present occasion the variation was hardly carried beyond that, but so much was repeated with a persistency which at last seemed to burden the whole air around Southampton Buildings. The little thing might have been excluded by the closing of the window, but Sir Thomas, though he suffered, did not reflect for a while whence the suffering came. Who does not know how such sounds may serve to enhance the bitterness of remorse, to add a sorrow to the present thoughts, and to rob the future of its hopes? There come upon us all, as we grow up in years, hours in which it is impossible to keep down the conviction that everything is vanity, that the life past has been vain from folly, and that the life to come must be vain from impotence. It is the presence of thoughts such as these that needs the assurance of a heaven to save the thinker from madness or from suicide. It is when the feeling of this pervading vanity is strongest on him that he who doubts of heaven most regrets his incapacity for belief. If there be nothing better than this on to the grave, and nothing worse beyond the grave, why should I bear such fardels? Sir Thomas, as he sat there listening and thinking, unable not to think and not to listen, found that the fardels were very heavy. What good had come to him of his life, to him or to others? And what further good did he dare to promise to himself? Had it not all been vanity? Was it not all vain to him now at the present? Was not life becoming to him vainer and still vainer every day? He had promised himself once that books should be the solace of his age, and he was beginning to hate his books because he knew that he did no more than trifle with them. He had found himself driven to attempt to escape from them back into public life, but had failed, and had been inexpressibly dismayed in the failure. While failing, he had promised himself that he would rush at his work on his return to privacy and to quiet. But he was still as the shivering coward who stands upon the brink and cannot plunge in among the bathers. And then there was sadness beyond this, and even deeper than this. Why should he have dared to arrange for himself a life different from the life of the ordinary men and women who lived around him? Why had he not contented himself with having his children around him, walking with them to church on Sunday morning, taking them to the theatre on Monday evening, and allowing them to read him to sleep after tea on the Tuesday? He had not done these things, was not doing them now, because he had ventured to think himself capable of something that would justify him in leaving the common circle. He had left it, but was not justified. He had been in Parliament, had been in office, and had tried to write a book. But he was not a legislator, was not a statesman, and was not an author. He was simply a weak, vain, wretched man, who, through false conceit, had been induced to neglect almost every duty of life. To-whew, 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 to-whew. As the sounds filled his ears, such were the thoughts which lay heavy on his bosom. So idle as he had been in thinking, so inconclusive, so frail, so subject to gusts of wind, so incapable of following his subject to the end, why had he dared to leave that Sunday-keeping, church-going, domestic, decent life, which would have become one of so ordinary a calibre as himself? There are men who may doubt, who may weigh the evidence, who may venture to believe or disbelieve in compliance with their own reasoning faculties, who may trust themselves to think it out. But he, too clearly, had not been, was not, and never would be one of these. To walk as he saw other men walking around him, because he was one of the many, to believe that to be good which the teachers appointed for him declared to be good, to do prescribed duties without much personal inquiry into the causes which had made them duties, to listen patiently, and to be content without excitement, that was the mode of living for which he should have known himself to be fit. But he had not known it, and had strayed away, and had ventured to think that he could think, and had been ambitious, and now he found himself stranded in the mud of personal condemnation, and that so late in life that there remained to him no hope of escape. Stem, why do you let that brute go on with his cursed flute? Stem at that moment had opened the door to suggest that, as he usually dined at 1, and as it was now past 3, he would go out and get a bit of something to eat. "He is always at it, sir," said Stem, pausing for a moment before he alluded to his own wants. "Why the deuce is he always at it? Why isn't he indicted for a nuisance? Who's to do anything with such a noise as that going on for hours together? He has nearly driven me mad." "It's young Wobble as has the back attic, number 17 in the inn," said Stem. "They ought to turn him out," said Sir Thomas. "I rather like it myself," said Stem. "It suits my disposition, sir." Then he made his little suggestion in regard to his own personal needs, and of course was blown up for not having come in 2 hours ago to remind Sir Thomas that it was dinner time. "It's because I wouldn't disturb you when you has the bacon papers out, Sir Thomas," said Stemm serenely. Sir Thomas winced and shook his head, but such scenes as this were too common to have much effect. "Stemm!" he called aloud, as soon as the old clerk had closed the door. "Stemm!" Whereupon Stemm reappeared. "Stemm, have some one here next week to pack all these books." "Pack all the books, Sir Thomas?" "Yes, to pack all the books. There must be cases. Now go and get your dinner." "New cases, Sir Thomas?" "That will do. Go and get your dinner." And yet his mind was not quite made up. Chapter 51. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 52 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Gus Eardham. Whether Mr. Neefit broke Ralph Newton's little statuette, a miniature copy in porcelain of the Apollo Belvedere, which stood in a corner of Ralph's room, and in the possession of which he took some pride, from awkwardness in his wrath or of malice prepense, was never known. He told the servant that he had whisked it down with his coat tails, but Ralph always thought that the breeches maker had intended to make a general ruin, but had been cowed by the noise of his first attack. He did at any rate abstain from breaking other things, and when the servant entered the room condescended to make some careless apology. "A little trifle like that ain't nothing between me and your master, Jack," said Mr. Neefit, after accounting for the accident by his coat tails. "I am not Jack," said the indignant valet, with a strong foreign accent. "I am named Adolphe." "Adolphe, are you? I don't think much of Adolphe for a name, but it ain't no difference to me. Just pick up them bits, will you?" The man turned a look of scorn on Mr. Neefit, and did pick up the bits. He intended to obey his master as far as might be possible, but was very unwilling to wait upon the breeches maker. He felt that the order which had been given to him was very cruel. It was his duty and his pleasure to wait upon gentlemen, but this man he knew to be a tradesman who measured customers for hunting apparel in his own shop. It was hard upon him that his master should go and leave him to be insulted, ordered about, and trodden upon by a breeches maker. "Get me a bit of steak, will you?" demanded Neefit. "A bit of the rump, not too much done, with the gravy in it, and an onion." "What are you staring at? Didn't you hear what your master said to you?" "Onion and rump steak." "Yes, rump steak and onion. I ain't going out of this till I've had a bit of grub. Your master knows all about it. I'm going to have more nor that out of him before I've done with him." Neefit did at last succeed, and had his rump steak and onion, together with more brandy and soda water, eating and drinking as he sat in Ralph's beautiful new easy chair, not very much to his own comfort. A steak at the Prince's Feathers in Conduit Street would have been very much more pleasant to him, and he would have preferred half and half in the pewter to brandy and soda water. But he felt a pride in using his power in a fashion that would be disgraceful to his host. When he had done his steak, he pulled his pipe out of his pocket and smoked. Against this Adolphe remonstrated stoutly, but quite in vain. "The captain won't mind a little baccy smoke out of my pipe," he said. "He always has his smoke comfortable when he comes down to me." At last, about 4 o'clock, he did go away, assuring Adolphe that he would repeat his visit very soon. "I means to see a deal of the captain this season," he said. At last, however, he retreated, and Adolphe opened the door of the house for him without speaking a word. "Bye bye," said Neefit. "I'll be here again before long." Ralph on that afternoon came home to dress for dinner at about 7, in great fear lest Neefit should still be found in his rooms. "No, sir, he go away at last," said Adolphe, with a melancholy shake of his head. "Has he done much harm?" "The Apollo gone, and he had a hump steak and onions, and a pipe. Vat vas I to do? I hope he will never come again." And so also did Mr. Newton hope that Neefit would never come again. He was going to dine with Lady Eardham, the wife of a Berkshire baronet, who had 3 fair daughters. At this period of his life he found the aristocracy of Berkshire and Hampshire to be very civil to him, and indeed the world at large was disposed to smile on him. But there was very much in his lot to make him unhappy. He had on that morning been utterly rejected by Clarissa Underwood. It may perhaps be true that he was not a man to break his heart because a girl rejected him. He was certainly one who could have sung the old song, "If she be not fair for me, what care I how fair she be?" And yet Clarissa's conduct had distressed him, and had caused him to go about throughout the whole afternoon with his heart almost in his boots. He had felt her coldness to him much more severely than he had that of Mary Bonner. He had taught himself to look upon that little episode with Mary as though it had really meant nothing. She had just crossed the sky of his heaven like a meteor, and for a moment had disturbed its serenity. And Polly also had been to him a false light, leading him astray for a while under exceptional, and, as he thought, quite pardonable circumstances. But dear little Clary had been his own peculiar star, a star that was bound to have been true to him, even though he might have erred for a moment in his worship, a star with a sweet, soft, enduring light, that he had always assured himself he might call his own when he pleased. And now this soft, sweet star had turned upon him and scorched him.
"When I get home," she said to him, "I shall find that you have already made an offer to Patience."
He certainly had not expected such scorn from her. And then he was so sure in his heart that if she would have accepted him, he would have been henceforth so true to her, so good to her. He would have had such magnanimous pleasure in showering upon her pretty little head all the good things at his disposal, that for her own sake the pity was great. When he had been 5 minutes in his cab, bowling back toward his club, he was almost minded to return and give her one more chance. She would just have suited him. And as for her, would it not be a heaven on earth for her if she would only consent to forget that foolish, unmeaning little episode? Could Clary have forgotten the episode and been content to care little or nothing for that easiness of feeling which made our Ralph what he was, she might probably have been happy as the mistress of the Priory. But she would not have forgotten, and would not have been content. She had made up her little heart stoutly that Ralph the heir should sit in it no longer, and it was well for him that he did not go back. He went to his club instead, not daring to go to his rooms. The insanity of Neefit was becoming to him a terrible bane. It was, too, a cruelty which he certainly had done nothing to deserve. He could lay his hand on his heart and assure himself that he had treated that mad, pig-headed tradesman well in all respects. He knew himself to be the last man to make a promise and then to break it wilfully. He had certainly borrowed money of Neefit, and at the probable cost of all his future happiness he had, with a nobleness which he could not himself sufficiently admire, done his very best to keep the hard terms which in his distress he had allowed to be imposed upon himself. He had been loyal, even to the breeches maker, and this was the return which was made to him. What was he to do, should Neefit cling to his threat and remain permanently at his chambers? There were the police, and no doubt he could rid himself of his persecutor. but he understood well the barbarous power which some underbred, well-trained barrister would have of asking him questions which it would be so very disagreeable for him to answer. He lacked the courage to send for the police. Jacky Joram had just distinguished himself greatly and nearly exterminated a young gentleman who had married one girl while he was engaged to another. Jacky Joram might ask him questions as to his little dinners at Alexandra Lodge, which it would nearly kill him to answer. He was very unhappy, and began to think that it might be as well that he should travel for 12 months. Neefit could not persecute him up the Nile, or among the Rocky Mountains, and perhaps Clary's ferocity would have left her, would he return after 12 months of glorious journeyings, still constant to his first affections. In the meantime he did not dare to go home till it would be absolutely necessary that he should dress for dinner. In the billiard-room of his club he found Lord Polperrow, the eldest son of the Marquis of Megavissey, Pretty Poll as he was called by many young men, and by some of the young ladies about town. Lord Polperrow had become his fast friend since the day on which his heirship was established, and now he encountered him with friendly intimacy. "Hallo, Newton," said the young lord. "Have you seen old Neefit lately?" There were 8 or 10 men in the room, and suddenly there was silence among the cues. Ralph would have given his best horse to be able to laugh it off, but he found that he could not laugh. He became very hot, and knew that he was red in the face. "What about old Neefit?" he said. "I've just come from Conduit Street, and he says that he has been dining with you. He swears that you are to marry his daughter." "He be damned," said Newton. It was a poor way of getting out of the scrape, and so Ralph felt. "But what's the meaning of it all? He's telling everybody in London that you went down to stay with him at Margate." "Neefit has gone mad lately," said Captain Fooks, with a good-natured determination to stand by his friend in misfortune. "But how about the girl, Newton?" asked his lordship. "You may have her yourself, Poll, if she don't prefer a young shoemaker to whom I believe she's engaged. She's very pretty, and has got a lot of money, which will suit you to a T." He tried to put a good face on it, but nevertheless he was very hot and red in the face. "I'd put a stop to this if I were you," said another friend, confidentially and in a whisper. "He's not only telling everybody, but writing letters about it." "Oh, I know," said Ralph. "How can I help what a madman does? It's a bore, of course." Then he sauntered out again, feeling sure that his transactions with Mr. Neefit would form the subject of conversation in the club billiard-room for the next hour and a half. It would certainly become expedient that he should travel abroad. He felt it to be quite a relief when he found that Mr. Neefit was not waiting for him at his chambers. "Adolphe," he said, as soon as he was dressed, "that man must never be allowed to put his foot inside the door again." "Ah, the Apollo gone, and he did it express." "I don't mind the figure, but he must never be allowed to enter this place again. I shall not stay up long, but while we are here you must not leave the place till 6. He won't come in the evening." Then he put a sovereign into the man's hands, and went out to dine at Lady Eardham's. Lady Eardham had 3 fair daughters, with pretty necks, and flaxen hair, and blue eyes, and pug noses, all wonderfully alike. They ranged from 27 to 21, there being sons between, and it began to be desirable that they should be married. Since Ralph had been in town, the Eardham mansion in Cavendish Square had been opened to him with almost maternal kindness. He had accepted the kindness, but being fully alive to the purposes of matronly intrigue, had had his little jokes in reference to the young ladies. He liked young ladies generally, but was well aware that a young man is not obliged to offer his hand and heart to every girl that is civil to him. He and the Eardham girls had been exceedingly intimate, but he had had no idea whatever of sharing Newton Priory with an Eardham. Now, however, in his misery, he was glad to go to a house in which he would be received with an assured welcome. Everybody smiled upon him. Sir George in these days was very cordial, greeting him with that genial esoteric warmth which is always felt by one English country gentleman with a large estate for another equally blessed. 6 months ago, when it was believed that Ralph had sold his inheritance to his uncle, Sir George, when he met the young man, addressed him in a very different fashion. As he entered the room he felt the warmth of the welcoming. The girls, one and all, had ever so many things to say to him. They all hunted, and they all wanted him to look at horses for them. Lady Eardham was more matronly than ever, and at the same time was a little fussy. She would not leave him among the girls, and at last succeeded in getting him off into a corner of the back drawing-room. "Now, Mr. Newton," she said, "I am going to show you that I put the greatest confidence in you." "So you may," said Ralph, wondering whether one of the girls was to be offered to him out of hand. At the present moment he was so low in spirits that he would probably have taken either. "I have had a letter," said Lady Eardham, whispering the words into his ear, and then she paused. "Such a strange letter, and very abominable. I've shown it to no one, not even to Sir George. I wouldn't let one of the girls see it for ever so much." Then there was another pause. "I don't believe a word of it, Mr. Newton, but I think it right to show it to you, because it's about you." "About me?" said Ralph, with his mind fixed at once upon Mr. Neefit. "Yes, indeed. And when I tell you it refers to my girls too, you will see how strong is my confidence in you. If either had been specially named, of course I could not have shown it." Then she handed him the letter, which poor Ralph read as follows: "My lady, I'm told as Mr. Ralph Newton of Newton Priory is sweet upon one of your ladyship's daughters. I think it my duty to tell your ladyship he's engaged to marry my girl, Maryanne Neefit. Yours most respectful, Thomas Neefit, breeches maker, Conduit Street." "It's a lie," said Ralph. "I'm sure it's a lie," said Lady Eardham, "only I thought it right to show it to you." Ralph took Gus Eardham down to dinner, and did his very best to make himself agreeable. Gus was the middle one of the three, and was certainly a fine girl. The Eardham girls would have no money, but Ralph was not a greedy man, except when he was in great need. It must not be supposed, however, that on this occasion he made up his mind to marry Gus Eardham. But, as on previous occasions, he had been able to hold all the Eardhams in a kind of subjection to himself, feeling himself to be bigger than they, as hitherto he had been conscious that he was bestowing and they receiving, so now in his present misfortune did he recognize that Gus was a little bigger than himself, and that it was for her to give and for him to take. And Gus was able to talk to him as though she also entertained the same conviction. Gus was very kind to him, and he felt grateful to her. Lady Eardham saw Gus alone in her bedroom that night. "I believe he's a very good young man," said Lady Eardham, "if he's managed rightly. And as for all this about the horrid man's daughter, it don't matter at all. He'd live it down in a month if he were married." "I don't think anything about that, mamma. I dare say he's had his fun, just like other men." "Only, my dear, he's one of that sort that have to be fixed." "It's so hard to fix them, mamma." "It needn't be hard to fix him; that is, if you'll only be steady. He's not sharp and hard and callous like some of them. He doesn't mean any harm, and if he once speaks out he isn't one that can't be kept to time. His manners are nice. I don't think the property is involved. But I'll find out from papa. And he's just the man to think his wife the pink of perfection." Lady Eardham had read our hero's character not inaccurately. End of Chapter 52. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 53 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The end of Polly Neefit. Rumors, well-supported rumors, as to the kind of life which Mr. Neefit was leading, reached Alexandra Cottage, filling Mrs. Neefit's mind with dismay, and making Polly very angry indeed. He came home always somewhat the worse for drink, and would talk of punching the heads both of Mr. Newton and of Mr. Ontario Moggs. Waddle, who was very true to his master's interests, had taken an opportunity of seeing Mrs. Neefit, and of expressing a very distinct idea that the business was going to the mischief. Mrs. Neefit was of opinion that in this emergency the business should be sold, and that they might safely remove themselves to some distant country, to Tunbridge, or perhaps to Ware. Polly, however, would not accede to her mother's views. The evil must, she thought, be cured at once.
"If father goes on like this, I shall just walk straight out of the house and marry Moggs at once," Polly said. "Father makes no account of my name, and so I must just look out for my name myself." She had not as yet communicated these intentions to Ontario, but she was quite sure that she would be supported in her views by him whenever she should choose to do so. Once or twice Ontario came down to the cottage, and when he did so, Mr. Neefit was always told of the visit. "I ain't going to keep anything from father, mother," Polly would say. "If he chooses to misbehave, that isn't my fault. I mean to have Mr. Moggs, and it's only natural I should like to see him." Neefit, when informed of these visits, after swearing that Moggs junior was a sneaking scoundrel to come to his house in his absence, would call upon Moggs senior, and swear with many threats that his daughter should have nothing but what she stood up in. Moggs senior would stand quite silent, cutting the skin on his hand with his shoemaker's knife, and would simply bid the infuriated breeches maker good morning when he left the shop. But in truth Mr. Moggs senior had begun to doubt. "I'd leave it a while, auntie, if I was you," he said. "May be after all he'll give her nothing." "I'll take her the first day she'll come to me, money or no money," said Moggs junior. Foiled ambition had, in truth, driven the breeches maker to madness. But there were moments in which he was softened, melancholy, and almost penitent. "Why didn't you have him when he come down to Margate?" he said, with tears running down his cheek, that very evening after eating his rump steak in Mr. Newton's rooms. The soda water and brandy, with a little gin and water after it, had reduced him to an almost maudlin condition, so that he was unable to support his parental authority. "Because I didn't choose, father. It wasn't his fault. He spoke fair enough, though I don't suppose he ever wanted it. Why should he?"
"You might have had him then. He'd have never dared to go back. I'd have killed him if he had."
"What good would it have done, father? He'd never have loved me, and he'd have despised you and mother."
"I wouldn't have minded that," said Mr. Neefit, wiping his eyes.
"But I should have minded. What should I have felt with a husband as wouldn't have wanted me ever to have my own father in his house? Would that have made me happy?"
"It'd have made me happy to know as you was there."
"No, father, there would have been no happiness in it. When I came to see what he was, I knew I should never love him. He was just willing to take me because of his word. And was I going to a man like that? No, father, certainly not."
The poor man was at that moment too far gone in his misery to argue the matter further, and he lay on the old sofa very much at Polly's mercy.
"Drop it, father," she said. "It wasn't to be, and it couldn't have been. You'd better say you'll drop it."
But sick as uncomfortable as he was on that evening, he couldn't be got to say that he would drop it. Nor could he be got to drop it for some 10 days after that. But on a certain evening he had come home very uncomfortable from the effects of gin and water, and had been spoken to very sensibly both by his wife and daughter. By 7 on the following morning Ontario Moggs was sitting in the front parlour of the house at Hendon, and Polly Neefit was sitting with him. He had never been there at so early an hour before, and it was thought afterwards by both Mr. and Mrs. Neefit that his appearance, so unexpected by them, had not surprised their daughter Polly. Could it have been possible that she had sent a message to him after that little scene with her father? There he was at any rate, and Polly was up to receive him.
"Now, Auntie, that'll do. I didn't want to talk nonsense, but just to settle something."
"But you'll tell a fellow that you're glad to see him."
"No, I won't. I won't tell a fellow anything he doesn't know already. You and I have got to get married."
"Of course we have."
"But we want father's consent. I'm not going to have him made unhappy if I can help it. He's that wretched sometimes at present that my heart is half killed about him."
"The things he says are monstrous," asserted Moggs, thinking of the protestation lately made by the breeches maker in his own hearing, to the effect that Ralph Newton should yet be made to marry his daughter.
"All the same, I've got to think about him. There's a dozen or so of men as would marry me, Mr. Moggs, but I can never have another father."
"I'll be the first of the dozen, anyway," said the gallant Ontario.
"That depends. However, mother says so, and if father'll consent, I won't go against it. I'll go to him now before he's up, and I'll tell him you're here. I'll bring him to his senses if I can. I don't know whatever made him think so much about gentlemen."
"He didn't learn it from you, Polly."
"Perhaps he did, after all, and if so, that's the more reason why I'd forgive him."
So saying, Polly went upstairs upon her mission. On the landing she met her mother, and made known the fact that Ontario was in the parlour.
"Don't you go to him, mother, not yet," said Polly,
whereby it may be presumed that Mrs. Neefit had been informed of Mr. Moggs's visit before Polly had gone to him. Mr. Neefit was in bed, and his condition apparently was not a happy one. He was lying with his head between his hands, and was groaning, not loudly, but very bitterly. His mode of life for the last month had not been of a kind to make him comfortable, and his conscience, too, was ill at ease. He had been a hard-working man, who had loved respectability, and had been careful of his wife and child. He had been proud to think that nobody could say anything against him, and that he had always paid his way. Up to the time of this disastrous fit of ambition on Polly's behalf, he had never made himself ridiculous, and had been a prosperous tradesman, well thought of by his customers. Suddenly he had become mad, but not so mad as to be unconscious of his own madness. The failure of his hopes, joined to the inexpressibly bitter feeling that in their joint transactions young Newton had received all that had been necessary to him, whereas he, Neefit, had got none of that for which he had bargained. These together had so upset him that he had lost his balance, had travelled out of his usual grooves, and had made an ass of himself. He knew he had made an ass of himself, and was hopelessly endeavouring to show himself to be less of an ass than people thought him by some success in his violence. If he could only punish young Newton terribly, people would understand why he had done all this. But drink had been necessary to give him courage for his violence, and now as he lay miserable in bed his courage was very low.
"Father," said Polly, "shall I give you a drink?"
Neefit muttered something, and took the cold tea that was offered to him. It was cold tea, with just a spoonful of brandy in it, to make it acceptable.
"Father, there ought to be an end of all this, oughtn't there?"
"I don't know about no ends. I'll be down on him yet."
"No, you won't, father. And why should you? He has done nothing wrong to you or me. I wouldn't have him if it was ever so."
"It's all been your fault, Polly."
Yes, my fault, that I wouldn't be made what you call a lady, to be taken away, so that I'd never see any more of you and mother." Then she put her hand gently on his shoulder. "I couldn't stand that, father." "I'd make him let you come to us." "A wife must obey her husband, father. Mother always obeyed you." "No, she didn't. She's agin me now." "Besides, I don't want to be a lady," said Polly, seeing that she had better leave that question of marital obedience. "And I won't be a lady. I won't be better than you and mother." "You've been brought up better." "I'll show my breeding, then, by being true to you and true to the man I love. What would you think of your girl if she was to give her hand to a gentleman when she'd given her heart to a shoemaker?" "Oh, damn the shoemaker!" "No, father, I won't have it. What is there against Ontario? He's a fine-hearted fellow, as isn't greedy after money, as it kissed the very ground I stand on, he's that true to me, and is a tradesman, as yourself. If we had a little place of our own, wouldn't Ontario be proud to have you there, and give you the best of everything? And wouldn't I wait upon you, just only trying to know beforehand every little as you'd like to have? And if there was to be babies, wouldn't they be brought up to love you? If I'd gone with that young man down to his fine place, do you think it would have been like that? How'd I have felt when he was too proud to let his boy know as you was my father?" Neefit turned on his bed and groaned. He was too ill at ease as to his inner man to argue the subject from a high point of view, or to assert that he was content to be abased himself in order that his child and grandchildren might be raised in the world. "Father," said Polly, "you have always been kind to me. Be kind to me now." "The young uns is always to have their own way," said Neefit. "Hasn't my way been your way, father?" "Not when you wouldn't take the captain, when he come to Margate." "I didn't love him, father." "Dear father, say the word. We haven't been happy lately, have we, father?" "I ain't been very happy," said Neefit, bursting out into little sobs. She put her face upon his brow and kissed it. "Father, let us be happy again. Ontario's downstairs in the parlour now." "Ontario Moggs in my parlour!" said Neefit, jumping up in bed. "Yes, father, Ontario Moggs, my husband as will be, the man I honour and love, the man that will honour and love you, as true a fellow as ever made a young woman happy by taking her. Let me tell him that you will have him for a son." In truth, Neefit did not speak the word, but when Polly left the room, which she presently did after a long embrace, Mr. Neefit was aware that his consent to the union would be conveyed to Ontario Moggs in less than 5 minutes. "And now you can name the day," said Ontario. "I cannot do any such thing," replied Polly, "and I think that quite enough has been settled for one morning. It's give an inch and take an ell with some folks." Ontario waited for breakfast, and had an interview with his future father-in-law. It was an hour after the scene upstairs before Mr. Neefit could descend, and when he did come down he was not very jovial at the breakfast table. "It isn't what I like, Moggs," was the first word that he spoke when the young politician rose to grasp the hand of his future father-in-law. "I hope you'll live to like it, Mr. Neefit," said Ontario, who, now that he was to have his way in regard to Polly, was prepared to disregard entirely any minor annoyances. "I don't know how that may be. I think my girl might have done better. I told her so, and I just tell you the same. She might have done a deal better. But women is always restive." "We like to have our own way about our young men, father," said Polly, who was standing behind her father's chair. "Bother young men," said the breeches maker. After that the interview passed off, if not very pleasantly, at least smoothly,
and it was understood that Mr. Neefit was to abandon that system of persecution against Ralph Newton to which his life had been devoted for the last few weeks. After that there was a pretty little correspondence between Polly and Ralph, with which the story of Polly's maiden life may be presumed to be ended, and which shall be given to the reader, although by doing so the facts of our tale will be somewhat anticipated. Polly, with her father's permission, communicated the fact of her engagement to her former lover.
Hendon, Saturday. Dear Sir, Father thinks it best that I should tell you that I am engaged to marry Mr. Ontario Moggs, whom you will remember. He is a most respectable tradesman, and stood once for a member of Parliament, and I think he will make me quite happy, and I'm quite sure that's what I'm fitted for.
Whether Polly meant that she was fitted to be made happy, or fitted to be the wife of a tradesman who stood for Parliament, did not appear quite clearly.
There have been things which we are very sorry for, and hope you'll forgive and forget. Father bids me say how sorry he is he broke a figure of a pretty little man in your room. He would get another, only he would not know where to go for it. Wishing you always may be happy, believe me to remain yours most respectfully, Maryanne Neefit.
Ralph's answer was dated about a fortnight afterwards. Cavendish Square, 1 June, 186 . My dear Polly, I hope you will allow me to call you so now for the last time. I am indeed happy that you are going to be married. I believe Mr. Moggs to be a most excellent fellow. I hope I may often see him, and sometimes you. He must allow you to accept a little present which I send you, and never be jealous if you wear it at your waist. The pretty little man that your father broke by accident in my rooms did not signify at all. Pray tell him so from me. Believe me to be your very sincere friend, Ralph Newton. I may as well tell you my own secret. I am going to be married too. The young lady lives in this house, and her name is Augusta Eardham. This letter was sent by messenger from Cavendish Square, with a very handsome watch and chain. A month afterwards, when he was preparing to leave London for Brayborough Park, he received a little packet with a note as follows:
Linton, Devonshire, Wednesday. Dear Mr. Newton, I am so much obliged for the watch, and so is Ontario, who will never be jealous, I'm sure. It is a most beautiful thing, and I shall value it, oh, so much. I am very glad you are going to be married, and should have answered before, only I wanted to finish making, with my own hand, a little chain which I send you, and I hope your sweetheart won't be jealous either. We looked her out in a book, and found she is the daughter of a great gentleman with a title. That is all just as it should be. Ontario sends his respects. We have come down here for the honeymoon. I remain yours very sincerely, Maryanne Moggs.
End of chapter 53. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 54 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. My Mary. Both the invitations sent by Patience Underwood were accepted, and Sir Thomas, on the day named, was at home to receive them. Nothing had as yet been done as to the constructing of those cases which he so suddenly ordered to be made for his books, and, indeed, Stemm had resolved to take the order as meaning nothing. It would not be for him to accelerate his master's departure from Southampton Buildings, and he knew enough of the man to be aware that he must have some very strong motive indeed before so great a change could really be made. When Sir Thomas left Southampton Buildings for Fulham on the day named for the dinner, not a word further had been said about packing the books. There was no company at the villa besides Sir Thomas, the 3 girls, and the 2 young men. As to Clarissa, Patience said not a word, even to her father, That must still be left till time should further cure the wound that had been made. But she did venture to suggest, in private with Sir Thomas, that it was a pity that he who was certainly the more worthy of the two Ralphs should not be made to understand that others did not think so much of the present inferiority of his position in the world as he seemed to think himself. "You mean that Mary would take him?" asked Sir Thomas. "Why should she not, if she likes him? He is very good." "I can't tell him to offer to her without telling him also that he would be accepted." "No, I suppose not," said Patience. Nevertheless, Sir Thomas did speak to Ralph Newton before dinner, stuttering and muttering, and only half finishing the sentence. "We had a correspondence once, Mr. Newton. I dare say you remember." "I remember it very well, Sir Thomas." "I only wanted to tell you. You seem to think more about what has taken place, I mean as to the property, than we do, that is, than I do." "It has made a change." "Yes, of course. But I don't know that a large place like Newton is sure to make a man happy. Perhaps you'd like to wash your hands before dinner?" Gregory in the meantime was walking round the garden with Mary and Clarissa. The dinner was very quiet, but pleasant and cheerful. Sir Thomas talked a good deal, and so did Patience. Mary also was at her ease, and able to do all that was required of her. Ralph certainly was not gay. He was seated next to Clarissa, and spoke a few words now and again, but he was arranging matters in his mind, and Patience, who was observing them all, knew that he was preoccupied. Clarissa, who now and again would forget her sorrow and revert to her former self, as she had done in the picture gallery, could not now, under the eye, as it were, of her father, her sister, and her old lover, forget her troubles. She knew what was expected of her, but she could not do it. She could not do it, at least, as yet. Nevertheless, Patience, who was the engineer in the present crisis, was upon the whole contented with the way in which things were going. The three girls sat with the gentlemen for a quarter of an hour after the decanters were put upon the table, and then withdrew. Sir Thomas immediately began to talk about Newton Priory, and to ask questions which might interest the parson, without, as he thought, hurting the feelings of the disinherited Ralph. This went on for about 5 minutes, during which Gregory was very eloquent about his church and his people, when suddenly Ralph rose from his chair and withdrew. "Have I said anything that annoyed him?" asked Sir Thomas anxiously. "It is not that, I think," said Gregory. Ralph walked across the passage, opened the door of the drawing room in which the three girls were at work, walked up to the chair in which Mary Bonner was sitting, and said something in so low a voice that neither of the sisters heard him. "Certainly I will," said Mary, rising from her chair. Patience glanced round, and could see that the colour, always present in her cousin's face, was heightened, ever so little indeed, but still the tell-tale blush had told its tale. Ralph stood for a moment while Mary moved away to the door, and then followed her without speaking a word to the other girls, or bestowing a glance on either of them. "He is going to propose to her," said Clarissa, as soon as the door was shut. "No one can be sure," said Patience. "Only fancy, asking a girl to go out of the room in that brave manner. I shouldn't have gone, because I'm a coward, but it's just what Mary will like." "Let me get my hat, Mr. Newton," said Mary, taking the opportunity to trip upstairs, though her hat was hanging in the hall. When she was in her room she merely stood upright there for half a minute in the middle of the chamber, erect and stiff, with her arms and fingers stretched out, thinking how she would behave herself. Half a minute sufficed for her to find her clue, and then she came down as quickly as her feet would carry her. He had opened the front door, and was standing outside upon the gravel, and there she joined him. "I had no other way but this of speaking to you," he said.
"I don't dislike coming out at all," she answered.
Then there was silence for a moment or two as they walked along into the gloom of the shrubbery.
"I suppose you are going down to Norfolk soon?" she said.
"I do not quite know. I thought of going to morrow."
"So soon as that?"
"But I've got something that I want to settle. I think you must know what it is." Then he paused again, almost as though he expected her to confess that she did know. But Mary was well aware that it was not for her to say another word till he had fully explained, in the most open detail, what it was that he desired to settle. "You know a good deal of my history. When I thought that things were going well with me, much better than I had ever allowed myself to expect in early days, I became acquainted with you." Again he paused, but she had not a word to say. "I dare say you were not told, but I wrote to your uncle then, asking him whether I might have his consent just to ask you to be my wife." Again he paused, but after that he hurried on, speaking the words as quickly as he could throw them forth from his mouth. "My father died, and of course that changed everything. I told your uncle that all ground for pretension that I might have had before was cut from under me. He knew the circumstances of my birth, and I suppose that you would know it also." Then she did speak. "Yes, I did," she said. "Perhaps I was foolish to think that the property would make a difference. But the truth of it is, I have not got over the feeling, and shall never get over it. I love you with all my heart. Though it be for no good, I must tell you so." "The property can make no difference," she said. "You ought to have known that, Mr. Newton." "Ah, but it does. I tried to tell you the other day something of my present home."
"Yes, I know you did, and I remember it all."
"There's nothing more to be said, only to ask you to share it with me." She walked on with him in silence for a minute, but he said nothing more to press his suit, and certainly it was her turn to speak now.
"I will share it with you," she said, pressing her arm upon his.
"My Mary!"
"Yes, your Mary, if you please."
Then he took her in his arms, and pressed her to his bosom, and kissed her lips and forehead, and threw back her hat, and put his fingers among her hair.
"Why did you say that the property would make a difference?" she asked in a whisper.
To this he made no answer, but walked on silently with his arm round her waist, till they came out from among the trees and stood upon the bank of the river.
"There are people in the boats. You must put your arm down," she said.
"I wonder how you will like to be a farmer's wife?" he asked.
"I have not an idea."
"I fear so much that you will find it rough and hard."
"But I have an idea about something."
She took his hand and looked up into his face as she continued.
"I have an idea that I shall like to be your wife."
He was in a seventh heaven of happiness, and would have stood there gazing on the river with her all night if she would have allowed him. At last they walked back into the house together, and into the room where the others were assembled, with very little outward show of embarrassment. Mary was the first to enter the room, and though she blushed, she smiled also, and every one knew what had taken place. There was no secret or mystery, and in 5 minutes her cousins were congratulating her.
"It's all settled for you now," said Clarissa, laughing. "Yes, it's all settled for me now, and I wouldn't have it unsettled for all the world."
While this was being said in the drawing room, being said even in the presence of poor Gregory, who could not but have felt how hard it was for him to behold such bliss, Sir Thomas and Ralph had withdrawn into the opposite room. Ralph began to apologize for his own misfortunes, his misfortune in having lost the inheritance, his misfortune in being illegitimate, but Sir Thomas soon cut his apologies short. "You think a great deal more of it than she does, or than I do," said Sir Thomas. "If she does not regard it, I will never think of it again," said Ralph. "My greatest glory in what had been promised me was in thinking that it might help to win her." "You have won her without such help as that," said Sir Thomas, with his arm on the young man's shoulder. There was another delicious hour in store for him as they sat over their late tea. "Do you still think of going to Norfolk to morrow?" she said to him, with that composure which in her was so beautiful, and at the same time so expressive. "By an early train in the morning." "I thought that perhaps you might have stayed another day now." "I thought that perhaps you might want me to come back again," said Ralph, "and if so, I could make arrangements, perhaps for a week or 10 days." "Do come back," she said, "and do stay." Ralph's triumph as he returned that evening to London received Gregory's fullest sympathy. But still it must have been hard to bear. Perhaps his cousin's parting words contained for him some comfort. "Give her a little time, and she will be yours yet. I shall find it all out from Mary, and you may be sure we shall help you." End of Chapter 54. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 55 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Cookham. We have been obliged to anticipate in some degree the course of our story by the necessity which weighed upon us of completing the history of Polly Neefit. In regard to her we will only further express an opinion, in which we believe that we should have the concurrence of our readers, that Mr. Moggs junior had chosen well. Her story could not be adequately told without a revelation of that correspondence which, while it has explained the friendly manner in which the Neefit-Newton embarrassments were at last brought to an end, has at the same time disclosed the future lot in life of our hero, as far as a hero's lot in life may be said to depend on his marriage. Mr. Neefit had been almost heartbroken, because he was not satisfied that his victim was really punished by any of those tortures which his imagination invented and his energy executed. Even when the "pretty little man" was smashed, and was, in truth, smashed of malice prepense by a swinging blow from Neefit's umbrella, Neefit did not feel satisfied that he would thereby reach his victim's heart. He could project his own mind with sufficient force into the bosom of his enemy to understand that the onions and tobacco consumed in that luxurious chamber would cause annoyance. But he desired more than annoyance. He wanted to tear the very heartstrings of the young man who had, as he thought, so signally outwitted him. He did not believe that he was successful, but in truth he did make poor Ralph very unhappy. The heir felt himself to be wounded, and could not eat and drink, or walk and talk, or ride in the park, or play billiards at his club, in a manner befitting the owner of Newton Priory. He was so injured by Neefit that he became pervious to attacks which would otherwise have altogether failed in reaching him. Lady Eardham would never have prevailed against him as she did, conquering by a quick repetition of small blows, had not all his strength been annihilated for the time by the persecutions of the breeches maker. Lady Eardham whispered to him as he was taking his departure on the evening of the dinner in Cavendish Square. "Dear Mr. Newton, just one word," she said confidentially. "That must be a very horrid man," alluding to Mr. Neefit. "It's a horrid bore, you know, Lady Eardham." "Just so, and it makes me feel as though I didn't quite know whether something ought not to be done. Would you mind calling at 11 to morrow? Of course I shan't tell Sir George, unless you think he ought to be told." Ralph promised that he would call, though he felt at the moment that Lady Eardham was an interfering old fool. Why should she want to do anything, and why should she give even a hint as to telling Sir George? As he walked across Hanover Square and down Bond Street to his rooms, he did assert to himself plainly that the old harridan, as he called her, was at work for her second girl, and he shook his head and winked his eye as he thought of it. But even in his solitude he did not feel strong against Lady Eardham, and he moved along the pavement oppressed by a half-formed conviction that her ladyship would prevail against him. He did not, however, think that he had any particular objection to Gus Eardham. There was a deal of style about the girl, a merit in which either Clarissa or Mary would have been sadly deficient. And there could be no doubt in this, that a man in his position ought to marry in his own class. The proper thing for him to do was to make the daughter of some country gentleman, or of some nobleman, just as it might happen, mistress of the Priory. Dear little Clary would hardly have known how to take her place properly down in Hampshire. And then he thought for a moment of Polly. Perhaps, after all, fate, fashion, and fortune managed marriage for young men better than they could manage it for themselves. What a life would his have been had he really married Polly Neefit! Though he did call Lady Eardham a harridan, he resolved that he would keep his promise for the following morning. Lady Eardham, when he arrived, was mysterious, eulogistic, and beneficent. She was clearly of opinion that something should be done.
You know it is so horrid having these kind of things said.
And yet she was almost equally strong in opinion that nothing could be done.
You know I wouldn't have my girl's name brought up for all the world, though why the horrid wretch should have named her I cannot even guess.
The horrid wretch had not in truth named any special her, though it suited Lady Eardham to presume that allusion had been made to that hope of the flock, that crowning glory of the Eardham family, that most graceful of the Graces, that Venus certain to be chosen by any Paris, her second daughter, Gus. She went on to explain that were she to tell the story to her son Marmaduke, her son Marmaduke would probably kill the breeches maker. As Marmaduke Eardham was, of all young men about town, perhaps the most careless, the most indifferent, and the least ferocious, his mother was probably mistaken in her estimate of his resentful feelings.
As for Sir George, he would be for taking the law of the wretch for libel, and then we should be, I don't know where we should be then, but my dear girl would die.
Of course there was nothing done. During the whole interview Lady Eardham continued to press Neefit's letter under her hand upon the table, as though it was of all documents the most precious. She handled it as though to tear it would be as bad as to tear an original document bearing the King's signature. Before the interview was over she had locked it up in her desk, as though there were something in it by which the whole Eardham race might be blessed or banned. And, though she spoke no such word, she certainly gave Ralph to understand that by this letter he, Ralph Newton, was in some mysterious manner so connected with the secrets and the interests and the sanctity of the Eardham family, that whether such connection might be for weal or woe, the Newtons and the Eardhams could never altogether free themselves from the link.
"Perhaps you had better come and dine with us in a family way to-morrow," said Lady Eardham, giving her invitation as though it must necessarily be tendered and almost necessarily accepted. Ralph, not thanking her, but taking it in the same spirit, said that he would be there at 7:30. "Just ourselves," said Lady Eardham in a melancholy tone, as though they two were doomed to eat family dinners together for ever after. "I suppose the property is really his own?" said Lady Eardham to her husband that afternoon. Sir George was a stout, plethoric gentleman with a short temper and many troubles. Marmaduke was expensive,
and Sir George himself had spent money when he was young. The girls, who knew that they had no fortunes, expected that everything should be done for them, at least during the period of their natural harvest, and they were successful in having their expectations realized. They demanded that there should be horses to ride, servants to attend them, and dresses to wear, and they had horses, servants, and dresses. There were also younger children, and Sir George was quite as anxious as Lady Eardham that his daughters should become wives. "His own? Of course it's his own. Who else should it belong to?"
"There was something about that other young man."
"That bastard? It was the greatest sin that ever was thought of, to palm such a fellow as that off on the county. But it didn't come to anything."
"I'm told, too, he has been very extravagant. No doubt he did get money from the tailor who wants to make him marry his daughter."
"A flea bite," said Sir George. "Don't you bother about that."
Thus authorized, Lady Eardham went to the work with a clear conscience and a good will. On the next morning Ralph received by post an envelope from Sir Thomas Underwood, containing a letter addressed to him from Mr. Neefit. "Sir, are you going to make your ward act honourable to me and my daughter? Yours respectful, Thomas Neefit." The reader will understand that this was prior to Polly's triumph over her father. Ralph uttered a deep curse, and made up his mind that he must either throw himself entirely among the Eardhams, or else start at once for the Rocky Mountains. He dined in Cavendish Square that day, and again took Gus down to dinner. "I'm very glad to see you here," said Sir George, when they two were alone together after the ladies had left them. Sir George, who had been pressed upon home service because of the necessity of the occasion, was anxious to get off to his club. "You are very kind, Sir George," said Ralph. "We shall be delighted to see you at Brayboro', if you'll come for a week in September, and look at the girls' horses. They say you're quite a pundit about horseflesh." "Oh, I don't know," said Ralph. "You'll like to go up to the girls now, I dare say, and I've got an engagement." Then Sir George rang the bell for a cab, and Ralph went upstairs to the girls. Emily had taken herself away. Josephine was playing bézique with her mother, and Gus was thus forced into conversation with the young man.
"Bézique is so stupid," said Gus.
"Horribly stupid," said Ralph.
"And what do you like, Mr. Newton?"
"I like you," said Ralph. But he did not propose on that evening. Lady Eardham thought he ought to have done so, and was angry with him. It was becoming almost a matter of necessity with her that young men should not take much time. Emily was 27, and Josephine was a most difficult child to manage, not pretty, but yet giving herself airs, and expecting everything. She had refused a clergyman with a very good private fortune, greatly to her mother's sorrow, and Gus had already been the source of much weary labour. 4 eldest sons had been brought to her feet, and been allowed to slip away, and all, as Lady Eardham said, because Gus would joke with other young men, while the one man should have received all her pleasantry. Emily was quite of opinion that young Newton should by no means have been allotted to Gus. Lady Eardham, who had played bézique with an energy against which Josephine would have mutinied but that some promise was made as to Marshall and Snelgrove, could see from her little table that young Newton was neither abject nor triumphant in his manner. He had not received, nor had he even asked, when he got up to take his leave. Lady Eardham could have boxed his ears, but she smiled upon him ineffably, pressed his hand, and in the most natural way in the world alluded to some former allusion about riding and the park.
"I shan't ride to morrow," said Gus, with her back turned to them.
"Do," said Ralph.
"No, I shan't."
"You see what she says, Lady Eardham," said Ralph.
"You promised you would before dinner, my dear," said Lady Eardham, "and you ought not to change your mind. If you'll be good natured enough to come, 2 of them will go." Of course it was understood that he would come. "Nothing on earth, mamma, shall ever induce me to play bésique again," said Josephine, yawning. "It's not worse for you than for me," said the old lady, sharply. "But it isn't fair," said Josephine, who was supposed to be the clever one of the family. "I may have to play my bésique a quarter of a century hence." "He's an insufferable puppy," said Emily, who had come into the room, and had been pretending to be reading. "That's because he don't bark at your bidding, my dear," said Gus. "It doesn't seem that he means to bark at yours," said the elder sister. "If you go on like that, girls, I'll tell your papa, and we'll go to Brayboro' at once. It's too bad, and I won't bear it." "What would you have me do?" said Gus, standing up for herself fiercely. Gus did ride, and so did Josephine, and there was a servant with them, of course. It had been Emily's turn, there being 2 horses for the 3 girls, but Gus had declared that no good would come if Emily went, and Emily's going had been stopped by parental authority. "You are to do as you're bid," said Sir George, "or you'll get the worst of it." Sir George suffered much from gout, and had obtained from the ill temper which his pangs produced a mastery over his daughters which some fathers might have envied. "You behaved badly to me last night, Mr. Newton," said Gus, on horseback. There was another young man riding with Josephine, so that the lovers were alone together. "Behaved badly to you?" "Yes, you did, and I felt it very much indeed." "How did I behave badly?" "If you do not know, I'm sure that I shall not tell you." Ralph did not know, but he went home from his ride an unengaged man, and may perhaps have been thought to behave badly on that occasion also. But Lady Eardham, though she was sometimes despondent and often cross, was gifted with perseverance. A picnic party up the river from Maidenhead to Cookham was got up for the 30th of May, and Ralph Newton of course was there. Just at that time the Neefit persecution was at its worst. Letters directed by various hands came to him daily, and in all of them he was asked when he meant to be on the square. He knew the meaning of that picnic as well as does the reader, as well as did Lady Eardham. But it had come to that with him that he was willing to yield. It cannot exactly be said for him that out of all the feminine worth that he had seen, he himself had chosen Gus Eardham as being the most worthy, or even that he had chosen her as being to him the most charming. But it was evident to him that he must get married, and why not to her as well as to another? She had style, plenty of style, and, as he told himself, style for a man in his position was more than anything else. It can hardly be said that he had made up his mind to offer to her before he started for Cookham, though doubtless through all the remaining years of his life he would think that his mind had been so fixed. But he had concluded that if she were thrown at his head very hard, he might as well take her. "I don't think he ever does drink champagne," said Lady Eardham, talking it all over with Gus on the morning of the picnic. At Cookham there is, or was, a punt, perhaps there always will be one, kept there for such purposes, and into this punt either Gus was tempted by Ralph, or Ralph by Gus. "My darling child, what are you doing?" shouted Lady Eardham from the bank. "Mr. Newton says he can take me over," said Gus, standing up in the punt, shaking herself with a pretty tremor. "Don't, Mr. Newton, pray don't," cried Lady Eardham with affected horror. Lunch was over, or dinner, as it might be more properly called, and Ralph had taken a glass or 2 of champagne. He was a man whom no one had ever seen the worse for wine, but on this occasion that which might have made others drunk had made him bold. "I will not let you out, Gus, till you have promised me one thing," said Ralph. "What is the one thing?" "That you will go with me everywhere, always." "You must let me out," said Gus. "But will you promise?"
Then Gus promised, and Lady Eardham, with true triumph in her voice, was able to tell her husband on the following morning that the cost of the picnic had not been thrown away. On the next morning early Ralph was in the square. Neither when he went to bed at night nor when he got up in the morning did he regret what he had done. The marriage would be quite a proper marriage. Nobody could say that he had been mercenary, and he hated a mercenary feeling in marriages. Nobody could say that the match was beneath him, and all people were agreed that Augusta Eardham was a very fine girl. As to her style, there could be no doubt about it. There might be some little unpleasantness in communicating the fact to the Underwoods, but that could be done by letter. After all, it would signify very little to him what Sir Thomas thought about him. Sir Thomas might think him feeble, but he himself knew very well that there had been no feebleness in it. His circumstances had been very peculiar, and he really believed that he had made the best of them. As Squire of Newton he was doing quite the proper thing in marrying the daughter of a baronet out of the next county. With a light heart, a pleased face, and with very well got up morning apparel, Ralph knocked the next morning at the door in Cavendish Square, and asked for Sir George Eardham. "I'll just run upstairs for a second," said Ralph, when he was told that Sir George was in the small parlour. He did run upstairs, and in 3 minutes had been kissed by Lady Eardham and all her daughters. At this moment Gus was the dearest child, and the best love of a thing, with all of them. Even Emily remembered how pleasant it might be to have a room at Newton Priory, and then success always gives a new charm. "Have you seen Sir George?" asked Lady Eardham. "Not as yet. They said he was there, but I had to come up and see her first, you know." "Go down to him," said Lady Eardham, patting her prey on the back twice. "When you've daughters of your own, you'll expect to be consulted." "She couldn't have done better, my dear fellow," said Sir George, with a kind, genial cordiality. "She couldn't have done better, to my thinking, even with a peerage. I like you, and I like your family, and I like your property, and she's yours with all my heart. A better girl never lived. Thank you, Sir George. She has no money, you know." "I don't care about money, Sir George." "My dear boy, she's yours with all my heart, and I hope you'll make each other happy." End of Chapter 55. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 56 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ralph Newton is bowled away. A day or two after his engagement, Ralph did write his letter to Sir Thomas, and found when the moment came that the task was difficult. But he wrote it. The thing had to be done, and there was nothing to be gained by postponing it. Club, June 2nd, 186 . My dear Sir Thomas, you will, I hope, be glad to hear that I am engaged to be married to Augusta Eardham, the second daughter of Sir George Eardham of Brayborough Park in Berkshire. Of course you will know the name, and I rather think you were in the House when Sir George sat for Berkshire. Augusta has got no money, but I have not been placed under the disagreeable necessity of looking out for a rich wife. I believe we shall be married about the end of August. As the ceremony will take place down at Brayborough, I fear that I cannot expect that you or Patience and Clarissa should come so far. Pray tell them my news, with my best love. Yours, most grateful for all your long kindness, Ralph Newton. I am very sorry that you should have been troubled by letters from Mr. Neefit. The matter has been arranged at last. The letter, when done, was very simple, but it took him some time and much consideration. Should he or should he not allude to his former loves? It was certainly much easier to write his letter without any such allusion, and he did so. About a week after this, Sir Thomas went home to Fulham and took the letter with him. "Clary," he said, taking his youngest daughter affectionately by the waist, when he found himself alone with her, "I've got a piece of news for you."
"For me, papa?"
"Well, for all of us. Somebody is going to be married. Who do you think it is?"
"Not Ralph Newton?"
said Clarissa, with a little start. "Yes, Ralph Newton."
"How quick he arranges things!" said Clarissa.
There was some little emotion, just a quiver and a quick rush of blood into her cheeks, which, however, left them just as quickly. "Yes, he is quick."
"Who is it, papa?"
"A very proper sort of person, the daughter of a Berkshire baronet."
"But what is her name?"
"Augusta Eardham."
"Augusta Eardham. I hope he'll be happy, papa. We've known him a long time."
"I think he will be happy, what people call happy. He is not gifted, or cursed, as it may be, with fine feelings, and is what perhaps may be called thick-skinned, but he will love his own wife and children. I don't think he will be a spendthrift, now that he has plenty to spend, and he is not subject to what the world calls vices. I shouldn't wonder if he becomes a prosperous and most respectable country gentleman, and quite a model to his neighbours."
"It doesn't seem to matter much, does it?"
said Clarissa, when she told the story to Mary and Patience.
"What doesn't matter?"
asked Mary.
"Whether a man cares for the girl he's going to marry, or doesn't care at all. Ralph Newton cannot care very much for Miss Eardham."
"I think it matters very much," said Mary.
"Perhaps after all he'll be just as fond of his wife as though he had been making love to her, oh, for years," said Clarissa.
This was nearly all that was said at the villa, though no doubt poor Clary had many thoughts on the matter in her solitary rambles along the river. That picture of the youth as he lay upon the lawn, looking up into her eyes and telling her that she was dear to him, could not easily be effaced from her memory. Sir Thomas, before this, had written his congratulations to Ralph. They had been very short, and in them no allusion had been made to the young ladies at Popham Villa. In the meantime Ralph was as happy as the day was long, and delighted with his lot in life. For some weeks previous to his offer he had been aware that Lady Eardham had been angling for him as for a fish, that he had been as a prey to her and to her daughter, and that it behoved him to amuse himself without really taking the hook between his gills. He had taken the hook, and now had totally forgotten all those former notions of his in regard to a prey, and a fish, and a mercenary old harridan of a mother. He had no sooner been kissed all round by the women, and paternally blessed by Sir George, than he thought that he had exercised a sound judgment, and had with true wisdom arranged to ally himself with just the woman most fit to be his wife and the future mistress of Newton Priory. He was proud, indeed, of his success when he read the paragraph in the Morning Post, announcing as a fact that the alliance had been arranged, and was again able to walk about among his comrades as one of those who make circumstances subject to them, rather than become subject to circumstances. His comrades no doubt saw the matter in another light. "By Jove," said Pretty Poll at his club, "there's Newton been and got caught by old Eardham after all. The girl has been running 10 years, and been hawked about like a second-class racehorse."
"Yes, poor fellow," said Captain Fooks. "Neefit has done that for him. Ralph for a while was so knocked off his pins by the breeches maker that he didn't know where to look for shelter."
Whether marriages should be made in heaven or on earth must be a matter of doubt to observers, whether, that is, men and women are best married by chance, which I take to be the real fashion of heaven-made marriages, or should be brought into that close link and loving bondage to each other by thought, selection, and decision. That the heavenly mode prevails the oftenest there can hardly be a doubt. It takes years to make a friendship, but a marriage may be settled in a week, in an hour. If you desire to go into partnership with a man in business, it is an essential necessity that you should know your partner, that he be honest or dishonest, if such be your own tendency, industrious, instructed in the skill required, and of habits of life fit for the work to be done. But into partnerships for life, of a kind much closer than any business partnership, men rush without any preliminary inquiries. Some investigation and anxiety as to means there may be, though in this respect the ordinary parlance of the world endows men with much more caution, or accuses them of more greed than they really possess. But in other respects everything is taken for granted. Let the woman, if possible, be pretty, or if not pretty, let her have style. Let the man, if possible, not be a fool, or if a fool, let him not show his folly too plainly. As for knowledge of character, none is possessed and none is wanted. The young people meet each other in their holiday dresses, on holiday occasions, amidst holiday pleasures, and the thing is arranged. Such matches may be said to be heaven made. It is a fair question whether they do not answer better than those which have less of chance, or less of heaven, in their manufacture. If it be needful that a man and woman take 5 years to learn whether they will suit each other as husband and wife, and that then, at the end of the 5 years, they find that they will not suit, the freshness of the flower would be gone before it could be worn in the buttonhole. There are some leaps which you must take in the dark, if you mean to jump at all. We can all understand well that a wise man should stand on the brink and hesitate, but we can understand also that a very wise man should declare to himself that with no possible amount of hesitation could certainty be achieved. Let him take the jump or not take it, but let him not presume to think that he can so jump as to land himself in certain bliss. It is clearly God's intention that men and women should live together, and therefore let the leap in the dark be made. No doubt there had been very much of heaven in Ralph Newton's last choice. It may be acknowledged that in lieu of choosing at all, he had left the matter altogether to heaven. Some attempt he had made at choosing, in reference to Mary Bonner, but he had found the attempt simply to be troublesome and futile. He had spoken soft, loving words to Clarissa because she herself had been soft and lovable. Nature had spoken, as she does when the birds sing to each other. Then again, while suffering under pecuniary distress, he had endeavoured to make himself believe that Polly Neefit was just the wife for him. Then, amidst the glories of his emancipation from thraldom, he had seen Mary Bonner, and had actually, after a fashion, made a choice for himself. His choice had brought upon him nothing but disgrace and trouble. Now he had succeeded at the bidding of heaven and Lady Eardham, and he was about to be provided with a wife exactly suited for him. It may be said at the same time that Augusta Eardham was equally lucky. She also had got all that she ought to have wanted, had she known what to want. They were, both of them, incapable of what men and women call love, when they speak of love as a passion linked with romance, and in one sense they were cold-hearted. Neither of them was endowed with the privilege of pining because another person had perished, but each of them was able to love a mate when assured that that mate must continue to be a mate, unless separation should come by domestic earthquake. They had hearts enough for paternal and maternal duties, and would probably agree in thinking that any geese which Providence might send them were veritable swans. Bickerings there might be, but they would be bickerings without effect. And Ralph Newton of Newton would probably so live with this wife of his bosom that they two might lie at last pleasantly together in the family vault, with a record of their homely virtues visible to the survivors of the parish on the same tombstone. The means by which each of them would have arrived at these blessings would not redound to the credit of either, but the blessings would be there, and it may be said of their marriage, as of many such marriages, that it was made in heaven, and was heavenly. The marriage was to take place early in September, and the first week in August was passed by Sir George and Lady Eardham and their 2 younger daughters at Newton Priory. On the 14th Ralph was to be allowed to run down to the moors just for 1 week, and then he was to be back, passing between Newton and Brayboro', signing deeds and settlements, preparing for their wedding tour, and obedient in all things to Eardham influences. It did occur to him that it would be proper that he should go down to Fulham to see his old friends once before his marriage, but he felt that such a visit would be to himself very unpleasant, and therefore he assured himself, and moreover made himself believe, that if he abstained from the visit he would abstain because it would be unpleasant to them. He did abstain, but he did call at the chambers in Southampton Buildings. He called, however, at an hour in which he knew that Sir Thomas would not be visible, and made no second pressing request to Stemm for the privilege of entrance. He had great pride in showing his house and park and estate to the Eardhams, and had some delicious rambles with his Augusta through the shrubberies and down by the little brook. Ralph had an enjoyment in the prettiness of nature, and Augusta was clever enough to simulate the feeling. He was a little annoyed, perhaps, when he found that the beauty of her morning dresses did not admit of her sitting upon the grass, or leaning against gates, and once expressed an opinion that she need not be so particular about her gloves in this the hour of their billing and cooing. Augusta altogether declined to remove her gloves in a place swarming, as she said, with midges, or to undergo any kind of embrace while adorned with that sweetest of all hats, which had been purchased for his special delight. But in other respects she was good-humoured, and tried to please him. She learned the names of all his horses, and was beginning to remember those of his tenants. She smiled upon Gregory, and behaved with a pretty decorum when the young parson showed her his church. Altogether her behaviour was much better than might have been expected from the training to which she had been subjected during her 7 seasons in London. Lord Polperrow wronged her greatly when he said that she had been running for 10 years. There was a little embarrassment in Ralph's first interview with Gregory. He had given his brother notice of his engagement by letter as soon as he had been accepted, feeling that any annoyance coming to him might be lessened in that way. Unfortunately he had spoken to his brother in what he now felt to have been exaggerated terms of his passion for Mary Bonner, and he himself was aware that that malady had been quickly cured. "I suppose the news startled you?" he had said, with a forced laugh, as soon as he met his brother. "Well, yes, a little. I did not know that you were so intimate with them." "The truth is, I had thought a deal about the matter, and I had come to see how essential it was for the interests of us all that I should marry into our own set. The moment I saw Augusta I felt she was exactly the girl to make me happy. She is very handsome, don't you think so?" "Certainly." "And then she has just the style, which, after all, does go so far. There's nothing dowdy about her. A dowdy woman would have killed me. She attracted me from the first moment, and by Jove, old fellow, I can assure you it was mutual. I am the happiest fellow alive, and I don't think there is anything I envy anybody." In all this Ralph believed that he was speaking the simple truth. "I hope you will be happy with all my heart," said Gregory. "I'm sure I shall, and so will you if you will ask that little puss once again. I believe in my heart she loves you." Gregory, though he had been informed of his brother's passion for Mary, had never been told of that other passion for Clarissa, and Ralph could therefore speak of ground for hope in that direction without uncomfortable twinges. There did occur during this fortnight one or two little matters just sufficiently laden with care to ruffle the rose leaves of our hero's couch. Lady Eardham thought that both the dining room and drawing room should be refurnished, that a bow window should be thrown out to the breakfast parlour, and that a raised conservatory should be constructed into which Augusta's own morning sitting room upstairs might be made to open. Ralph gave way about the furniture with a good grace, but he thought that the bow window would disfigure the house, and suggested that the raised conservatory would cost money. Augusta thought the bow window was the very thing for the house, and Lady Eardham knew as a fact that a similar conservatory, the sweetest thing in the world, which she had seen at Lord Rosebud's, had cost almost absolutely nothing. And if anything was well known in gardening, it was this, that the erection of such conservatories was a positive saving in garden expenses. The men worked under cover during the rainy days, and the hot water served for domestic as well as horticultural purposes. There was some debate and a little heat, and the matter was at last referred to Sir George. He voted against Ralph on both points, and the orders were given. Then there was the more important question of the settlements. Of course there were to be settlements, in the arrangement of which Ralph was to give everything and to get nothing. With high-handed magnanimity he had declared that he wanted no money, and therefore the trifle which would have been adjudged to be due to Gus was retained to help her as yet less fortunate sisters. In truth, Marmaduke at this time was so expensive that Sir George was obliged to be a little hard. Why, however, he should have demanded out of such a property as that of Newton a jointure of £4,000 a year, with a house to be found either in town or country, as the widow might desire, on behalf of a penniless girl, no one acting in the Newton interest could understand, unless Sir George might have thought that the sum to be ultimately obtained might depend in some degree on that demanded. Had he known Mr. Carey, he would probably not have subjected himself to the rebuke which he received. Ralph, when the sum was first named to him by Sir George's lawyer, who came down purposely to Newton, looked very blank, and said that he had not anticipated any arrangement so destructive to the property. The lawyer pointed out that there was unfortunately no dowager's house provided, that the property would not be destroyed, as the dower would only be an annuity, that ladies now were more liberally treated in this matter than formerly, that the suggestion was quite the usual thing. "You don't suppose I mean my daughter to be starved?" said Sir George, upon whom gout was then coming. Ralph plucked up spirit and answered him, "Nor do I intend that your daughter, sir, should be starved." "Dear Ralph, do be liberal to the dear girl," said Lady Eardham afterwards, caressing our hero in the solitude of her bedroom. Mr. Carey, however, arranged the whole matter very quickly. The dower must be £2,000, out of which the widow must find her own house. Sir George must be well aware, said Mr. Carey, that the demand made was preposterous. Sir George said one or two very nasty things, but the dower as fixed by Mr. Carey was accepted, and then everything smiled again. When the Eardhams were leaving Newton, the parting between Augusta and her lover was quite pretty. "Dear Gus," he said, "when next I am here you will be my own wife," and he kissed her. "Dear Ralph," she said, "when next I am here you will be my own husband," and kissed him. "But we have Como and Florence and Rome and Naples to do before that, and won't that be nice?" "It will be very nice to be anywhere with you," said the lover. "And mind you have your coat made just as I told you," said Augusta. So they parted. Early in September they were married with great éclat at Brayboro', and Lady Eardham spared nothing on the occasion. It was her first maternal triumph, and all the country round was made to know of her success. The Newtons had been at Newton for she did not know how many hundred years. In her zeal she declared that the estate had been in the same hands for long before the Conquest.
"There's no title," she said to her intimate friend Lady Wickham, "but there's that which is better than a title. We're mushrooms to the Newtons, you know. We only came into Berkshire in the reign of Henry VIII."
As the Wickhams had only come into Buckinghamshire in the reign of George IV., Lady Wickham, had she known the facts, would probably have reminded her dear friend that the Eardhams had in truth first been heard of in those parts in the time of Queen Anne, the original Eardham having made his money in following Marlborough's army. But Lady Wickham had not studied the history of the county gentry. The wedding went off very well, and the bride and bridegroom were bowled away to the nearest station with 4 grey post horses from Reading, in a manner that was truly delightful to Lady Eardham's motherly feelings. And with the same grey horses shall the happy bride and bridegroom be bowled out of our sight also. The writer of this story feels that some apology is due to his readers for having endeavoured to entertain them so long with the adventures of one of whom it certainly cannot be said that he was fit to be delineated as a hero. It is thought by many critics that in the pictures of imaginary life which novelists produce for the amusement, and possibly for the instruction, of their readers, none should be put upon the canvas but the very good, who by their noble thoughts and deeds may lead others to nobility, or the very bad, who by their declared wickedness will make iniquity hideous. How can it be worth one's while, such critics will say. The writer here speaks of all critical readers, and not of professional critics. How can it be worth our while to waste our imaginations, our sympathies, and our time upon such a one as Ralph, the heir of the Newton property? The writer, acknowledging the force of these objections, and confessing that his young heroes of romance are but seldom heroic, makes his apology as follows. The reader of a novel, who has doubtless taken the volume up simply for amusement, and who would probably lay it down did he suspect that instruction, like a snake in the grass, like physic beneath the sugar, was to be imposed upon him, requires from his author chiefly this, that he shall be amused by a narrative in which elevated sentiment prevails, and gratified by being made to feel that the elevated sentiments described are exactly his own. When the heroine is nobly true to her lover, to her friend, or to her duty, through all persecution, the girl who reads declares to herself that she also would have been a Jeannie Deans had fate and fortune given her an Effie as a sister. The bald-headed old lawyer, for bald-headed old lawyers do read novels, who interests himself in the high-minded, self-devoting chivalry of a Colonel Newcome, believes he would have acted as the colonel had he been so tried. What youth in his imagination cannot be as brave and as loving, though as hopeless in his love, as Harry Esmond? Alas, no one will wish to be as was Ralph Newton. But for one Harry Esmond there are 50 Ralph Newtons, 550 of them, and the very youth whose bosom glows with admiration as he reads of Harry, who exults in the idea that as Harry did, so would he have done, lives as Ralph lived, is less noble, less persistent, less of a man even than was Ralph Newton. It is the test of a novel writer's art that he conceals his snake in the grass, but the reader may be sure that it is always there. No man or woman with a conscience, no man or woman with intellect sufficient to produce amusement, can go on from year to year spinning stories without the desire of teaching, with no ambition of influencing readers for their good. Gentle readers, the physic is always beneath the sugar, hidden or unhidden. In writing novels, we novelists preach to you from our pulpits, and are keenly anxious that our sermons shall not be inefficacious. Inefficacious they are not, unless they be too badly preached to obtain attention. Injurious they will be unless the lessons taught be good lessons. What a world this would be if every man were a Harry Esmond, or every woman a Jeannie Deans! But then again, what a world if every woman were a Becky Sharp, and every man a Varney or a Barry Lyndon! Of Varneys and Harry Esmonds there are very few. Human nature, such as it is, does not often produce them. The portraits of such virtues and such vices serve no doubt to emulate and to deter. But are no other portraits necessary? Should we not be taught to see the men and women among whom we really live, men and women such as we are ourselves, in order that we should know what are the exact failings which oppress ourselves, and thus learn to hate, and if possible to avoid in life, the faults of character which in life are hardly visible, but which in portraiture of life can be made to be so transparent. Ralph Newton did nothing, gentle reader, which would have caused thee greatly to grieve for him, nothing certainly which would have caused thee to repudiate him, had he been thy brother. And, gentlest, sweetest reader, had he come to thee as thy lover, with sufficient protest of love, and with all his history written in his hand, would that have caused thee to reject his suit? Had he been thy neighbour, thou well-to-do reader, with a house in the country, would he not have been welcome to thy table? Wouldst thou have avoided him at his club, thou reader from the West End? Has he not settled himself respectably, thou grey-haired, novel-reading pater familias, thou mater familias, with daughters of thine own to be married? In life would he have been held to have disgraced himself, except in the very moment in which he seemed to be in danger? Nevertheless, the faults of a Ralph Newton, and not the vices of a Varney or a Barry Lyndon, are the evils against which men should in these days be taught to guard themselves, which women also should be made to hate. Such is the writer's apology for his very indifferent hero, Ralph the Heir. End of chapter 56. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 57 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Clarissa's Fate. In the following October, while Newton of Newton and his bride were making themselves happy amidst the glories of Florence, she with her finery from Paris, and he with a newly acquired taste for Michael Angelo and the fine arts generally, Gregory the parson again went up to London. He had of course assisted at his brother's marriage, in which the heavy burden of the ceremony was imposed on the shoulders of a venerable dean who was related to Lady Eardham, and had since that time been all alone at his parsonage. Occasionally he had heard of the Underwoods from Ralph Newton of Beamingham, whose wedding had been postponed till Beamingham Hall had been made fit for its mistress. And from what he had heard, Gregory was induced, hardly to hope, but to dream it to be possible that even yet he might prevail in love. An idea had grown upon him, springing from various sources, that Clarissa had not been indifferent to his brother, and that this feeling on her part had marred, and must continue to mar, his own happiness. He never believed that there had been fault on his brother's part, but still, if Clarissa had been so wounded, he could hardly hope, and perhaps should not even wish, that she would consent to share with him his parsonage in the close neighbourhood of his brother's house. During all that September he told himself that the thing should be over, and he began to try to teach himself, that celibacy was the state in which a clergyman might best live and do his duty. But the lesson had not gone far with him before he shook himself, and determined that he would try yet once again. If there had been such a wound, why should not the wound be cured? Clarissa was at any rate true. She would not falsely promise him a heart, when it was beyond her power to give it. In October, therefore, he went again up to London. The cases for packing the books had not even yet been made, and Sir Thomas was found in Southampton Buildings. The first words had, of course, reference to the absent squire. The squire of one's parish, the head of one's family, and one's elder brother, when the three are united in the same personage, will become important to one, even though the personage himself be not heroic. Ralph had written home twice, and everything was prospering with him. Sir Thomas, who had become tired of his late ward, and who had thought worse of the Eardham marriage than the thing deserved, was indifferent to the joys of the Italian honeymoon. "They'll do very well, no doubt," said Sir Thomas. "I was delighted to learn that Augusta bore her journey so well," said Gregory. "Augustas always do bear their journeys well," said Sir Thomas, "though sometimes I fancy they find the days a little too long." But his tone was very different when Gregory asked his leave to make one more attempt at Popham Villa. "I only hope you may succeed, for her sake as well as for your own," said Sir Thomas. But when he was asked as to the parson's chance of success, he declared that he could say nothing. "She is changed, I think, from what she used to be, is more thoughtful, perhaps, and less giddy. It may be that such change will turn her towards you." "I would not have her changed in anything," said Gregory, "except in her feelings towards myself." He had been there twice or thrice before he found what he thought to be an opportunity fit for the work that he had on hand. And yet both Patience and Mary did for him and for her all that they knew how to do. But in such a matter it is so hard to act without seeming to act. She who can manoeuvre on such a field without displaying her manoeuvres is indeed a general. No man need ever attempt the execution of a task so delicate. Mary and Patience put their heads together and resolved that they would say nothing, nor did they manifestly take steps to leave the two alone. It was a question with them, especially with Patience, whether the lover had not come too soon. But Clarissa at last attacked her sister. "Patience," she said, "why do you not speak to me?" "Not speak to you, Clary?" "Not a word about that which is always on my mind. You have not mentioned Ralph Newton's name once since his marriage." "I have thought it better not to mention it. Why should I mention it?" "If you think that it would pain me, you are mistaken. It pains me more that you should think that I could not bear it. He was welcome to his wife." "I know you wish him well, Clary." "Well; oh yes, I wish him well. No doubt he will be happy with her. She is fit for him, and I was not. He did quite right." "He is not half so good as his brother," said Patience. "Certainly he is not so good as his brother. Men of course will be different. But it is not always the best man that one likes the best. It ought to be so, perhaps." "I know which I like the best," said Patience. "Oh, Clary, if you could but bring yourself to love him!" "How is one to change like that? And I do not know that he cares for me now." "Ah, I think he cares for you." "Why should he? Is a man to be sacrificed for always because a girl will not take him? His heart is changed. He takes care to show me so when he comes here. I am glad that it should be changed. Dear Patty, if papa would but come and live at home, I should want nothing else." "I want something else," said Patience. "I want nothing but that you should love me, and that papa should be with us. But, Patty, do not make me feel that you are afraid to speak to me." On the day following Gregory was again at Fulham, and he had come thither fully determined that he would now for the last time ask that question, on the answer to which, as it now seemed to him, all his future happiness must depend. He had told himself that he would shake off this too human longing for a sweet face to be ever present with him at his board. for a sweet heart to cherish him with its love, for a dear head to lie upon his bosom. But he had owned to himself that it could not be shaken off, and having so owned, was more sick than ever with desire. Mary and Clarissa were both out when he arrived, and he was closeted for a while with Patience. "How tired you must be of seeing me," he said. "Tired of seeing you? Oh, no. I feel myself to be going about like a phantom, and I am ashamed of myself. My brother is successful and happy, and has all that he desires." "He is easily satisfied," said Patience, with something of sarcasm in her voice. "And my cousin Ralph is happy and triumphant. I ought not to pine, but in truth I am so weak that I am always pining. Tell me at once, is there a chance for me?" Did it occur to him to think that she to whom he was speaking ever asked herself why it was not given to her to have even a hope of that joy for which he was craving? Did she ever pine because, when others were mating round her, flying off in pairs to their warm mutual nests, there came to her no such question of mating and flying off to love and happiness? If there was such pining, it was all inward, hidden from her friends, so that their mirth should not be lessened by her want of mirth, not expressed either by her eye or mouth, because she knew that on the expression of her face depended somewhat of the comfort of those who loved her. A homely brow, and plain features, and locks of hair that have not been combed by love's attendant nymphs into soft and winning tresses, seems to tell us that love is not wanted by the bosom that owns them. We teach ourselves to regard such a one, let her be ever so good, with ever so sweet a temper, ever so generous in heart, ever so affectionate among her friends, as separated alike from the perils and the privileges of that passion, without which they who are blessed or banned with beauty would regard life but as a charred and mutilated existence. It is as though we should believe that passion springs from the rind, which is fair or foul to the eye, and not in the heart, which is often fairest, freshest, and most free, when the skin is dark and the cheeks are rough. This young parson expected Patience to sympathize with him, to greet for him, to aid him if there might be aid, and to understand that for him the world would be blank and wretched unless he could get for himself a soft, sweet mate, to sing when he sang, and to wail when he wailed. The only mate that Patience had was this very girl that was to be thus taken from her. But she did sympathize with him, did greet for him, and did give him all her aid. Knowing what she was herself, and how God had formed her, she had learned to bury self absolutely, and to take all her earthly joy from the joys of others. Shall it not come to pass that, hereafter, she too shall have a lover among the cherubim? "What can I say to you?" replied Patience to the young man's earnest entreaty. "If she were mine to give, I would give her to you instantly." "Then you think there is no chance. If I thought that, why should I trouble her again?" "I do not say so. Do you not know, Mr. Newton, that in such matters even sisters can hardly tell their thoughts to each other? How can they when they do not even know their own wishes?" "She does not hate me, then?" "Hate you, no. She does not hate you. But there are so many degrees between hating and that kind of love which you want from her. You may be sure of this, that she so esteems you that your persistence cannot lessen you in her regard." He was still pleading his case with the elder sister, very uselessly indeed, as he was aware, but having fallen on the subject of his love, it was impossible for him to change it for any other, when Clarissa came into the room, swinging her hat in her hand. She had been over at Miss Spooner's house, and was full of Miss Spooner's woes and complaints. As soon as she had shaken hands with her lover, and spoken the few words of courtesy which the meeting demanded of her, she threw herself into the affairs of Miss Spooner as though they were of vital interest. "She is determined to be unhappy, Patty,
and it is no use trying to make her not so. She says that Jane robs her, which I don't believe is true, and that Sarah has a lover, and why shouldn't Sarah have a lover? But as for curing her grievances, it would be the cruellest thing in the world. She lives upon her grievances. Something has happened to the chimney pot, and the landlord hasn't sent a mason. She is revelling in her chimney pot." "Poor dear Miss Spooner," said Patience, getting up and leaving the room, as though it were her duty to look at once after her old friend in the midst of these troubles. Clarissa had not intended this. "She's asleep now," said Clarissa, but Patience went all the same. It might be that Miss Spooner would require to be watched in her slumbers. When Patience was gone, Gregory Newton got up from his seat and walked to the window. He stood there for what seemed to be an endless number of seconds before he returned, and Clarissa had time to determine that she would escape. "I told Mary that I would go to her," she said. "You won't mind being left alone for a few minutes, Mr. Newton?" "Do not go just now, Clarissa." "Only that I said I would," she answered, pleading that she must keep a promise which she had never made. "Mary can spare you, and I cannot. Mary is staying with you, and I shall be gone almost immediately. I go back to Newton to morrow, and who can say when I shall see you again?" "You will be coming up to London, of course." "I am here now, at any rate," he said, smiling, "and will take what advantage of it I can." "It is the old story, Clarissa, so old that I know you must be sick of it." "If you think so, you should not tell it again." "Do not be ill-natured to me. I don't know why it is, but a man gets to be ashamed of himself, as though he were doing something mean and paltry when he loves with persistence, as I do." Had it been possible that she should give him so much encouragement, she would have told him that the mean man and paltry was he who could love or pretend to love with no capacity for persistency. She could not fail to draw a comparison between him and his brother, in which there was so much of meanness on the part of him who had at one time been as a god to her, and so much nobility in him to whom she was and ever had been as a goddess. "I suppose a man should take an answer and have done with it," he continued. "But how is a man to have done with it when his heart remains the same?" "A man should master his heart." "I am, then, to understand that that which you have said so often before must be said again?" He had never knelt to her, and he did not kneel now, but he leaned over her so that she hardly knew whether he was on his knees or still seated on his chair. And she herself, though she answered him briskly, almost with impertinence, was so little mistress of herself that she knew not what she said. She would take him now, if only she knew how to take him without disgracing herself in her own estimation. "Dear Clary, think of it. Try to love me. I need not tell you again how true is my love for you." He had hold of her hand, and she did not withdraw it, and he ought to have known that the battle was won. But he knew nothing. He hardly knew that her hand was in his. "Clary, you are all the world to me. Must I go back heart-laden but empty-handed with no comfort?" "If you knew all," she said, rising suddenly from her chair. "All what?" "If you knew all, you would not take me, though I offered myself." He stood staring at her, not at all comprehending her words, and she perceived in the midst of her distress that it was needful that she should explain herself. "I have loved Ralph always. Yes, your brother." "And he?" "I will not accuse him in anything. He is married now, and it is past." "And you can never love again?" "Who would care to take such a heart as that? It would not be worth the giving or worth the taking. Oh, how I loved him!" Then he left her side and went back to the window, while she sank back upon her chair, and burying her face in her hands gave way to tears and sobs.
He stood there, perhaps for a minute, and then returning to her so gently that she did not hear him, he did kneel at her side. He knelt, and putting his hand upon her arm, he kissed the sleeve of her gown.
"You had better go from me now,"
she said amidst her sobs. "I will never go from you again," he answered. "God's mercy can cure also that wound, and I will be his minister in healing it. Clarissa, I am so glad that you have told me all. Looking back, I can understand it now. I once thought that it was so." "Yes," she said, "yes, it was so." Gradually one hand of hers fell into his, and though no words of acceptance had been spoken, he knew that he was at last accepted.
"My own Clary," he said, "I may call you my own?"
There was no answer, but he knew that it was so.
"Nothing shall be done to trouble you. Nothing shall be said to press you. You may be sure of this, if it be good to be loved, that no woman was ever loved more tenderly than you are."
"I do know it," she said through her tears. Then he rose and stood again at the window, looking out upon the lawn and the river. She was still weeping, but he hardly heeded her tears. It was better for her that she should weep than restrain them. And as to himself and his own feelings, he tried to question himself whether in truth he was less happy in this great possession which he had at last gained, because his brother had for a while interfered with him in gaining it. That she would be as true to him now, as tender and as loving, as though Ralph had never crossed her path, he did not for a moment doubt. That she would be less sweet to him because her sweetness had been offered to another, he would not admit to himself, even though the question were asked. She would be all his own, and was she not the one thing in the world which he coveted? He did think that for such a one as his Clarissa he would be a better mate than would have been his brother, and he was sure that she herself would learn to know that it was so. He stood there long enough to resolve that this which had been told him should be no drawback upon his bliss.
"Clary," he
said, returning to her,
"is it settled?"
She made him no answer.
"My darling, I am as happy now as though Ralph had never seen your sweet face, or heard your dear voice. Look up at me once."
Slowly she looked up into his eyes, and then stood before him almost as a suppliant, and gave him her face to be kissed. So at last they became engaged as man and wife, though it may be doubted whether she spoke another word before he left the room. It was, however, quite understood that they were engaged, and though he did not see Clarissa again, he received the congratulations both of Patience and Mary Bonner before he left the house, and that very night succeeded in hunting down Sir Thomas, so that he might tell the father that the daughter had at last consented to become his wife. End of chapter 57. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 58 of Ralph the Heir by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Conclusion. Clarissa had found it hard to change the object of her love, so hard that for a time she had been unwilling even to make the effort, and she had been ashamed that those around her should think that she would make it. But when the thing was done, her second hero was dearer to her than ever had been the first. He at least was true. With him there was no need of doubt. His assurances were not conveyed in words so light that they might mean much or little. This second lover was a lover indeed, who thought no pains too great to show her that she was ever growing in his heart of hearts. For a while, for a week or two, she restrained her tongue, but when once she had accustomed herself to the coaxing kindness of her sister and her cousin, then her eloquence was loosened, and Gregory Newton was a god indeed. In the course of time she got a very pretty note from Ralph, congratulating her, as he also had congratulated Polly, and expressing a fear that he might not be home in time to be present at the wedding. Augusta was so fond of Rome that they did not mean to leave it till the late spring. Then, after a while, there came to her also a watch and chain, twice as costly as those given to Polly, which, however, no persuasion from Gregory would ever induce Clarissa to wear. In after time Ralph never noticed that the trinkets were not worn. The winter at Popham Villa went on very much as other winters had gone, except that two of the girls living there were full of future hopes, and preparing for future cares, while the third occupied her heart and mind with the cares and hopes of the other two. Patience, however, had one other task in hand, a task upon the performance of which her future happiness much depended, and in respect to which she now ventured to hope for success. Wherever her future home might be, it would be terrible to her if her father would not consent to occupy it with her. It had been settled that both the marriages should take place early in April, both on the same day, and, as a matter of course, the weddings would be celebrated at Fulham. Christmas had come and gone, and winter was going, before Sir Thomas had absolutely promised to renew that order for the making of the packing cases for his books.
"You won't go back, papa, after they are married?"
Patience said to her father early in March. "If I do, it shall not be for long."
"Not for a day, papa. Surely you will not leave me alone. There will be plenty of room now. The air of Fulham will be better for your work than those stuffy, dark, dingy lawyers' chambers."
"My dear, all the work of my life that was worth doing was done in those stuffy, dingy rooms." That was all that Sir Thomas said, but the accusation conveyed to him by his daughter's words was very heavy. For years past he had sat intending to work, purposing to achieve a great task which he set for himself, and had done almost nothing. Might it be yet possible that that purer air of which Patty spoke should produce new energy, and lead to better results? The promise of it did at least produce new resolutions. It was impossible, as Patience had said, that his child should be left to dwell alone while yet she had a father living. "Stemm," he said, "I told you to get some packing cases made."
"Packing cases, Sir Thomas?"
"Yes, packing cases for the books. It was months ago. Are they ready?"
"No, Sir Thomas, they ain't ready."
"Why not?"
"Well, Sir Thomas, they ain't. That's all."
Then the order was repeated in a manner so formal as to make Stemm understand that it was intended for a fact.
"You are going away from this, are you, Sir Thomas?"
"I believe that I shall give the chambers up altogether at midsummer. At any rate, I mean to have the books packed at once."
"Very well, Sir Thomas."
Then there was a pause, during which Stemm did not leave the room. Nor did Sir Thomas dismiss him, feeling that there might well be other things which would require discussion.
"And about me, Sir Thomas?" said Stemm.
"I have been thinking about that, Stemm."
"So have I, Sir Thomas, more nor once."
"You can come to Fulham if you like, only you must not scold the maids."
"Very well, Sir Thomas,"
said Stemm, with hardly any variation in his voice, but still with less of care upon his brow. "Mind, I will not have you scolding them at the villa."
"Not unless they deserve it, Sir Thomas," said
Stemm. Sir Thomas could say nothing further. For our own part, we fear that the maidens at the villa will not be the better in conduct, as they certainly will not be more comfortable in their lives, in consequence of this change. And the books were moved in large packing cases, not one of which had yet been opened when the two brides returned to Popham Villa after their wedding tours, to see Patience just for a day, before they were taken to their new homes. Nevertheless, let us hope that the change of air and of scene may tend to future diligence, and that the magnus opus may yet be achieved. We have heard of editions of Aristophanes or Polybius, of the Iliad or Ovid, and what not, which have ever been forthcoming under the hands of notable scholars, who have grown grey amidst the renewed promises which have been given. And some of these works have come forth, belying the prophecies of incredulous friends. Let us hope that the great life of Bacon may yet be written. End of Chapter 58. End of Ralph the Heir, by Anthony Trollope. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina.